check, 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 check.
चेक कर लिया. हाँ? अच्छा सॉरी दो एलईडी एक्सपीरियंस.
Oh, hello, hello. Hello. Hello.
Oh, ये जगह नहीं ठीक है. विशाल भाई वो पैंट शॉर्ट्स है. अरे तो बैग में क्या हटा डाल. हाँ.
डिले होता है ना जी।
विश्व में हमने युवाओं की आईटी एनर्जी के माध्यम से अपना रुतबा कायम किया है, तो भारत इसके बाद ये गर्व कर सकता है दुनिया में आप मिला कर बात कर सकते हैं। और ये बड़ा साफ हमेशा कहता है आईटी प्लस आईटी इज इक्वल टू आईटी। इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी प्लस इंडियन टैलेंट इज इक्वल टू इंडिया। देश है। विश्व में हमने युवाओं की आईटी एनर्जी के माध्यम से अपना रुतबा कायम किया है। तो भारत इसके बाद ये गर्व कर सकता है, दुनिया में आपने 8 लाख की बात कर सकते हैं। और ये मेरा साथ हमेशा कहता है, आईटी प्लस आईटी इज इक्वल टू आईटी। इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी प्लस इंडियन टैलेंट इज इक्वल टू इंडिया टेक्नोलॉजी।
Product and Special Projects, Let's Technomedia. We are honored to have here our program chair, Shri Loknath Behraji, Managing Director of Kochi. And we also have with us Mr. Dr. Vice Chancellor, Cochin University of Science and Technology. So we are going to start this program very short while from now. We are awaiting the Honorable Minister of State for Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. He is here in the hotel and about to reach in next 2-3 minutes. This program has been conceptualized by Let's Technomedia in collaboration with Kochi Metro and Cochin University of Science and Technology Society. The basic objective of the program is to create a knowledge sharing platform wherein key stakeholders of mobility sector can come at one platform, share, discuss, and also educate about the future of mobility from here. What is the current status of the mobility? What is going on and what is there in the future? The theme of the program is Mobility of the Future, Charting the Way Ahead. So we are going to start the program short while from now. We have got speakers here with their vast experience in mobility sector from across the country, up in the north from Jammu and Kashmir. Of course, we are in the southern part of the country. From the eastern part, from Sikkim and northeast, we have got speakers here. And then, of course, technocrats and experts from the railway and transport sector would be here. During the course of the day, we'll be discussing different topics on mobility. We also have industry presentations by leading industry experts. They will be giving the technical presentations and solutions for mobility. So, till we await the Honorable Minister, I would request the backend team to play a short corporate video of ILETS, followed by the event video. I should also thank all the partners here, Canara Bank, Godrej, Dassault Systems, SCL Technologies. I'm not able to pronounce that name, Axis Bank, KHB. These are the partners who have supported this program. I have been informed that the minister is about to reach in next 3-4 minutes. Can we play the videos in loop to fill the gap? Video in loop.
विश्व में हमने युवाओं की आईटी एनर्जी के माध्यम से अपना रुतबा कायम किया है। तो भारत इसके बाद भी बदल सकता है। दुनिया में आपने आप मिलाकर के बात कर सकते हैं। और ये मेरा साफ हमेशा कहता है आईटी प्लस आईटी इज इक्वल टू आईटी। इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी प्लस इंडियन टैलेंट इज इक्वल टू इंडिया।
So, ladies and gentlemen, those who have just joined us, a very warm welcome to all of you once again, particularly those who are at the backside. today's ILETS National Railway and Transport Summit, the theme of which is Mobility of the Future. I very warmly welcome to all of you here, all the speakers, partners, delegates, and stakeholders who have assembled here to discuss on the future of mobility. Mobility is one of the most important sectors in today's context. India is already on the path to become one of the global superpowers, and we have already entered into the Amrit Kala for Azadi. So, if we really want to keep pace with the fast-paced developments across the country, then one bottleneck which we are facing is the issue of bottleneck. If we have to compete globally and if we have to compete, make our products globally competitive, we have to remove the infrastructural bottlenecks. Similarly, we talk of the towns and cities. We are having a lot of migration from villages to towns and from towns to cities. And almost all the cities of the country, they are crumbling under the pressure of population pressure, choked traffic, and chaos on the roads. A solution, what is a solution? What can we think about a green solution, a sustainable solution, a MRTS system, a mass rapid transit system, which can transport people at one split second. So such type of solutions, we have already made a lot of progress across the country as far as mass mobility is concerned. And the government of India has a vision to create 100 metros by 2047. By 2070, we are targeting a net zero emission. And if we are serious about achieving the aim of net zero emission by 2070, then electric mobility is going to be the future. So during the course of the day, we have got interesting panel discussions. In our inaugural session, we already have with us our program chair, Shri Loknath Behraji. He is the managing director and managing director of Kochi Metro. Under his supervision, guidance, and cooperation, this program has seen the light of the day. We are also equally thankful to Professor K.N. Madhusudan, who is with us, Vice Chancellor of Kochi University of Science and Technology. After their inaugural note, and of course, the chief guest is the Honorable Minister of State for Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. He is about to reach here very shortly. Then we break for a short networking break. We will be having technology presentation by the SCL team. SCL team is there with us. The first panel discussion would be on how do we modernize railway and transport in the country? What are the challenges and what are the opportunities in the future for the future? This would be chaired by Shri Loknath Behraji, and joining Loknath Behra would be Ved Prakash Dudeja, Vice Chairman of RLDA, Rajesh Agrawal, MD of Haryana Rail Infrastructure Development Corporation. We have with us Sharad Sai Mathur, SS Mathur, Group General Manager of CRIS, Center for Railway Information System. Then we'll be having the second panel discussion post-lunch. This was the pre-lunch. Pre-lunch we'll be having one inaugural session plus one panel discussion. Then we'll take for lunch, post-lunch. There will be two sessions. The first of the two would be public-private collaboration for railway projects. And this would be chaired by Dr. M.P. Ramnavas, Director of Projects in Kochi Metro. And joining from Chris once again, Group General Manager, Infrastructure and Security, Center for Railway Information and Systems. And finally, the last panel discussion, the concluding session, India towards sustainable transport and mobility, and technology shaping the future of the transport sector. Here we have Sergeant P. John was here. I saw him in the morning. the Chief Operating Officer of Kochi Water Metro. Again, a very unique concept. I think this should be one of the unique concepts in the country, at least, the water metro. So what this metro all about? In fact, I should also tell that we have planned a visit to this metro system later in the evening. There, Associate Professor, Head of the Department of Ship Technology in SUSET, and Hari Kumar R will be joining us from Bharat Electronics Limited. He is working there as General Manager Technology Planning. So this is the flow of the event. Before the lunch, we'll be having an inaugural session plus a panel discussion. And post lunch, there will be 2 panel discussions. A brief about ELETS. In fact, as far as mobility is concerned, this is not our first conference. We have done multiple conferences on mobility and transport. 2 years back, just before COVID, we had partnered with the Union Ministry for Road and Transport and Highways, and in partnership with the Ministry MORTH, we have organized a National Transport Summit. And we have also conducted similar conferences in Gujarat, in Maharashtra, and in Chhattisgarh, as far as transport is concerned. If I talk of non-transport sectors, ELETS must have done more than 500 conferences throughout the country, and not only in the country, overseas also. Very next week on 21st and 22nd, we are having a Global Education Summit and Global Healthcare Summit, both at Dubai. We also have organized conferences in Bangladesh, in Denver, in Sri Lanka, in Thailand, and some other countries. For the past 20 years, ELETS has been into this domain of creating knowledge-sharing platforms and creating a knowledge-empowered society. And how do we do that? We create products. Conferences is one of the products. Then we have got 4 monthly magazines on governance, education, health, and banking. The governance magazine, eGov, we call it eGov. Gov stands for governance. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give me a very warm welcome to our chief guest of the day, Shri Kaushal Kishore Ji, Honorable Minister of State for Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. बहुत-बहुत स्वागत आपका माननीय मंत्री जी. I would request our program chair, Shri Loknath Behra, Managing Director, Kochi Metro, to please come on the dais and join the Honorable Minister. I would request Professor Dr. K.N. Madhusudan, Vice Chancellor, Cochin University of Science and Technology. Professor Madhusudan. And I also request the publisher and Chief Executive Officer of ELETS Technomedia, Dr. Ravi Gupta, to please be on the dais. So, ladies and gentlemen, I was telling you about the brief is into the business of creating knowledge-sharing platforms, and through publications, conferences, we have got 4 monthly magazines on governance, banking, health, and education. Governance magazine, the eGov magazine, is the largest among the 4. In fact, today, through the auspicious hands of the Honorable Minister, we will be launching a special issue of e-governance magazine very shortly after this. This special issue will be focused on mobility, particularly what is happening in the state of Kerala. So, into other parts of the inaugural session, I would request Dr. Ravi Gupta for his opening remarks.
Namaskar and welcome all our dignitaries, delegates, and it's an honor to have Shri Kaushal, Honorable Minister of State for Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, with us, who is the chief guest of the program. Thank you, sir, for joining us all the way from Delhi. And I welcome you all to the ELETS National Railway Transport Innovation Summit, which is being organized jointly by ELETS and QSAT, Cochin University of Science and Technology, one of the oldest and one of the most prestigious institutions of the country. It's really a privilege to collaborate with the university, and it's also a privilege to have Kochi Metro as our host partner of the conference, and Dr. Loknath Behra, who is the managing director of Kochi Metro Rail Limited, as the program chair of the event. As already aware, we are having various experts and senior officials of the various railway and transport departments all over the country who have joined us here. And we are here deliberating on the various new level of technologies and innovations which are going to change and evolve the transportation and railway ecosystem of the country. Earlier, railway and transport were looked at two different entities, and today, with the connectivity improving, there is a whole discussion of the multimodal way of transportation and integration and collaboration between various transportation and railway ecosystems in the country. So that is the overall background of this discussion of the conference which will happen. Briefly about ILETS, we are a 20-year-old organization who have been publishing this magazine called eGov, which is India's and Asia's first and only magazine focusing on technology, innovations, and governance. While we are discussing the most important concept of Make in India as enamored by our Honorable Prime Minister, we at ILETS are very proud to have a Make in India and Conceptualize in India magazine called eGov, which thought about innovations in governance through usage of IT as early as 2005, and we have been publishing this eGov magazine every month without fail, even in the COVID times. We have been documenting and disseminating various latest technologies in the usage of various ecosystems of governance. We have worked in around 25 verticals of governance, which includes transportation, highways, to agriculture, to water, and various other sectors. And we are always like seeing that the whole Digital India program enamored by the government is actually changing in India, making India digital, and it is increasing the ease of living and ease of doing business in the country. So that is the background and the context of ILETS organizing this event. And ILETS also publishes 3 other magazines: e-health, which is IT and health; digital and learning, which is on IT and education; and banking and finance post, which is about IT in the BFSI sector. So, and we organize conferences, workshops, and training programs like these in the various cities of India. We have gone to almost all the states, including from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, and from Mizoram to Mumbai. And we have reached around more than 75 cities in India and more than 10 countries outside India, which include Thailand, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, Dhaka, Dubai, Bahrain, China, Switzerland, and even to places like Tunisia. So we are a local organization. We act local and think global, and we also act global and think local. So with this background, I welcome all our dignitaries again here at this important conference in the beautiful city of Kochi. Thank you so much.
See, in today's context, no program, no venture, no project can be successful without a successful public-private partnership or industry partnership. So let me once again, just to reiterate that this program has been conceptualized by ILETS in collaboration with Kochi Metro and SUSAT. And from the industry side, we have with us Canara Bank, Godrej, Dassault System, SCL Tech, Inshon, Axis Bank, KHB. These are the industry partners. From the industry side, we'll be having a technical presentation by SCL team led by Nandakishore Krishna Kulkarni. He is General Manager, Rail Delivery Unit Head, SCL Technologies. And joining Nandakishore would be Satish Palakil, Deputy GM, Digital Engineering Services, SCL Tech, and Ravi Ganesh Jagdishan, Senior Manager, Sales Manager, Rail, Epic, SCL Technologies. And we also have with us from Dassault System, Thomas Philip, who will be participating in the panel discussion on modernizing railway and transport trends, challenges, and opportunities. So before we get into all these exciting discussions throughout the course of the day today, ladies and gentlemen, I request the Honorable Minister and dignitaries in the dais for the lamp lighting ceremony, please.
निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा।
लाल चढ़ायो अच्छा गज मुख को कुंदित लाल विराजे सुत गौरी हर को लिए गुणदंडु साई। कोई शरणागत आवे संपत्ति सबरी।
I now request our program chair, Shri Loknath Behra, Managing Director of Kochi Metro Rail, for his opening remarks. I once again reiterate our sincere gratitude, thanks, and thank you to our program chair. Without for his support and cooperation, it would not have been possible to deliver the project of this scale. Over to you, sir.
Our esteemed Chief Guest, Honorable Minister, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Cochin University of Science and Technology, Techno Media team, especially CEO Mr. Gupta, other dignitaries, friends from various other states, organizations, brothers and sisters. Few months back, one of my friends' son and his daughter-in-law went to Austria after getting married. As usual, they actually came and told me that, uncle, we are leaving for Vienna. Because I have traveled to Vienna so many times, so I told, you want anything to be given to you or any help is required? He said, no, not required. Young people, so they have their own space. So I did not ask anything. After 15 days, when they came back, they brought Vienna chocolates for the uncle and came to meet me. I asked him that your trip was good. They said, fantastic. I said, what did you actually see in Vienna? And he said, no, we didn't only confine it to Vienna. We went to different parts of Austria, including the place where The Sound of Music was shot. Then I said that, how did you actually, all these so many trips here and there, how did you manage? He said a very interesting thing, which is very crucial for this conference. He said, I did not even open my wallet in the entire trip. Number one. Before I left, I wanted to drive in Austria. I have an international license, driving license. I booked a caravan for me, for my wife. I traveled. So I wanted to also travel in metro. I wanted to travel in train. I also traveled in the jeep taxis, leaving my caravan. Wanted to stay in Salisbury in a tent. Everything I did. I just used my debit card once in India. Are we doing the same thing in our country? That is called the digital divide. Everything was managed technologically. Everything is clockwise precision. And Austria is a small country. Can we do that? That is the challenge. Now, I actually had the occasion to interact with the Honorable Prime Minister more than once on relating to the transport. His vision, 2047, 100 cities having metro, mass transport system. 2070, no carbon, zero carbon emission. The challenges have been thrown to us. Are we really working in that direction in a very systematic manner? That is the question which is being asked time and again in this type of actually knowledge partnership, conclaves, seminars, or workshops. Many other things have been already put to discuss. But what happens after the discussion, after we leave this particular hall, do we carry it forward and implement it? The takeaway, or we say that we came to a beautiful city called Cochin and enjoyed the stay there. Then what happened there, and what nirdesh or directions have been issued by Honorable Minister on behalf of central government, the policies, or the state government, whether we are trying to take it forward. That is the question for which this particular knowledge sharing platform has been created. Okay, coming to Mr. Gupta, I am actually, I know him for the last 25 years. When I worked in Delhi, I used to be a regular speaker in their SAFE, Secure India conclaves. That time, because I was working in police and I used to do technology, was my passion. So we used to do a lot of work. And whatever he used to say, the next issue will carry that all these things in the eGov magazine, which is a very popular magazine. I saw it abroad also in some of the tables of the policymakers. Well, what I am supposed to say is this: Kochi is a beautiful city. This city is very unique because it's the only city in the whole country which has got 27% of its area is water. There is no city in the country like this. And Kochi has historically a robust system of water transport. And it has 49 canals. In the canals, you can go from one place to the other. You don't have to use the road. And it has the most beautiful backwaters. It has the rivers. It has the mangroves. You name anything relating to water, it has sea. Everything is here. That's why it is called the Queen of Arabian Sea. And it is extremely modern in terms of the people, the dispositions, the technology, and more so, located in the state called the God's own country. I always say the God must have taken a casual leave 2-3 days to make Kerala. It is so beautiful. There are only 2 places in the world has been made like this. One is Scotland, another is Kerala. In 20 kilometers length, you get the sea, you get the backwater, and you get the hills. And the people here with a sizable population of expatriates, their demand for a good life actually turns the governance into one of the most innovative governance states in this country. I have worked in Government of India for 17 years. I have visited most of the states. The kind of thinking, what happens, whether it's in transport or whether it's in health, people say what Kerala thinks today, others think next day only. It's a fact. So what happens in transport sector also, the thinking which is going on right now is definitely very different. I'll give an example of this. Now we are, Honorable Prime Minister inaugurated the second phase, dedicated it to the nation, opening it, saying that quickly do this. 11.2 kilometers. We are going to work on this particular project from this month onwards. You know that everything, the concept here is how much of time I take to reach a train in the metro station. Go to Delhi. They are the father of all systems. You take in Khan Market, I take 6 minutes to reach a train. It's much more. I have given tasks to my engineers that can I reach the train in 2 minutes? That is innovation. And it is possible. Then the meaning of this thing comes. So these kind of ideas, the acceptability of the innovations through technology is very much there here. I'm not saying that it is not there elsewhere. It's there also. But we have to transform that to that thing by using the correct, appropriate technology in that. Now, as I said, is that I must talk about a little bit about this conference. When Mr. Gupta requested me over telephone that little bit of innovation will be done, because after the Vande Bharat train was flagged up by the Honorable Prime Minister, we were thinking that what a beautiful day it is. When I used to go in the 90s to France or to Japan, seeing the bullet train and seeing the TGV, we are saying when it will come to India. But now, at least, though it took a little time, but Vande Bharat has come. It's our pride. And I was very happy the other day, including the Prime Minister, everybody actually congratulated a lady driver in the train. Sir, for the Honorable Minister, I wanted to say, we have more than 43 lady drivers for the metro. We are actually percentage-wise, highest number of lady drivers are there in Kerala. And they are all engineers, BTech, BE and all. With pride, they actually run the trains. That I call it social innovation. And we have gone actually beyond the gender bar. What do you, actually this conference was actually planned. Then I told, okay, I know your capabilities and you do it. Because I know that they are capable of bringing the best of the mind in the country to a place. Though due to certain things, some of the people could not make it. But still then you have too many experts today in this hall. It's a great thing. What we had saying that Today's actually what a person in a democracy, the most important, the most powerful thing is the person, people. What people want. What are the political executives wants as officers or executives is not important. What is the person what he wants? The person wants the transport should be smart, serious, safe. These are the things which a particular one, whether it is metro, whether it is a taxi or anything. Whether we have an integrated system. Years back when I used to go to London in 90s, there used to be a day pass. You pay £5, you get a day pass. You can travel in any mode of transport except the taxis, whether it's water, train, anything. We have to bring that. So we are actually technologically, we are innovating. Yesterday I was telling somebody, to Rajesh, I was telling that we are integrating through the technology. That a person, without taking the wallet, travel everywhere. And this is possible. If it is possible here, it is possible also in Haryana, it is possible in Manipur also. It should be done. The policy makers should think that way. So this particular platform will discuss all this, the intermodal transport also, which we will tell how it is being done. Coming to one thing everybody is talking about, the water metro. Of course, the delegates who have come outside, I request Honorable Minister last time had a small trip. He could spare a little time when he traveled in the water metro. It's a unique experience. When you are surrounded by water, can we have a similar thing like a land metro rail, the water metro system? So now we designed a boat, which was adjudged as the best boat in the world. And we are sending person to receive this prize in Paris or so. And this boat is made in India, here in the backyard of Cochin, called a Cochin shipyard. And this is the most advanced boat in electric boat segment. It doesn't create any sound. It doesn't harm any flora and fauna of the water. It has no splashing effect. It protects the shore. It goes 10 knot speed. And it operates just like the metro. You have the AFC system, you have all the centralized control, you have the ITMS, everything, whatever is there. I only say this only happened because some people thought in that way. And who are going to be benefited? Lakhs of islanders. Kochi is surrounded by 10 islands, full of people. They don't have actually a proper system to come to the city and go back. Of course, the water transport is there, but this is air conditioned. Raja ki tarah you travel. That is what is the plan. What is the water metro? We are going into the next level. The state government of Kerala, the Honorable Chief Minister told me that hydrogen mobility has to be ensured in city of Kochi. So much so that they made a budgetary provision this year, 100 crores. And they are giving this money to us saying that you buy the hydrogen buses and run it. We want to become the first in the country quickly to have hydrogen mobility here, which is the actually dream of the Honorable Prime Minister. This is what actually the innovations we are trying to do. So what we say is that whether the thought of Honorable Prime Minister or the Honorable Minister or the Honorable CM, they are very experienced people, know the pulse of the people. They know what you want. They articulate that. It is our job is to implement that. And for that, knowledge sharing is very crucial. You should have cooperation with each other. And if Haryana, I wanted to learn how they have done this particular system, it should be seamlessly available with me and vice versa. So I hope this particular conference will serve its purpose. It should be one day. I wish that it could have been 2 days, so that more discussion could have taken place. There are prominent speakers talking about various important subjects. I wish all the best to all the participants. I'm extremely grateful to the Honorable Minister. In spite of the Parliament being in session, he could make time and come. I was wondering, I was telling Nisa that whether the Minister will be able to do it, because the Parliament is going on, and he is magnanimous, gracious to come. And the Honorable Minister actually gave a very thought-provoking speech during the UMI conference, which happened in the month of November here in Cochin, in Hyatt Hotel. And he had also told certain things about the intermodal integration, etc. So we are actually all doing all these works together as per your directions. And we hope that we will be successful in actually our endeavors. I'm very personally grateful to Dr. Masudan, because he is a man of few words, but a great achiever. Cochin University of Science and Technology is very unique. It is a university which is only dedicated to science and technology. I was telling PS to the Honorable Minister that it is the first university which has a business school. The IIMs came later. So it has a very different type of ship technology, ship building, marine science. This kind of integrated approach is done in that they have a very beautiful school of engineering, all this. And I'm grateful to you, sir, for agreeing and to coming to in the morning. And your people also helped us in devising the program. I thank all of you for joining. Thank you, Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. That was Shri Loknath Behera, Managing Director of Kochi Metro. Thank you for your kind words. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, today this program would not have been possible without your support and cooperation. Kochi Metro has attained great heights under your dynamic leadership. With one phase already operational, one on the verge of being commenced, and 4 more on the anvil, we do hope that Kochi Metro will attain greater heights under your leadership. I now invite Professor Dr. K.N. Madhusudan, Vice Chancellor, Kochi University of Science and Technology, for the keynote address.
Honorable Minister, Sri Kaushal Kishore, respected Sri Loknath Behera, Dr. Ravi Gupta, all the dignitaries present here, participants of the conference, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to be part of this conference along with other organizers. Mobility, transportation, all these aspects now entered into a new phase of advancement. Most important aspects are our sustainability concerns and technology integration. Sustainability, climatic concerns drive new technologies. We cannot stay away from it because of our global commitment in this regard. As Sri Behera has mentioned, it has to be people-centric. We have to provide solutions in tune with the sustainability and technology aspect. We talked about sustainability and climatic aspect, and main concern is about energy. We have electric systems. We have talked about hydrogen systems. But of course, when we talk about electric systems, one logical challenges we have is when in terms of energy is about efficiency. Efficiency is one of the most important aspects when we talk about new energy sources, a new way of looking at things in terms of electric vehicles and so on. So I think the most important knowledge component in terms of those energy concerns are, I think, power electronics. We tend to undermine the importance of power electronics. Because energy efficiency, we need power electronic systems with improvement in energy efficiency. Because we know that in our energy power systems, energy wastage is very high. So if you are able to save, say 25 to 30%, that itself will make huge contribution in terms of sustainability. There's a lot of scope for research and development in that direction. Hydrogen is another very important aspect which we are all talking about. We have embarked on hydrogen mission, and in the state also, the government is emphasizing on it. We have several partners already. The government has identified, like Cochin Shipyard, TCC, and so on. Already hydrogen is produced here. The important aspect is about how storage, cleaning, and so on. So those aspects are being taken up here. And another important aspect is about communication and computer science. All these aspects have to be brought in order to bring an integrated technology-based platform for transportation. We have IoT systems. We are having 5G systems coming in. So we have to have a cyber-physical system embedded in our transportation mechanism so that we make everything seamless and very efficient. Sri Behera has always been ambassador of Kerala. He is very excited about Kochi, specifically excited about Kerala in general. As we know, in Kerala, most of the things are people-driven. It's not from the top. Most of the things happen from bottom. Pressure from the bottom is very, very important here. And in that respect, I would like to add what Sri Behera has mentioned. When we are talking about introducing new systems, new technologies, innovations, especially in the transportation and mobility sector, I think Kerala is a model place to implement new technologies and new systems. We have already done this with regard to metro system in Kochi. Kerala as such, as you know, is more like an urban. Entire state is more like urban, or even I can say, if you don't agree with that, it is semi-urban definitely. There's no doubt on that. So we can develop all these connectivities for this model state, and so that which can be replicated, which can be scaled up at the national level and for bigger states. We do not have basically remote villages, as we can say. So the entire state can be technologically connected. The entire state can be connected with mass transport system, very fast and efficient mass transport system. Government of Kerala has several proposals in that direction also. I'm sure Kerail MD is here. He will elaborate more on that. Of course, we need to make people understand all this futuristic requirements. Why I'm here, I think, is because of our institutional capacity or knowledge capacity. As you know, probably Cochin University of Science and Technology is one of the prominent institutions in the country, also having very good reputation across the globe. We have certain unique programs like chip technology, marine science, and so on, engineering programs and so on. So our knowledge base can be very much useful for creating new technologies. In India, normally what happens is we operate, different agencies operate in isolation without much connectivity. When you talk about institutional connectivity, you talk only in terms of some IITs or at the best some NITs and so on. But we have very good institutions, like you said, here, where we can be a very good partner. So why I am here is basically seeking this partnership from the expert. That is my interest in attending this conference. I'm sure the deliberations at this conference will definitely contribute for the further advancement of mobility sector, transportation sector, and so on. We have been thinking about establishing a Center for Transportation Technology in our university. Our university is unique in the sense that, unlike other universities, we have all the basic science departments, we have all the engineering departments, all the technology departments, all in a very small place together. So knowledge sharing is very easy. Partnership is very easy. Most of the universities in our country, if you look at, they don't have all these combinations, basic ingredients together in one place. Sometimes universities concentrate on humanities, sometimes on basic science. Engineering is not part of university system. It's mostly confined to engineering colleges, NITs, IITs, and so on. But we have everything together in the same campus so that we can have an interdisciplinary approach to solving any kind of technology problems. So we have that kind of a very vibrant campus with close to 400 faculty members, 8,000 students, a very vibrant ecosystem. We can make use of this ecosystem and work in partnership to find new age solutions for mobility sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor K. Madhusudan. I should also inform all the audience here that SUSAT Cochin University for Science and Technology is a supporting partner for this program. We thank Dr. Madhusudan, Vice Chancellor SUSAT, for his keynote address. And before I invite the Honorable Minister for the Chief Guest address, a small video on Kochi Water Metro.
Kochi Water Metro. Connecting lives, connecting miles. The climate-friendly initiative of an integrated water transport system called Water Metro, conceived by the Government of Kerala, perfectly aligns with Honorable Prime Minister's vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat to serve Kochi city with 78 battery-powered hybrid electric boats. The unique Water Metro project will ride the waves of sustainable public transport over 76 road kilometers, connecting 38 state-of-art water metro terminals around Kochi to the city center. It would be a major boost to trade, business, and mobility of the islanders and improve their livelihood. Expecting a daily ridership of 34,000 passengers in the initial phase. The 747 crore project, with the financial assistance of 85 million euros from German financial agency KfW, Water Metro will decongest the roads and reduce the carbon footprint of the city. The aluminium catamaran, that is, twin hull boats, designed and made in Kochi by the Cochin Shipyard, has a super efficient hull that will not impact the aquatic flora and fauna while moving through the backwaters like a swan. The state-of-the-art air-conditioned boats operating under a single command and control will be the largest fleet of electric boats anywhere in the world, saving an estimated 44,000 metric tons of carbon emissions per annum when completed. Equipped with LTO batteries that are the safest of batteries commercially available, superchargers that charge the boats in just 15 minutes, and the latest of navigational and communication equipment, Water Metro boats prove that India can lead the world in technological solutions and innovations. The concrete floating pontoons makes the Water Metro disabled-friendly that enable persons with motor disability to board the boats on their own. Working in the same manner like the metro rail, Water Metro can be replicated in other cities across the country that have navigable water bodies, fulfilling our commitment to a sustainable future for mankind. Water Metro. Think blue, go green.
Very interesting video there. Ladies and gentlemen, now we would be launching a special issue of e-Governance magazine. As I mentioned in the beginning of this program, that e-Governance is a monthly magazine focusing on promotions of ICT-based innovations for improvement of governance. This special issue dedicated to the mobility, future of mobility, with a particular reference to the developments in the state of Kerala and Kochi Metro. So with the gracious, through the gracious hands of the Honorable Minister, this current issue of e-Governance magazine. I request Shri Rajesh Agrawal, MD of Haryana Rail Infrastructure Development Corporation, also to join this book release program. Video at the backdrop. Time now for the most exciting address, our chief guest address. I invite Shri Kaushal Kishore, Honorable Minister of State for Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, for his chief guest address.
आज नेशनल रेलवे ट्रांसपोर्ट पे इस कार्यक्रम में हमारे बीच में कोच्चि मेट्रो के सीएमडी श्री लोकनाथ बेहरा जी, कोच्चि यूनिवर्सिटी के वाइस चांसलर प्रोफेसर श्री के एन मधुसूदन जी, इलेट्स टेक्नो मीडिया के सीईओ श्री रवि गुप्ता जी, हमारे साथ आए मुकेश जी और आदित्य जी, उपस्थित सभी यहाँ पर सभी डेलीगेट्स, मीडिया के साथियों, वैसे तो इस समय मेरी लोकसभा चल रही है और लेकिन आज फ्राइडे का दिन था तो रोस्टर ड्यूटी भी नहीं थी, तो मैंने सोचा कि चलिए इस कार्यक्रम को अटेंड करते हैं हम लोग। ये आज का इलेट्स नेशनल रेलवे एंड ट्रांसपोर्ट इनोवेशन समिट में आकर के मुझे बहुत इस बात की प्रसन्नता है। इसके पहले भी मैं जब आया था तो दुनिया की, विश्व की पहली वाटर मेट्रो पर भी मुझे घूमने का मौका मिला, तो मैं अपने को सौभाग्यशाली मानता हूं और कोच्चि को भी इसके लिए विशेष तरीके से उनका अभिवादन करता हूं कि यहाँ के लोगों ने विश्व में सबसे पहली बार वाटर मेट्रो बनाने का काम किया। वैसे तो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी जब से 2014 में आए तब से उनका टारगेट ही था, पूरा लक्ष्य था ये कि हम कैसे हर क्षेत्र में एक विकसित भारत बनाने का काम करें। और इसके लिए जो भी डिपार्टमेंट थे उनको नई जिम्मेदारी और अगर जरूरत पड़ी तो नए डिपार्टमेंट का गठन करने का भी काम किया। जो हमारा लोगों का खुद का डिपार्टमेंट है वो कई चीजों से जुड़ा हुआ है। आवासन और शहरी कार्य के बारे में अगर आप समझें तो प्रधानमंत्री ग्रामीण आवास योजना पार्लियामेंट के पहले ही दिन के भाषण में उन्होंने कहा था कि हम चाहते हैं कि हमारे देश में आखिरी व्यक्ति के पास भी अपना आवास, निजी आवास हो और उस निजी आवास में चूल्हा हो जो सुबह शाम जलता, तभी जलेगा जब रोजगार होगा। उसमें बल्ब हो जो 24 घंटे जलता हो, यानी बिजली। उसमें नल हो जो पानी देता। कुल मिला के अगर एक सारांश में देखें तो रोटी, कपड़ा और मकान सारी चीजें ऊपर मिले, और वो मिलने के लिए तमाम संसाधनों को जुटाने की जरूरत पड़ती है, तमाम इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को ठीक करने का काम करना पड़ता है। और इसके लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सभी क्षेत्रों में काम किया। तो ट्रांसपोर्ट के सिस्टम में देखे होंगे कि जापान गए तो वहां से उन्होंने बुलेट ट्रेन लाने की बात की और उन्हीं से, जापान के लोगों से ही ये बात तय की कि आप हमारे यहाँ इसको बनाएंगे, लागू करेंगे। अभी मेट्रो सेवा में तेजी से पूरे देश में सुधार भी हो रहा है और तमाम शहरों में मेट्रो सेवा को, मेट्रो ट्रेन को और तेजी से काम शुरू करने का काम किया जा रहा है। नए नए शहरों को चिन्हित करने का काम किया जा रहा है। ट्रांसपोर्ट के सिस्टम में इलेक्ट्रिक बसें चलाने का भी निर्णय लेने का काम किया गया। इलेक्ट्रिक से तमाम चीजें जो चल रही हैं वो ट्रांसपोर्ट के सिस्टम से, उससे प्रदूषण में भी बड़ा बदलाव आ रहा है। जो डीजल से, पेट्रोल से चलने वाले वाहन थे जिसकी वजह से प्रदूषण बहुत होता था, अब धीरे धीरे उसमें जितने ज्यादा इलेक्ट्रिक के ट्रांसपोर्ट सिस्टम बनते जाएंगे उतने ज्यादा इसका प्रदूषण का प्रभाव भी उतना कम होता चला जाएगा। इसके लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अभी जैसे कि आपने अपने यहाँ वाटर मेट्रो की बात की, मैंने देखा कि हमारे यहाँ गडकरी जी जो ट्रांसपोर्ट मिनिस्टर हैं उन्होंने भी इस सिस्टम को किया कि जब पानी में के द्वारा यातायात संसाधन जुटाएंगे और उसमें पानी पे जो बोट चलेंगी और उसके लिए दूर तक जाने के का सिस्टम बनाने का काम कर रहे हैं, उस पर काम कर रहे हैं। तो जो भी इस तरह की योजनाएं हैं उसमें अलग अलग डिपार्टमेंट अपने लगे हैं और उनको जिम्मेदारी दी गई है। हमारी सबकी जिम्मेदारी बनती है, क्योंकि आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अभी 2047 तक जब आजादी के 100 साल पूरे होंगे तब तक एक विकसित भारत बनाने का एक प्रोग्राम तय किया है। और विकसित भारत बनाने के लिए 5.5 घंटे 6 घंटे सभी मिनिस्टरों के साथ मीटिंग करते हैं, एक एक इशू पे मीटिंग करते हैं, कैसे एक मजबूत भारत बने, कैसे विकसित भारत का मतलब ये नहीं है कि केवल जो है हम कुछ चीजों में डेवलप कर जाएं, सड़कें अच्छी हो जाए या हमारे आवागमन के साधन ही ठीक हो जाए, केवल इतना तक नहीं है, या आवास बन जाए, शौचालय बन जाए, सिर्फ इतना तक नहीं सीमित है, बल्कि हमारी खाने पीने की जो चीजें हैं वो भी ठीक हो। तो अभी एक आप देखे होंगे कि अगर इस पे गौर करें तो 1994 में पार्लियामेंट में एक बिल आया था डंकेल ड्राफ्ट। उस डंकेल ड्राफ्ट में ये था कि हिंदुस्तान के अंदर जो खेती होगी उसमें विदेशी हाइब्रिड बीज डाले जाएंगे, बोए जाएंगे। अब इसको बड़े बड़े लोगों ने मार्क नहीं किया कभी। किसानों को तो फसल का इतनी ज्यादा उपजाऊ हो जाए इसके लिए ध्यान नहीं दिए, या उसको बाद में समझे। किसान पहले समझ गया, लेकिन बिल लाने वाले लोग बाद में समझे कि नहीं समझे अलग बात है। ये जो इम्पोर्टेंट बीज हाइब्रिड दिया जाता है, आप सोच रहे होंगे कि ये कहाँ से बात कहाँ है, उसलिए कह रहा हूँ कि हमारे सब चीजों से जुड़ी हुई है। तो इम्पोर्टेंट वो जो बीज देते हैं हाइब्रिड बीज, उसको जब बोएंगे तो फसल तो पैदा होगी, लेकिन जो बीज पैदा होगा वो इम्पोर्टेंट होगा, नपुंसक होगा। दोबारा बोएंगे तो उससे फसल नहीं होगी। विदेशी हाइब्रिड बीज में ये है, देसी हाइब्रिड बीज में ये नहीं है। यानी हर उसका दूसरा कारण क्या है? दूसरा कारण कि हर साल हर फसल के लिए आपको उनसे बीज लेना पड़ेगा, और जब वो बीज हर बार लेंगे उनसे तो पैसा उनके पास जाएगा, और धीरे धीरे करके देसी बीज आपका जो है वो डेड हो जाएगा। जब देसी बीज नहीं रहेगा तो चूंकि पेटेंट कानून लागू है, इसलिए वो बीज आप बना भी नहीं सकते। तो पूरी तरीके से आप दूसरे पे निर्भर हो जाएंगे आत्मनिर्भर बनने के बजाय। तो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने आत्मनिर्भर भारत का की है। अब जो कुछ भी कर रहे हैं सब ठीक कर रहे हैं, लेकिन अगर भोजन पे हम आत्मनिर्भर नहीं है तो फिर बचेगा हमारे पास क्या? तो देसी बीज डेड ना होने पाए, मरने ना पाए, उसके लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी 5.5-6 घंटे मीटिंग करते हैं प्राकृतिक खेती करने के लिए, नेचुरल खेती करने के लिए। और उसके लिए आप देखे होंगे कि जो ये खेतों में खाद डाली जाती है, डीएपी, जिंक वगैरह, ये सब तमाम, ये विदेशी खाद है। इसको अमेरिका से आती है, वहां पे डालने पे रोक लगी है। इसको 2 बार जिस खेत में डाल देंगे 3 बार, तो उस पर दूसरी खाद असर नहीं करती, कोई भी उस पर उर्वरक उस पे असर नहीं करता। इसके लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी ने प्राकृतिक खेती, जैविक खेती पर ज्यादा जोर देने का काम किया, क्योंकि हमारी खेती बची रहे, हमारी फसल बची रहे, ये ध्यान में रखना है। तो इस पर भी ये सारी चीजें जो हम तमाम संसाधन जुटा रहे हैं, तो जीविका के भी हमारे संसाधन फ्रेश होने चाहिए, ठीक होने चाहिए। इनका असर क्या पड़ रहा है? इनका असर ये पड़ रहा है कि केमिकल युक्त जो खेती हो रही है उसकी वजह से आज देख रहे होंगे कि WHO ने एक रिपोर्ट जारी की है कि जितने पूरी दुनिया में हार्ट अटैक के मरीज हैं उसमें से 60% केवल हिंदुस्तान में है। और हिंदुस्तान में 25 से 40 साल की उम्र के लोगों में करीब 40% लोगों के ऊपर हार्ट अटैक के मरीज है, नौजवान। और 40 साल से 60 साल के बीच में 25%, और फिर 60 साल से ऊपर करीब 35%। ये सब ऐसे क्यों हो रहा है? जो खाने पीने का जो सिस्टम है तमाम, उसको चेंज करने की जरूरत है। जो फास्ट फूड और जंक फूड बहुत खा रहे हैं, उसका बड़े पैमाने पे असर पड़ रहा है। और इसके लिए जो है आप देखे होंगे कि इसमें जो व्यक्ति है उसके अंदर चिड़चिड़ापन ज्यादा है, गुस्सा ज्यादा है, आक्रोश ज्यादा है, जो हार्ट बीट बढ़ गई है व्यक्ति की और ब्लड सर्कुलेशन बढ़ा रहता है, बीपी के मरीज ज्यादा है, शुगर के मरीज ज्यादा है। इन पर कभी पढ़िए कि हुआ क्या, ऐसा कारण क्या है। तो अभी यहाँ पर हमारे देश में जो है इसके पीछे की बड़ी चीजें हैं कि आप भोजन कैसा ले रहे हैं, पेय पदार्थ कौन कौन सा ले रहे हैं। कुछ लोग मैंने देखा कि खाने के बाद तुरंत जो है वो कोल्ड ड्रिंक लेते हैं। अब नेचर ने तो कोल्ड ड्रिंक नहीं बनाया है, नेचर ने कोल्ड ड्रिंक आप लेंगे तो आपका, मैंने कई लोगों से पूछा, एक शादी में मैं गया तो उन्होंने तो केवल कोल्ड ड्रिंक ही पिला था। मैंने कहा पानी, कहना नहीं यही पीजिए। मैंने कहा कारण क्या है, कहना नहीं इसे खाना हजम हो जाता है। तो कोल्ड ड्रिंक से अगर खाना हजम होगा तो आपका जो नेचर ने आपके ऑर्गन्स जो बनाए हैं तो वो तो फिर कोल्ड ड्रिंक से चलने लगेंगे, तो उसे तो नहीं, उसे हार्मोन रिलीज होते हैं तेजी से। बाद में अगर कोल्ड ड्रिंक लेंगे तो हार्मोन रिलीज नहीं होंगे, आप पेट के मरीज हो जाएंगे। तो इन सारी चीजों पर आपको कब क्या चीजें लेनी है, इसीलिए प्रधानमंत्री जी ने आयुर्वेद पर ज्यादा जोर देने का काम किया। आयुर्वेद को जो है फिर से लाना है, आयुर्वेद को बढ़ाना है। और आज पूरी दुनिया आयुर्वेद की तरफ देख रही है। ये प्रधानमंत्री जी का विजन है, आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी का। तो इनके सब चीजों के लिए जब हम कर रहे हैं, उसके लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी ने लोगों का माइंड ठीक हो, बहुत अच्छा रहे। जिनके पास घर नहीं है, अब सोचिए जिनके पास घर नहीं है और वो डाल करके झोपड़पट्टी बना करके रह रहे हैं, बगल में एक बिल्डिंग बनी है, तो उसका माइंड काम नहीं करता। वो सोचता कैसे मेरा एक घर बन जाए, मनोबल कैसे बढ़े, उसके लिए आत्मबल कैसे बढ़े। इसके लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी ने प्रधानमंत्री आवासीय योजना शुरू की। और उस आवासीय योजना के तहत ग्रामीण क्षेत्र हो या शहरी, हमारे डिपार्टमेंट शहरी योजना में है, करीब 1.25 करोड़ लोगों को आवास देने का काम किया। उन 1.25 करोड़ लोगों का जिनको आवास मिला, तो ये केवल गेम चेंजर का प्लान नहीं है कि सिर्फ गेम चेंजर का हो। ये 1.25 करोड़ लोग या जिन लोगों के पास आवास नहीं उन लोगों को मिला, आवास डिमांड पे मिला। हाउस फॉर ऑल योजना है, सबको आवास, जिनके पास नहीं है उनको सबको आवास। तो उनके पास प्रधानमंत्री का आवास मिल जाएगा। तो जो आवास के दिमाग ले उनके दिमाग में चलता रहता था कैसे करे, अपने आप बल बढ़ जाएगा, मनोबल बढ़ जाएगा। उसमें बिजली हो, इसके लिए उन्होंने सौभाग्य योजना लागू की, मुफ्त में बिजली का कनेक्शन देंगे। उसमें नल हो जो जल देता हो, उसके लिए जल शक्ति मंत्रालय का गठन करके 2024 तक घरों में, यानी सब लोगों को, वो जो नए बन रहे हो या जिनके घर में नहीं है, वहां तक पानी पहुंचाने का काम करेंगे। एक बड़ी ये योजना है। तो इसके लिए क्या है, तो गेम चेंजर के साथ साथ माइंड चेंजर करने की व्यवस्था आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बनाई कि आपका मनोबल बढ़े। और जब मनोबल आपका बढ़ेगा कि हमारे पास संसाधन है, यानी हमारी सरकार जो है वो विकसित भारत बनाना चाहती है, तो उस विकसित भारत बनाने के लिए आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने आगामी 25 साल का कार्यक्रम तय किया। और इसके लिए वो अमृत काल घोषित किया। अमृत काल का मतलब, अमृत तो जान रहे ना, अमृत माने क्या है। तो अमृत काल का मतलब है कि ये पीरियड जो है 25 साल का, ये देश को एक संजीवनी देने का काम करे, सारी गरीबी खत्म हो, हर क्षेत्र में, टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में, ट्रांसपोर्ट के क्षेत्र में, इलेक्ट्रिक के क्षेत्र में, विज्ञान के क्षेत्र में, शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में, इलाज के क्षेत्र में, स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में, रोजगार के क्षेत्र में हम दुनिया में नंबर 1 पे हों। ये अमृत काल है और इसलिए इस तरह का एक विकसित भारत बनाना है। तो जो आप लोगों की जिम्मेदारी अपनी है, जैसे जिस भी डिपार्टमेंट से आप जुड़े हैं, तो उसके लिए जो हमारी सरकार करने का काम कर रही है, तो उसके लिए एक तो प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना शुरू की, स्वच्छ भारत मिशन योजना शुरू की। इसके लिए जो है स्वच्छ भारत मिशन के तहत करीब 4900 शहर जो आते हैं हमारे देश में, उन सब में पूरा घर से उठ जाए, कचरा मुक्त, गार्बेज फ्री शहर हमारे बने, बिल्कुल स्वच्छ बने, ऐसा। उसके लिए मेट्रो सिटी भी योजना शुरू की। उसके लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो एक स्वच्छ भारत मिशन के तहत लोगों को मुफ्त में शौचालय भी देने का काम किया, और वो योजनाएं लागू भी हैं। लोगों को प्रॉब्लम्स ना हो, ये सारी चीजों के लिए शहर मॉडल के रूप में बने। इसके लिए स्मार्ट सिटी, 100 स्मार्ट सिटी चुने, और 100 स्मार्ट सिटी में लगभग 1000 करोड़ रुपए के आसपास हर शहर को देने का काम किया 100 स्मार्ट सिटी को। अब वो जिनकी जो जिम्मेदारी है, उसके लिए अभी विगत 1 अक्टूबर 2021 को प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अमृत 2.0 और SBM 2.0 योजना लॉन्च की थी, और जिसमें बहुत पैसा देने का काम किया, इसलिए कि पूरी तरीके से एक ये मॉडल के रूप में शहर आए, और जब मॉडल के रूप में निकल करके आएंगे स्मार्ट सिटी बन करके, तो पूरा देश हमारा स्मार्ट बने, ऐसा आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का विजन है। उसमें जो जिम्मेदारी जिसकी बनती है, वो हमको सबको पूरी करने की जरूरत है। केवल ये नहीं कि हम केवल नौकरी कर रहे हैं या सर्विस कर रहे हैं, पार्ट टाइम करेंगे, जितना टाइम है उतना करेंगे, हर समय उसी विषय में सोचने की जरूरत है। हमको राष्ट्र के निर्माण के लिए काम करने का काम करना है। इसके लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो शहरों में पटरी दुकानदार है, उनके लिए प्रधानमंत्री स्वनिधि योजना लागू की कि कोई भी बेरोजगार न रहे। प्रधानमंत्री स्वनिधि योजना में जो पटरी दुकानदार हैं, देखिए समझ का फर्क है। पटरी दुकानदार जो है वही होते हैं जहां पे दुकानें हैं, उन पटरियों पे अगर वो अपनी दुकान लगाते हैं तो दोनों लोगों का एक दूसरे से संबंध है। छोटा सामान लेने आएगा तो बड़ा सामान भी ले लेगा, बड़ा सामान की दुकान पे जाएगा तो छोटे की दुकान के पास भी ले लेगा। ये आदमी की जरूरत है। अब इसमें कई शहरों में मैंने देखा कि उन्होंने शहर से अलग हट करके पटरी दुकानदारों के लिए दुकानें बना दी। अब वहां कस्टमर नहीं जाता, क्या करेगा? मार्केट जिस दिन लगती है उस दिन सबकी बिक्री ऑटोमेटिक बढ़ जाती है। अब ये आदमी की अपनी सोच है, और ऐसा काम उन लोगों ने किया जो IAS रैंक के अधिकारी है, उन लोगों ने ऐसा किया। मैंने कई जगह बुला करके बात की, मैंने कहा इस तरह का करते क्यों? ये सोच में नहीं आती, कस्टमर नहीं जाएगा तो कैसे जो उनकी दुकान चलेगी? वो भी पैसा बेकार, वो बेरोजगार हो गए। तो योजनाओं को हम लागू किस तरीके से कर रहे हैं, उसके रिएक्शन के बारे में भी हमको सोच करके लागू करने की जरूरत है। तो ये इसके लिए हमारी अमृत योजना में पहले चरण में हमारी सरकार ने 50,000 करोड़ रुपए इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए देने का काम किए थे, खर्च किए इस पे। और अभी दूसरे चरण में 2026 तक 66.75 हजार करोड़ रुपए केंद्र सरकार राज्यों को देने का काम करेगी कि इसको एक विकसित तरीके से, पूरी तरीके से विकसित करने का काम करें। अब एक योजना और हमारी सरकार ने लागू की कि प्रवासी मजदूर आते हैं, जो बाहर से आकर के उनको वहां काम नहीं मिलता तो दूसरे शहर में चले आए, और दूसरे शहर में आकर के मालूम हुआ बस गए। जैसे मैं दादरा नगर हवेली गया तो मालूम हुआ कि वहां की टोटल आबादी में 1/3 आबादी जो है केवल उत्तर भारत की है, और वो सब काम करने के लिए आए, बस गए वहां। तो ऐसे लोगों को क्या करना है? इसके लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमारे डिपार्टमेंट के द्वारा शुरू कराया कि प्रवासी योजना के तहत लोग अपना मकान बनाए, बिल्डर्स, और किराए पे दे सकते हैं। और 25 साल के लिए अगर किराए पे देंगे तो 25% से ज्यादा उसमें 25 साल में किराया नहीं बढ़ाएंगे। ये उसके लिए पहले चरण में 8%, दूसरे चरण में 8%, और उसके बाद में जो शेष बचेगा वो उतना प्रतिशत बढ़ाने का काम करेंगे किराया। लेकिन टोटल मिला के 25% से किराया नहीं बढ़ाएंगे, किराए पे देंगे। मजदूर जो है पटरी पे नहीं लेटेगा, सड़क पे नहीं लेटेगा, उसमें किराए पे जाकर के रहेगा, ऐसी योजना उन लोगों के लिए भी बनाने का काम किया। तो ये इस तरह का एक विकसित भारत बने, इसके लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सारी चीजों को सोच समझ कर करने का काम किया। तो मैं कुल मिला के ये कहना चाहता हूं कि जो हमारे लोग जो है वो नवाचार जो है, नवाचार का मतलब है कि नई नई टेक्नोलॉजी को लाना, नई नई सोच को यानी परिवर्तन लाना। तो जैसे कि मान लिया पहले कोई पानी का जहाज या नाव लेकर के आया होगा तो कपड़ा लगा हुआ उसी से ऐसे ऐसे घुमा के चलाते थे। धीरे धीरे स्टीमर बन गए, अब बड़े बड़े शिप बन गए, हवाई जहाज बन गए। तो टेक्नोलॉजी धीरे धीरे विकसित होती चली जा रही, उनकी स्पीड भी बढ़ती चली जा रही। तो नई नई टेक्नोलॉजी को सोचना, नए नए विचार लाना और उन विचारों को कैसे हम जमीन पे लाने का काम करेंगे, ये ध्यान में रख करके करना है। कि जैसे अभी एक वेहरा जी ने बहुत अच्छी राय दी कि एक कमेटी बन जानी चाहिए एडवाइजरी की, एडवाइजरी कमेटी एक बन जाए जिसमें वीसी साहब हों, आईआईटी के डायरेक्टर्स हों, कई लोग हों, इस तरीके के एक कमेटी बने जो उसमें नई नई चीजों के बारे में वो एडवाइस करती रहे कि कैसे करेंगे, उस पर वो काम भी करेंगे। तो मैं इलाहाबाद प्रयागराज गया तो वहाँ पे मोतीलाल नेहरू टेक्निकल इंस्टीट्यूट है, वहां पर मेरी बातचीत हुई तो मुझे बोले वो करीब 80 साल के ऊपर हो गए होंगे, जिन्होंने पहली बार प्रधानमंत्री ग्रामीण सड़क योजना का उन्होंने कॉन्सेप्ट किया और उसको बनाया। और वो अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी जब प्रधानमंत्री थे तो उन्होंने लागू करने का काम किया। आज पूरे देश में प्रधानमंत्री ग्रामीण सड़क योजना के तहत प्रत्येक गांव लगभग सड़क से जुड़ गया। एक बड़ा कॉन्सेप्ट जो था वो एक व्यक्ति के द्वारा कुछ लोगों को बैठा के किया गया। तो आप लोग जो है इसके लिए नवाचार में तमाम वो नई नई टेक्निक, नई नई चीजें, नए नए विचार प्रैक्टिकल में करके उसको लागू कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि राष्ट्र के निर्माण में आप सब लोगों की एक अहम भूमिका है और आने वाले समय में और ज्यादा अहम भूमिका होनी चाहिए। तभी जा करके हम इस देश को आने वाले 25 साल में विकसित भारत बना पाएंगे, आत्मनिर्भर भारत बना पाएंगे। और इसके लिए सीधी सी बात है, आप पूरी दुनिया में आप जान रहे हैं कि 2-3 तरीके के लोग हैं। जो साम्राज्यवादी मुल्क हैं वो अपना राज चाहते हैं, आपके देश को मार्केट बना देना चाहते हैं, बना ही दिया है। और कुछ ऐसे भी मुल्क हैं जो चाहे साम्राज्यवादी हो चाहे साम्यवादी हो, दोनों टाइप के जो देश हैं, वो आपके देश की पॉपुलेशन अधिक होने के कारण यहाँ पर कस्टमर ज्यादा है, इसलिए जो सारी चीजें जो कुछ चलेगी वो खरीदने से चलेगी जहाँ कस्टमर होगा वहां से। तो हम केवल, हमारा देश केवल मार्केट बन करके ना रहे हैं, बल्कि हमारा देश जो है आगे और विकसित करे, हम अपने यहाँ आगे ज्यादा उन्नति करें, चीजों का उत्पादन करें, हम दूसरे लोगों को कस्टमर बनाने का काम करें। और इसके लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी ने वोकल फॉर लोकल की बात की थी। और वोकल फॉर लोकल का मतलब हम स्थानीय अपने सामान जो बन रहे हैं, लोकल उत्पादन है, उनका कितना यूज करने का काम करते हैं। तो जिस क्षेत्र में आप कर रहे हैं कि जैसे मान लिया कि वाटर मेट्रो हमारे दुनिया में, विश्व में पहली बार हमारे यहाँ बनी, तो इसका कितना प्रचार प्रसार हम कर ले जाएंगे, कितना और ज्यादा करके ले जाएंगे कि दुनिया के दूसरे देशों के लोग हमसे ये टेक्नोलॉजी ले जाने का काम करें और हम उन्हें इनको देने का काम करें, हमको ये इसका मिले, फायदा मिले, इसको लाभ मिले हमारे देश को। तो आज की जो ये समिट है आपकी, आप सब लोगों की, ये मात्र ये इसलिए नहीं है कि हम एक फॉर्मेलिटीज करके और कंप्लीट कर रहे हैं, बल्कि आप जो है नवाचार के और ज्यादा विषयों को सोचना, अलग अलग अपनी नई चीजों को टेक्नोलॉजी के रूप में लाना, अपने विचार लाना और उसको प्रैक्टिकल में उतारना, क्या क्या राय दे सकते हैं, क्या क्या कर सकते हैं। तो बहुत सी ऐसी चीजें हैं जिनके लिए कर सकते हैं। हमारे तरफ उत्तर प्रदेश में मैंने उसमें पढ़ा एक बार, अभी जल्दी की 1.5-2 साल पहले की बात है। वो एक लड़के ने इंटरमीडिएट पास एक लड़का, उसने इसका मोबाइल से एक सिस्टम बनाया। उसने पिस्टल में पता नहीं कैसे लगाया उसने, तो बहुत माहिर टेक्नोलॉजी में रहा होगा। तो अपने मोबाइल पे बोलता था फायर, और पिस्टल दूर रखती थी और वो फायर कर देती थी। ऐसा किया उसने। अब इसको देखिए, अगर ये उसमें आया कि अगर वास्तव में ये सब इस तरह के बन करके और लगा दी जाए बॉर्डर पे, तो फायर कर दिया, वो अपने आप फायर हो जाएगी। तो ये अपना उसका दिमाग था, उसने ऐसा किया, लगाया। तो ये सबका सोच नहीं है, सब अपना सोच सकते हैं, बेहतर से बेहतर कोई भी व्यक्ति सोच सकता है, क्योंकि बुद्धि जो है वो किसके पास होगी, नॉलेज किसके पास होगा, विवेक किसके पास होगा, वो सोचने की जरूरत है। और मैं समझ रहा हूं कि आप सब लोग बहुत काबिल हो, बुद्धिजीवी वर्ग के लोग हो। एक क्रीम यहाँ पर बैठी हुई, क्रीम, सभी अपने अपने काम में बहुत माहिर हो। इसमें और कितना ज्यादा अच्छा कर सकते हो, ये हमको सोचने की जरूरत है और इसको प्रैक्टिकल में करने की जरूरत है। ट्रांसपोर्ट के इस सिस्टम में जो आपने कर रहे हैं बहुत अच्छा है, और जितने ही ज्यादा संसाधन सस्ते दर पर हम लोगों को उपलब्ध कराने में सफल होंगे, हमारे देश का विकास भी उतनी ही तेजी से होगा। और कोच्चि के लिए विशेष तरीके से मैं सबका आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ, अभिनंदन करता हूँ। आप सभी लोगों का अभिनंदन करता हूँ, स्वागत करता हूँ इस विश्वास के साथ कि हम सब लोग मिल करके कुछ भी हो, कहीं भी हो, किसी तरीके से हो, लेकिन एक ही सबका लक्ष्य है कि सब मिल करके हम इस अपने देश को, राष्ट्र के निर्माण को, विकसित भारत, आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाने के लिए, दुनिया में नंबर 1 पे ले जाने के लिए हम जो भी गुलामी के अवशेष हैं उनको मिटाते जाएंगे। गुलामी के अवशेष का मतलब है कि केवल हम जो गुलाम रहे वैसे ही नहीं, उनको मिटाने के साथ साथ में हम दूसरों पे निर्भर न रह करके अपने ऊपर निर्भर रहने का काम करेंगे। हमारा देश अपने ऊपर निर्भर रहे पूरी तरीके से, ऐसा एक विकसित भारत, आत्मनिर्भर भारत। और जो संसाधन है उनमें भी, आवागमन के जो संसाधन है उनमें भी हम पूरी तरीके से और कितना डेवलप कर सकते हैं। नई नई जो भी टेक्नोलॉजी है उनको आप लेने का काम कर रहे हैं, करते रहेंगे, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है। मैं आभार इसके लिए देता हूँ लोकनाथ मेहरा जी का, प्रोफेसर और वीसी के मधुसूदन जी का, रवि गुप्ता जी का, आप सब लोगों का अभिनंदन और आभार व्यक्त करते हुए इस सफल समिट का मैं स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं और धन्यवाद देता हूं। जय हिंद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय मंत्री जी। अपने व्यस्त कार्यक्रम के बावजूद आप इस कार्यक्रम में शिरकत कर पाए दिल्ली से आकर के, इसके लिए हम आपका बहुत दिल से आभार प्रकट करते हैं। आपके मार्गदर्शन में शहरी और आवास विकास का कार्य देश के इस अमृत काल में और उच्चतर ऊंचाइयों को छू सके, ऐसी हमारी कामना है। Ladies and gentlemen, now we proceed on to the next phase of this today's inaugural session, and this is going to be the most exciting phase after the Honorable Minister's Chief Guest Address, and this is ILETS Transport Innovation Awards. So ILETS Transport Innovation Awards were conceptualized few years back, and this 2023 edition, we had solicited, invited nominations from across the country, and this was a very transparent process. Nominations were invited online, nominations were submitted online, a jury then sat and then select projects, select categories from across the country. We have received nomination from throughout the country, and from those nominations, we have been able to identify 6 unique and best practices in the field of transport and mobility. So here goes the first award. The first award Transport Innovation, Let's Transport Innovation Award goes to Shri B. Sundar, Special Secretary, IT, Electronics and Communication Department, Government of Andhra Pradesh. And on behalf of Mr. B. Sundar, Tata Babu Chukka would receive the award. The project name is Rural Water Supply and Pipeline Network, mapping using GIS in Andhra Pradesh. And the category of the award is Innovative Technology Adoption for Infrastructure and Asset Management. Tata Babu Chukka. The next Transport Innovation Award is from the state of Jammu and Kashmir, Transport Department Initiatives in Jammu and Kashmir. We have with us Raj Mohammad Malik, Additional Secretary to the Government of Jammu and Kashmir Transport Department. Project name Transport Department Initiatives of J&K Government. Category Innovative Technology Adoption for Operations and Efficiency. Raj Mohammad Malik. Next award goes to Haryana Orbital Rail Corridor Project for the adult category Outstanding Partnership and Collaboration Initiative. The award is for Rajesh Agarwal, Managing Director, Haryana Rail Infrastructure Development Corporation. Congratulations, Rajesh Agarwal ji, बहुत बहुत बधाई आपको. Project name Haryana Orbital Rail Corridor, Outstanding Partnership and Collaboration Initiative. The next Elects Transport Innovation Award for Rail Land Development Authority, RLDA. Project name is Rani Kamalapati Railway Station and category Outstanding Performance in Enhancing Customer Experience. The award will be taken by Ved Prakash Sureja, Vice Chairman, RLDA. बहुत बहुत बधाई, very warm welcome. Congratulations to Teja sir. Next award for Axis Bank, category Outstanding Digital Solutions. Award to be received by S. Bindish, Senior Vice President, Axis Bank. Axis Bank team can come and come on the stage and receive the award. Congratulations, entire team of Axis Bank. And the last award goes to Canara Bank for their initiative Leading Bank in Metro Project Financing. The award to be received by S.K. Mishra, Deputy GM Canara Bank and his team. Very, very congratulations. S.K. Mishra, DGM Canara Bank. Now we would like to invite all the industry partners on the stage for a group photograph with the Honorable Minister here. Team from Canara Bank, Godrej, Dassault System, SCL Tech, Lincoln, Axis Bank, Cochin Shipyard, and KHP. For industry partners a reflection of the vibrant partnership between the government and the corporate to take the mobility sector to new dimensions. Now, I request the team at the back end for the felicitation of all the esteemed dignitaries on the dais, including the Chief Guest, Honorable Minister for Housing and Urban Affairs. I request Dr. Ravi Gupta to present a memento to Shri Loknath Behra ji, MD of Kochi Metro Rail Limited. I request Professor Dr. K. N. Madhusudan to present a memento to our program chair. Mr. Madhusudan. Yeah, I will invite on the stage Thomas Philip from the SALT to give a memento to our keynote addressee, Professor Dr. K. N. Madhusudan, Vice Chancellor of USAID. I invite on the stage Aslam Shahjah Khan from SCL Technologies and Nand Kishore Transmission Kulkarni from SCL Tech team. And I also request Sri Loknath Behra ji to felicitate the Honorable Minister. I request Dr. Ravi Gupta to present the shawl to the Honorable Minister. I request Dr. Ravi Gupta to present one shawl to our program chair, Shri Loknath Behra ji, MD of Kochi Metro. Now I invite Rajan P. John, Chief Operating Officer of Kochi Water Metro, to please come on the dais and deliver the vote of thanks. Rajan.
Our Chief Guest, Honorable Minister of State for MOHUA, Sri Kaushal Kishore ji, respected Vice Chancellor Kusat, Sri Professor Dr. K.N. Madhusudanan, respected MD of KMR, Sri Loknath Betta, Sri Ravi Gupta, CEO, Alex Technologies, dignitaries, delegates, friends and colleagues. We are moving towards the end of inaugural session of this National Railway and Transport Summit. Later on the day, we will be having very valuable sessions, especially on innovative solutions. I deemed it a great privilege to stand here on behalf of the organizers to propose a vote of thanks. Honorable Minister of State, MOHUA, Sri Kaushal Kishore ji is here taking time out of his very busy schedule, and right from the Parliament session is going on. And he has given very valuable and inspirational thoughts. He is leading from the front and in India's journey towards excellence. He has expressed in very detail how the life of poorest of the poor to be taken care of the development for inclusive development. Very valuable insights, sir. We are indebted to you, and I hope everyone will be following your directions. On behalf of organizations, I express my sincere gratitude and propose a warm vote of thanks to you, sir. KUSAT has been doing excellent work in its field. Professor Dr. Madhusudanan has been giving KUSAT a wonderful leadership. And if you see, KUSAT has been improving on NAAC accreditation. Last year, it has got A+. It's a great achievement under your leadership, sir. I propose a vote of thanks to you, sir. Sri Loknath Betta, IPS, Managing Director of KMRL and KWML, has been a leading light in the transformation of Kochi. Always amazed by your energy and perseverance, sir. On behalf of the organizers, a big thank you to you, sir. We'll be having various sessions following this, and eminent speakers will be there from various fields to provoke our thoughts. On behalf of the organizations, I propose a vote of thanks to all the dignitaries, delegates, and the participants. I also thank the sponsors of the program, partners of the program, Canara Bank, Godrej, Dassault Systems, XCL Technology, Linson, Kochi Shipyard, Axis Bank, and KSP. Without your invaluable support, this would not have been a success. Thank you all. Also thank everyone for attending this.
Thank you, Mr. John, for that vote of thanks. Now I request Dr. Ravi Gupta to conclude this opening inaugural session.
I wish to again propose a vote of thanks to our chief guest, Honorable Minister Shri Kaushal Kishore ji, for joining us. It's an absolute pleasure, and especially I just now discovered that he belongs to Lucknow and I am from Banaras. So मैं बहुत धन्यवाद है सर कि आप यहाँ तक आए और माई
कोची में लखनऊ और बनारस
और मेरी जो ससुराल जो है लखनऊ में है, सो इट्स लाइक फीलिंग लाइक होम. सो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. मैं स्पेशली आफ्टर द वर्ड ऑफ थैंक्स मैंने कहने के लिए स्टेज पर आया कि आपने हमारे लिए इतना जो है वक्त निकाला. और आज जो उत्तर प्रदेश में विकास हो रहा है वो अपने आप में अद्भुत तरक्की हो रही है, और उसके लिए आपकी जो लीडरशिप है, आपका जो कार्य है, उसके लिए भी मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ. With this, we will close this inauguration ceremony. Thank you so much.
Now I request the Honorable Minister, माननीय मंत्री जी से मेरा निवेदन है कि और plus the dignitaries of the dais, Shri Loknath Behera ji and Professor Madhusudan, to proceed to the expo area and for a networking tea also. We break for a 10 minutes tea, and then after the tea break, we will be having a special presentation on Kochi Water Metro connecting to the future. A 15 minutes break. And I request all the delegates and VIPs and delegates to please proceed towards the expo area. I also request all these people finally this is a summary of the project basically. This project envisages connecting 10 islands in the city of Kochi. And this envisages the seamless connectivity for Kochi city, similar to the metro rail. And we have got almost 38 water metro stations. We call them terminals because they are similar to the metro stations. You have got the same experience, the entire experience of the metro is given in the water metro also. And we have got 100 packs and 50 packs boards for different routes. And it's a unique proposition in the world. It's also a unique in the form that it's a Make in India project. It's a climate friendly initiative. We have got socio-economic development in and around the islands, and it's also a tourism booster. Talking about Kochi Metro, I'll just give a small introduction about Kochi Metro also. We are a unique organization. We are a metro organization, as born as a metro organization, slowly evolved into a transport solution provider nowadays, and now also into canal metro also. This is our new venture. We have got the canal metro also coming up. So we intend to provide seamless transportation to all the passengers in the city of Kochi with respect to metro rail, city bus, metro train, cycling, walkways, city taxi, and feeder bus. As you know, as you can see, only air has been left. We'll try for that also. So the vision for sustainability mobility in our forefront, that is the universal access, efficiency, safety, and green concepts. This is a very short summary. We intend to carry 34,000 passengers daily on our 78 boats. In the initial phases, we may be launching 23 boats, 100 packs. We have got 15 roads, 76 route kilometers traversing through the entire city of Kochi. We have got 78 boats, 38 terminals, all highly technologically intensive terminals. We have got an AFC system similar to that in the metro system, and add on to that will be a passenger control system, because we cannot pass on all the passengers like a metro system, because a metro system carries 950 to 1,100 passengers, but we can allow only 100 passengers to the system. So once the people enter the paid area, we have to restrict them in the paid area itself. So there will be 100 passenger control system. This is also a unique concept which has been introduced first time in the world. The entire passenger control system will be connected to the other terminals also, so that once if 50 passengers has boarded in the first terminal, the next terminal can board only 50. So this message is sent to the next terminal, and the passenger control system in the next terminal is automatically functionalized such a way that only 50 passengers can board in the same boat. So we will try and achieve 18 to 15 minutes of headway and 8 to 10 knots of speed. So we have a very highly sophisticated system in which the wake wash effect has already been taken care, because most of the routes we traverse are similarly like to the canals, and we have got the shore protections which is of a legacy of 50 years. So we don't want to disturb the existing shore protection. So the design of the boats has been conceptualized in such a way that the wake wash effect has been kept to the minimum. The project finance part, it's a Government of Kerala project, and that is your honor, is Government of Kerala. The funding agency is KfW from Germany. The funding has been received under the climate friendly approach. So we have been particularly very careful
to see that each individual component of our water metro is environmentally sustainable. And we assure you that we have committed to this, and our each component is environmentally sustainable. I'll brush through this in the next slides. We are the executing agency. The O&M will be from our sister concern, which is Kochi Water Metro Rail Limited. The total project cost is 747 crore, out of which we have got a KFW loan of 85 million euros. And the government of Kerala share is 102. We have a public-private participation component of 65 crore, which we will try to get through the AFC systems and other projects and proposals which are going to come up in the upcoming phase. So we have got a lot of components over here. We have got, first of all, the future-centric, the boat, which is the core of the everything. And we have got the terminals, we have got floating pontoons. So we believe in barrier-free entry to each individual location of our metro station, including the boat. A passenger who is handicap-friendly can reach the boat without the help of any person. So each individual component has been designed in such a way that a handicap-friendly person can board the boat without any help. So that's why the floating pontoons have been provided. We have got charging and renewable energy structure. Then we have got the operation control center. It's a centralized operation control center wherein the 78 boats of our system can be tracked at one single location. It will be like an Uber control system. You as a passenger can track your boat from your mobile anywhere, from India itself. So if a passenger from Varapura, which is one of the distant islands, wants to know when my boat is coming, he can see from his mobile where the boat is. So that's the GPS-based system which we are going to introduce, and which is already introduced. Sorry. Yeah. So then that's the automatic boat location system which I was telling about. We have got the work boats, which we call the father, because the kids needs to be tracked and saved whenever there is a problem with them. Then we have got the feeder services in the form of electric buses, which will traverse from the hubs to the next hubs on the land. So our system is a hub and spoke model, wherein certain hubs have been provided, like High Court is a hub, and all the boats from the spokes will come to the hub. We'll transport the passengers from the hub to the next hub, which is the metro system or the other MRTS, whichever is available to the nearest course. So which we will be doing through an EV mode only, again an electric mode. And we have got high-end boat yards also, which we intend to carry our repair and maintenance with our staff only. Because as you know, the O&M services, once we take over the boat, will be the next cash draining thing in our system. So we intend to develop our capabilities to maintain the boats in our boatyard itself. You have seen the boat in the video. It's the end product. You feel very good. You feel elated about the boat. But what has gone through the entire design process is more important. So I just brush through the materials. Hull material is made up of aluminum. There is a lot of discussions about why aluminum. So the entire design process was based on the basic concept that from day one we were into the electric mode of transport only, because it's the environmental sensitive mode of transport. So if the boats are heavy, the capacity of the batteries will be very high. So we have changed from steel to aluminum. Superstructure, FRP, again lightweight, a slightly lesser environment friendly mode, because after 25 years we need to dispose of them. I'm talking all these things because when we gone through the design phase of the project, each individual component, even the nut and the bolt, was checked for the environmental sensitivity. We didn't want it to be a greenwashed product which is coming to you. Greenwashing is not our way. KMRL does the things. So FRP, yes, a little less environment friendly, but still, since there was no other way out, we had to go for FRP. Vessel is a passenger ferry. Classification is DNV, and IRS has been classified. Length is for the 100 packs boat is 24.8, performance 10. We have got a hybrid mode also. In case the general cruise speed of the boat is 8 knots, which is more than sufficient, and we have calculated the speed is more than efficient when we compare the alternate mode of transport, which is already available in the system, which is the bus system. We reach the same mode much more efficiently and at a lesser period of time from one point to the other. We got the propulsion system, hybrid screw, battery system. So we have a unique battery system, which is the LTO battery. When we conceptualized the project in 2019, the system was not very much in know-how with people. Today, everybody talks about LTO. In 2019, when KMRL came up with this, there was a lot of discussions of why LTO. There was a lithium-ion chemistry which was going on. There was a nickel manganese cobalt chemistry which was going on. Why are you not using NMC, which is a less costlier option? Why are you going for LTO? Today, we are proud to tell that even Samsung S10 Ultra 22 uses the LTO battery chemistry. After 3 years, we have started using this thing. So we have got 100 passenger boats. We have got radar, thermal camera, automatic boat location systems. We have echo sounder. We have got feeding rooms, all passenger amenities which is required for every individual passenger is either provided in our terminals or in the boat. So again, finally, I talked about a lot of environmental sensitive incentives. So how are it getting transformed into the real effects? So we have got a reduction of almost 45,000 metric ton of CO2 emissions reduced by 2035. There is no disturbance whatsoever for the flora and fauna in the entire system. And obviously the EIR, or what we call the economic internal rate of return, based on the additional benefits which is going to accrue to each individual islanders, is definitely not measurable. So in terms of IR, I'll tell the IR maybe 50. So why is it unique? I already given, but it has been jotted down, so I'll just brush it. Passenger control system, first time in India. Disabled friendly jetties, first time in India. Battery electric system with superchargers. Why it's called superchargers? Because we charge the battery in less than 15 minutes for a 1 hour travel. This is not first time in India, it's first time in the world. Centrally controlled water transport system. There is no such water transport system which controls 78 boats along 78 route kilometers from a centralized location. Even a passenger can see his boat anywhere from the mobile he has got. Renewable energy targets. Yes, I just forgot that thing. The entire project was conceptualized from the fact that the dark side of EV should not be taken forward by anybody in the industry. So any project which is running on solar, it's not really running on solar. It's running on a electricity which is based on fossil fuel, which you are using. So it's basically greenwashing. So we have, from the conceptualized days of Water Metro, thought of having a 16 to 17 megawatt capacity solar system installed, from where we will tap the electricity so that the entire system from the start to the end is purely electric. And this will be the first system. And we have got almost 100 acres of land from government, where we will be installing the 16 to 17 megawatt capacity. So from the start to the end, there is no single fossil fuel which is being used in the entire system of Water Metro. Integrated water transport concept. Last time we were in an AFD council meeting, they were telling very proudly, in Lyon, we have got a system where in Water Metro, no, the metro and the bus system is integrated. My presentation was next. I told, sorry sir, we have got 3 different systems in one single place at Waitila. We have got the bus system, we have got the water metro system, and we have got the train system at one single location. This is unique in India. Not only unique in India, it's unique in the world. Superchargers, nowhere it is used. 15 minutes charging, 1 hour traveling time, again unique in India. Largest battery driven water boats in one system, unique in India. All these concepts unique in India and the world in one single company is also unique in the world. All kudos to KMRL. Kindly give us a. These are some of the photos for you. We have already been ready. Since this is a very unique system, we have been undertaking trials and we have been training people for this unique system to be functional from day 1 to the end without any lag. So we are under trials and possibly within a few days, we will get the passengers on the board also. Yeah, now coming to the accolades. Before even launching the boat in water for passengers, we are already on the global arena. We have got the prestigious GASEES International Electric Boat Awards for commercial passenger ferries. Our representative will be in Paris for taking this. And this is only in the first in the long list of awards we know that which is going on to come to KMRL for this unique project. So this is Water Metro for you. And we will be onboarding, as you see in the passenger flights, I'll tell, we'll be onboarding all you in maybe 10-15 times on the Water Metro. Welcome to Water Metro.
Thank you so much. That was Mr. Ajit Nair, the GM of Civil from Kochi Water Metro. Connecting to the future, definitely this is going to be a very big milestone for our country. First water metro being launched in this beautiful city of Kochi. I would like to request Mr. Ajit to please come on stage for speaker felicitation, and Mr. Rajesh Agarwal, if you can please felicitate our speaker Ajit Nair, the GM of Civil, with a speaker memento. Ladies and gentlemen, please big round of applause for a wonderful presentation. That was very insightful numbers that was presented. The whole water boat running on electric. It is environment friendly, and very soon, as said by Mr. Ajit, passengers are going to be onboarded. This, so kudos to the management under the leadership of Loknath Behra sir. Next, we move on to our other presentation. In fact, we have our technology partner presenting this insightful presentation next. It is HCL Technologies, a company that needs no introduction. So they are going to present a presentation on the topic HCL Tech capabilities in digital engineering for rail industry. And I would like to welcome their speakers on dais. Mr. Aslam Shehzad Khan, the Operations Director, Rail HCL Technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, please round of applause for him. Can we have you on stage? Mr. Nand Kishore Ramakrishna Kulkarni, the General Manager for Rail Delivery Unit Head. Satish Palakhel, the Deputy General Manager, and Ravi Ganesh Jagdishan. So you have 15 minutes, and in this presentation, they are going to tell us about what are the digital offerings and innovations they are doing in the field of rail industry. So over to Mr. Aslam and Kishore sir and team.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So let me introduce to you HCL Technology. Can I have the next slide, please? This doesn't seem to be working. Sorry, some technical glitch. Okay, thank you. So we are a global technology company, one of the few companies which were started as a garage startup when in 1976 when our founders, when Apple was making the IBM, the Apple III computer, we were designing the computers in India, and from that garage startup, 47 years journey, we are today a global technology company, and you can see our credentials. We are today 220,000 employees. We heard a lot of global, think global, act global, or think global, act global. So we are truly a local company where we are present in 54 countries and we have 167 nationalities on our roll across the globe. And as you can see, our annual turnover revenue is $12.1 billion company. And yes, of course, some of our kudos and credentials on the left side, I don't have to read, you can read for yourself. For sure, we are very interested in the transportation sector, and that is where we were in. When we had this opportunity, we said, let's come and present what capabilities we carry. So we go to the market with basically 4 main pillars: digital, engineering, cloud, and software platforms. And our interest today's topic was on how I can bring digital and engineering service to the transportation sector, and specifically to rail, to metro, and maybe to waterways. I learned about it the first time. I'm not very familiar with Kerala or Kochi, so it was interesting to know about water metro, and we would definitely like to work with you as well. The next slide, please. So this is just the continued kudos on the market, our 47 years of recognition as business leaders and as digital leaders and cloud leaders. These are some of the market recognition. I just want to flash here to tell you that we are well recognized in the marketplace for our innovative thinking. Next slide, please. All right, so all of us, we have 4 or 5 divisions in the company. We come from engineering R&D services. And instead of me telling you on a slide what we do, I thought it was better that I present a short video to just tell you what spectrum of engineering services we do end-to-end across different industries, whether it is transportation, whether it is medical, industrial, and across. Can you just click the next? Yeah. The audio should come, but I'm not sure why the audio is not coming. All right. So in the engineering R&D services, we have 45,000 engineers. We call them ideapreneurs because they create the ideas while working with the customers. And we have more than 2,000 plus patents filed on behalf of our customers. So that is the kind of innovation we bring when we work. We have more than 100 engineering labs across the globe, including some major ones in India as well, where a lot of investment, it's our own investment which we have done, because we believe setting up the lab will help us go to the market quickly for us and for our customers. And there are many in-house solution accelerators, we call them. When we are working with the customers, we design our own solutions. And center of excellence is the approach that we take to the market. There are specific center of excellence. One of them will be on digital engineering, which my colleague Satish will be talking about what we have done there. Thank you. We have the audio. Okay. Go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So our presence coming to the transportation sector, we are present in all transportation sectors from aerospace and defense, and also the on-road, which is the automobile, the heavy commercial trucks. We also work on the off-road, which is the mining and the heavy earth machines, equipments, design, development, all the end-to-end product engineering we do. And of course, the rail, which is what is our thrust area, we have started as a new initiative. So across rail, we are present in all rolling stock signaling as well as operators. And it is across the engineering service, whether it is Industry 4.0 or whether it is IT application infrastructure, we are present end-to-end. Some of our credentials on the engineering side, we are the India's #1 engineering company by our size and scale, and globally we are #3. We have more than 40 years of experience. Like, we are the only Indian company which started as a garage startup. We started as an engineering company and went to IT. All our competitors in India are IT companies who then started doing engineering. So we like to say that engineering and engineering product development is in our DNA. Our engagements in the industry with the top companies that are there, 8 of the top 10 A&D companies globally, 8 of the top 10 automotives, and rail. Yes, we are just beginning. It's about 3 years we ventured into rail, and that is why we are here today to see how best we can work in the transport in the rail sector. Scale, yes, and the infrastructure. All of this cannot be done without having infrastructure globally present for delivery centers, whether you say labs, center of excellence, or even ITAR centers, 7 ITAR centers in the US, where US export control work happens out of this. Even we cannot enter. It is only US citizens who can work out of those laboratories. Can you go to the next slide? All right. So coming specific to the digital engineering and the case studies that I have, I will just present 3 of them to tell you the kind of work we are doing here. We talked a lot about the mobility as a service. I saw some of the thinking in the room. It was fantastic to hear that. And we also have thought leadership for mobility as a service. We are engaged with some of our clients internationally, and it will be a pleasure to work with the metros in India as well. Can I have the next slide, please? So when I come to digital engineering, you will see that I'm spanning the entire portfolio, whether it is cloud engineering, whether it is digital platform, commerce, whether it is digital manufacturing, Industry 4.0, silicon platform, digital engineering, and AI, which is the thing, and of course 5G services and solution. And all of this has to be done keeping cybersecurity in mind. And that is what I will present, just 3 case studies of what work we are doing. Can you go to the next slide? So here is our thought leadership on mobility as a service. We start, there are enough experts in the room. I don't have to explain how we went about doing this. To begin with, we identify the personas who are going to use this, the different kind of personas, their journey in a day journey of what mobility they will use, starting from their home, whether it is a young student going to college, or whether it is a school student going along with his parents, or whether it is a disabled person. That entire persona journey is tracked and created to determine what kind of platform I need to build for a city or for a multimodal transportation that has to happen. And this is what is the kind of innovation that we are bringing to the industry here. So across the entire thing, whether it is as a cycle, the remaining last mile connectivity to the metro, I heard you, sir. Yes, that is what we are saying. Less than 2 minutes from here to the next platform should be the game, and we should be able to do it. It will require a lot of working along with the associated government bodies controlling different aspects of the mobility, but that is the kind of solution, the single platform, seamless transportation and integration across all of these different actors who are there and the parts of the journey that happens. We can do it. We have the technology, we have the know-how and the expertise to do that. One example on the Qatar rail, I just want to present what we have done. Can you go to the next slide, please? So here is what we had done as a build-up to the Arab World in 2021 and the Football Cup that was happened last year. We connected with them and they wanted to build this seamless integrated mobile complete application on the platform where in a single mobile system you can see all aspects of your mobility for using the Qatar metro rail is coordinated and captured very, very effortlessly. And these apps are live on the Android as well as on the app on the iOS. And you can plan your entire journey, and as you rightly said, sir, you don't have to open your wallet. It can be completely done. Digital payments can be done, accounted for. When the digital payment comes, the part of the payment which has to go as the government as a tax, the back end, even those aspects of where some part of banking is involved, services, we bring in all of those. Because the tax has to be allocated, some part has to go to the local body, some to the central government. All of that back-end solution has been put here, while I'm just presenting the UI part of the front-end app to you. Can I have the next slide? So this is one of the first digital services which I wanted to present. Next is the digital maintenance for rail. I would call upon my colleague Satish to present what we had done there. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Aslam. I'm Satish, part of HCL's Digital Engineering Transportation Division. And this is one of the solutions we have developed for rail customers from rail operators, basically from Europe. I'll give you a scenario what was happening before implementing the solution and what are the benefits we got out of the solution. What happens is this metro trains come at midnight, 12 o'clock after the day service, and it has to get out at 5 o'clock in the morning. And in this 5 hours window, they have regular checkups as well as one-time activities, corrective and preventive activities to be done. And this is a very time-critical activity. And what happens is these maintenance will have sometimes a lot of aprons, gloves, greasy hand. They have to refer to different manuals, and it's extremely tedious job to do because they have to remember the steps involved. They have to recall the tools required. They have to remember the spare parts required to do the maintenance activities. What we did is created a solution which is interactive in nature, wherein which the maintenance can talk to the solution and get to whatever steps are involved, whatever the talk is required, whatever spare part is required, whatever the tools are required. He can interact with the solution and do the maintenance activities. So it's basically a headset he will have, and it will interact with the tab. He can ask what is the next step involved after removal of the screw, what needs to be done, what spare part, do I have a spare part in the store? To that extent, we have integrated, and we were able to reduce the lead time by 30%, and using which they were kind of blown out of the solution, and they are implementing it in around 250 depots of theirs currently. So we are in the process of implementing it in a large scale. As of now, we have implemented it 25 depots and successfully run.
Thank you, Satish. So this was 2 points if I can add, Satish. This was a speech to text and text to speech backend natural language AI device platform that was running, which enabled this kind of a solution. Thank you, Satish, for that. Can I go to the next slide, please? So here is one more case which we did for the North American train operator, which is the predictive maintenance. How do I ensure that the data comes to me much ahead of life, collecting the data, analyzing it? All of this entire solution was implemented by our team. And the customer challenge was basically, as we know, the client trains are in transit, right? They are running for more than 48 hours constantly. And you can see that manual inspection is the only way they were doing to detect their anomalies. And the client was looking for an automated system which can monitor and take the data out, and we can do the analytics on the top of it and throw the alerts that are required to be done much in advance before the system fails. So that is the kind of solution we implemented, which is an image-based analytic solution called as a machine vision system. And we implemented this. It was robust. It was handling as much as 1.5 million images daily. Now you can imagine the kind of platform and the infrastructure and the engineering that has gone behind it. So quickly, what is the value that we deliver to the customer? It is near real-time alert, increased visualization of unseen risk. They were able to see some of the risk which they never had access to, or because time was short, or because manually it was not possible. And we were able to process those kind of large number of images coming in, and we managed to reduce the breakdown time, the maintenance time, and the savings to the customer. So that is the kind of solution we have done, one of the digital engineering. Next slide, please. Okay, so when I was hearing metro, water metro of the Kochi, one question always came to me: how are you sure your cybersecurity protected? is your entire system connected? I'm sure you must have installed some system, but this is one of our very, very strong capabilities that we present. Globally, we are working across the globe for cybersecurity. For IT cybersecurity is one aspect, but for operational cybersecurity. Let us say you are installing a Chennai Metro new phase, you are installing. Some 28 or 38 kilometers, you are putting a new signaling system, which is completely digital and covered. How do I secure that? That is the complete solution we are presenting, and we have presented to our customers, so that entire solution is built from grounds up. As you are putting the signaling system, I'm able to give you the cybersecurity solution along with it, check it out, install, commission, and run the cybersecurity operation 24/7, because it's a constant access. You need to protect your signaling system so that nobody is able to intrude and take over a train or cause some accident. So the kind of strength we bring is what I wanted to put here. Our solution domain ranges all the way, whether you are doing infrastructure, cloud security, whether it is data privacy, security of things, app security, identity and access management, and also governance, risk and compliance. And at the heart of it is resilience operation of your operational network. Our credentials, of course, more than 24 years of mature practice, 450 customers, 4,500 plus engineers working in this, all certified in different cybersecurity standards. We have set up 6 cybersecurity fusion centers across the globe. The 7th one is just coming up in Australia. We have around 40 collaborative partners, because the firewalls, all of those partnerships with Fortis, you name a firewall, we have a partnership which we can bring and give value to you. And some of our frameworks, which we have developed and which we are taking to our customers, I have presented. One of them is relevant to the rail sector, which is the 360 secure OT operational network. And that is the one which we are talking to many new metros coming up and trying to see if we can implement along with them. Next slide, please. The last slide, this is the last slide. I have just one more product. I want to show you what kind of thinking we bring in end to end. This product has been developed by us. Now, what is UNO? We have named it UNO. It's a portable IFE wireless media server. So for some of your rail connections where in remote geographical locations where the train is running for 4 hours, it can provide Wi-Fi connectivity content. The content is loaded here, IFE content is loaded here. 75 passengers in one bogie can access with the help of one of these installations. And it's battery operated. If you want to power it through the train power, that option also exists. You want to upscale the 1 terabyte of content that you want to put 2 terabyte or 3 terabyte to have a longer duration, all of that this product can do. And you are giving, as an operator, you are giving that additional feature to your passengers to access content and see whether it is news you want, whether it is television serials or films, etc. All of this completely designed by us, certified for operation, and it does not interfere with any of your systems on board the train. So we have done all of that testing, and this is one more product which we are bringing to the market for rail customers. So this is all I have. Any questions are there? Quickly we can take. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was Mr. Aslam Shehzad Khan, the Operation Director, Rail HCL Technologies, and his team. And a very insightful, very interesting presentation where he talked about how HCL Technologies started from a garage, and as an engineering company entered into IT, and now entering into railway industry and providing their offerings in the sector. So kudos to the team. I would like to request Mr. Shri Loknath Behra sir to please felicitate the HCL speakers on the dais with the speaker memento. So Mr. Aslam, Mr. Nandkishore and team, please, if you can come on stage for one more time for speaker mementos. Team, can we have speaker mementos for them? And I think let's applaud our speakers. They've given very insightful presentation on HCL Technologies. If you want to network with them, their team is here. Thanks to the HCL team for supporting this event as our technology partner. All other sponsors as well for supporting this National Railway Transport Innovation Summit. with Mr. Nandkishore Ramakrishna Kulkarni, General Manager of Railway Railways, and Mr. Ravi Jagdishan, Senior Manager, Sales Manager of Rail at HCL Technologies. All right. Next, we move on to our first panel discussion of the day. It has been a brilliant inaugural session and some couple of interesting presentations. And the panel discussion is going to be about modernizing railway and transport trends, challenges, and opportunities. Here, we are going to talk about how we can use technology and various innovative solutions. Also, we need to discuss about in this panel discussion a few challenges which are there and how our various private players or various vendors can resolve them. So I would like to request Shri Loknath Behra sir to please come on dais and join us. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Loknath Behra sir, the MD of Kochi Metro Rail Limited. He's going to be chairing this session. Next, I would like to welcome Mr. Ved Prakash Deja, the Vice Chairman of Rail Land Development Authority, RLTS. Sir, can we have you on stage, please? Shri Rajesh Agarwal, the Managing Director of Haryana Rail Infrastructure Development Corporation. Thank you so much, sir, for coming all the way from Haryana and joining this occasion. Can we have you on stage, please? Mr. Sharat Sahai Mathur, the DGM of CRES, Center for Railway Information Systems of PSU, which is working under Ministry of Railways. Can we have you on stage? And last, our associate partner for the event, a speaker from Dassault System, Thomas Philip, the India Manufacturing and Logistics Strategy Account Manager, Dassault Systems. And over to Mr. Loknath Behra to moderate this session. We have almost 45 minutes to end this session. Over to Mr. Sir. Thank you. Can we have mics on the stage, please? No, sir. You can join if you want, but team, can we have mics for the speakers?
So esteemed panelists and my dear friends, see, the topic is such that all of you might be thinking whether our railway is really modernized. They say that modernizing railways and the transport, railway and transport, and how much of modernization we have done, that is the question. Well, I can always say that is a question like this. You can say half glass full or half glass empty. That is actually the philosophy. Compared to many of the developed countries, and many of you must have traveled across various, I was talking about Austria or Germany or something. We have really done something very good in the last few years, but many other things have to be done. And now you have a platform, Gati Shakti, and all these things have been built, and we have to use that and think a little differently. So my esteemed panelists are such. I will tell one small anecdote here. There is a Mathur Sahab yahan baithe hain. You will be surprised. He is working in the CRIS, and both of us work together for the Indian police. So he was the person, I was the person, we developed CPNS. And crime and criminal networking system, which is the backbone of the policing in India. It is in the year 2010 onwards, we worked together. He was a person from railways. So question is, many of the things have happened, but sometimes some disconnect takes place. That disconnect actually puts the difficulties for us, not for us, for the people. We do not say that we don't have technology, but as my friends from J&K, I was talking in the morning, we are working like islands. not connected to each other. That is the issue, and that probably is the ethos for which we have called here to talk to each other formally, informally. See, I never knew there is a product done by the HCL technology which can actually bring even internet and everything to the train. And that particular information management system can be done through a small server which can be put in the train itself. So this is the forum which we can discuss. So my esteemed panelists are very, very actually committed and competent people. And I only request, because we are running short of time, we'll try to finish this particular session in 45 minutes. That's what that was the mandate now given to us. So I would actually say Ved Prakash ji and Rajesh and Mathur Saab and Mr. Thomas Philip to give something to them so that they will keep thinking. By saying your realistic experience, and if it is also negative, tell that, because we learn many of the things from negative. So when I was in the police, I used to tell, read the judgment of acquittal, not the conviction. Then you will learn where we have done wrong. So similarly, I would only suggest you give something to the audience. They keep on thinking. As I told in the morning, everything is integrated. Whether it's rail, or whether it's metro, or whether it's Vande Bharat, or whether it is Shatabdi, whether it's Rajdhani, or whether it's land development, everything gets intertwined. So let us actually hear to them. So I would request, because the time is short, I will request my panelists to be very focused, to give something very concrete to carry. And during the lunch time, you are free to actually interact personally with the experts and to get more things. So I request actually first to start by inviting Mr. Ved Prakash ji, who is the Vice Chairman of the RLDA, you know, that Rail Land Development Authority. Sometimes you'll be wondering, Railway has got so much of land, why they are not using? These are all bushes, trees have been cut, and they are not actually monetizing or giving it to somebody. I also used to get angry sometimes. But there are certain other ethos also involved in that. I realize that they have kept so much of vacant land. If there is an accident, there will be accident management can be done. If they give everything, there will be all buildings coming, then the train will fall on a building. So what happens? So I just wanted to say, you can actually tell about a little bit of Rail Development, Land Development Authority, and what is the objective and how you are going to be innovatively help others in bringing the best modernized system of railways to us.
First of all, thank you very much. I thank the organizers for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to interact with such a wonderful audience. Rail Land Development Authority is a statutory authority which came into being as a result of amendment to Railway Act in 2005, and we started functioning in 2007 January. Initially, a few years went into making the document, and it was a totally new subject, and people had to start with a lot of documentation needed, a lot of rules, regulations were to be made. But in the recent past, we have been doing really well. For last 4-5 years, we are self-sufficient. We have been generating revenue for railways by utilizing surplus railway land. Like in 2018-19, we were at a total revenue of 80 crores, and this year we are going to cross 500 crores. So we have grown in the last 4 years at a CAGR of about 56%. So by any standard, it should be good, but still we are not satisfied with that. We are still working on improving our performance. Our aim is to utilize the surplus land, as Ambassador has already spoken about the land which is full of bushes, jungles, and not utilized, and at the top of it, it is in the middle of the towns. So it is eyesore for everyone. And our town has developed, and railway land, which remains eyesore for everyone. So our aim is to develop it into a commercial space, residential space, which not only generates revenue for railways, but also adds to the economy of the cities. We have got most important land parcels in all the important cities of the country, and we have already started master planning of our stations, where this entire area will be developed into urban space. In the recent times, we have worked on we were given 103 railway stations for master planning. We have already given master plans for 72 stations to Indian Railways, and out of which tenders for 50 stations for development of the stations as city centers, they have already been awarded by Indian Railways, worth about 20,000 crores. That is the story of last about 10 months. So we started this station development very recently. So, and on the plate for Indian Railways, we are knowledge partners for development of station development program. Recently, Government of India has launched Amrit Bharat Station Scheme. So about total 1,275 stations are being developed, and we are the main knowledge partner for development of all these stations. We are working on those stations and modular construction for these stations so that they can be developed very quickly into urban space, and results will be visible very soon. And in some of the cities, our buildings are visible above ground, like in Gomti Nagar station, we are already completed the structure part, finishing and other things are going on. Safdarjung station, we have already come out above the ground. Similarly, Bijwasan station. We have helped railways for Tirupati station, Somnath, they are already in progress. Bhubaneswar. So all these stations are in progress. New Delhi, Mumbai CSMT, and Ahmedabad. For these three stations, we have already opened EPC tenders worth around 10,000 crores, and will be awarding very soon. We are in the process of evaluating the bids. So that's what RLD has been doing in recent past.
No, I was just wondering that I know that these are the things are happening on is the days when nothing was available even in New Delhi stations. I mean, now it is really looks like an airport. And when are you going to bring a station like Paddington in London?
You see, I mean, somehow I could not show the presentation of New Delhi. It's the thing which we are developing. I'm not ready for this.
No, Paddington is one of the finest stations, all integrated.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about, New Delhi. So in New Delhi, we have master planned the entire area of 110 hectares, which railway belongs to, very near to the Connaught Place. And not only railway area, we have done influence zone planning, IZP, for 800-meter radius around the station, which includes Paharganj also. Maybe in the future, Paharganj also will have a different shape and culture. So we have planned transportation planning for the next 50-60 years for this entire area, so that when this IZP develops, it is sufficient to cater the transportation system is sufficient to cater to the needs of that time. We are developing residential, commercial spaces in this railway area at a FAR of 3.55. So it is the first node as the national TOD policy which we are developing, and we will be providing about 20% green in this area, and building will also will be energy efficient, and all 100% water recycling will be there. So and most important, as our aim of this summit is, it is integrated planning for not only railway. We are providing about 90 bus bays under the station. We are integrating metros. We have got 2 metros very nearby to our New Delhi station. It's a Yellow Line and this Airport Express line. So we are integrating both these lines with our station. And we are trying to decongest Connaught Place. In fact, we are providing elaborate road network over the railway line and widening all the roads which are passing through railway line. 23 lane kilometer of elevated road is being provided, which will facilitate crossing of the vehicles without touching Connaught Place. So about 1,000 crore worth of road infrastructure is being developed as a part of this New Delhi.
Thank you, sir. Actually, to the information of the audience, the railways, and they have done a very ambitious plan, which I think Ajit, they have awarded the tender for the railways south, our Ernakulam. And it is going to be, they say that this is going to be the most actually integrated system, because they are integrating, including the bus stop, which is around 1.5 kilometers. So they have they have already floated the tender, and we are
Work is already started.
So, and we are actually adding a multi-level car parking as requested by the railways, and we will also give actually direct access from the metro station to the railways through a traveloid kind of system. So this is what called the integration. Anyway, we have amongst us a very different concept in integration of various traffic modes. Though it is actually, I always say that maybe erroneously they have only said that it will be Haryana Rail Infrastructure Development Corporation. Because rail is one part, but there are many other things they are integrating there, including the electric vehicles. But because Haryana produces some extra number of electric vehicles, as all of us know, all the bigger companies are located there. So I would request actually the Managing Director, Rajesh Agrawal, to speak about his company, which is little different conceptually, and also the kind of integrations they are trying to bring in. As you know, that Haryana not only produces the best of the athletes in the country, but it also wrestlers and most of the bouncers everywhere. The club are from Haryana only, and very bold and very courageous officers, because I work with them, and also it's a very recent time. The developmental work has astounded everybody. The kind of, because that was only not agriculture, but now a lot of technology has been induced, not only in Gurgaon, but also in Panipat and other places. I think Rajesh will be the best person to speak.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving me the opportunity. The topic of the panel discussion today is modernizing railway and transport, the trends, challenges, and opportunities. The topic which has been given, and plus the additional questions, are the things which sir has asked. I would like to start with a very small story, because to convey the message, what we mean by trends, challenges, and opportunities, be it whatever it may be. So I'll use little bit mixed language. हम सब लोग कछुए और खरगोश की स्टोरी जानते हैं,
जब कछुआ जीत जाता है, कहते हैं स्लो एंड स्टीडी विंस द रेस, पर खरगोश को चैन नहीं पड़ता, वो कहता है चलो दोबारा खोलें, ट्रेंड तो बदले कुछ, इस बार वो सोता नहीं है, दौड़ जाता है तो खरगोश जीत जाता है। तो उसने ट्रेंड को बदला, ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस को बदला, पर इससे क्या स्टोरी खत्म हो जाती है? इसके आगे की स्टोरी पता है आपको क्या हुआ? कछुए को चैन नहीं आता। The tortoise doesn't stop there. He says, no, we will have a race again. So they again go. But what happens when they ran? There is a river in between. So the tortoise swim and goes to the stop and win the race. The hare could not. So where the core competency? So basics of the competency cannot be forgotten. So ultimately, the core competency matters. But does the story end here? No, the story does not end here. Because both of them then think that individually we were fighting. So this time the race do take place. But what happens? The tortoise comes to the top of the hare and they run up to the river, and then reverse happens. The खरगोश जो है कछुए के ऊपर चढ़ता है तो नदी क्रॉस करता है. Then they complete the race in minimum time. So what is the need of the trends, challenges and opportunities? How we can synthesize our strength so as to achieve the objective in the best possible manner. And that is what state JV concept represents. As we know that the projects are being executed either under central sector domain or a state sector domain, but no project can be completed without the cooperation of all. So that is how the current government, way back in 2014, when Mr. Suresh Prabhu was the minister, he brought a cabinet note that whosoever who is willing to form a joint venture with the Ministry of Railways, we can have a state JV. This was innovative in concept. Innovative so far, be it Konkan Railway, be it DFCCIL, be it Delhi Metro, be it anything. Unless a DPR has been approved and a project has been identified, no organization has been formed. It is for the first time an open invitation to all these state governments have been given where they can form a joint venture company with the Ministry of Railways without having identified any single project. Because they want to give the expertise of the railway at the disposal of the state government, which was badly missing. So that is how the state JV comes into being. And I'm really happy that Kerala is one of the foremost, because I was ED joint venture in the railway board. I think immediately after Gujarat and Chhattisgarh, the Kerala came forward and a Kerala state joint venture company has formed. So as it was being said in one of the previous sessions, that Kerala thinks faster than other companies, other state governments. So not only that, they were the first state, I'm telling you, being a ED of the railway board, to offer more money of their part of the capital than the railways. And rather they force the railway that I have now paid 40 crores, you have paid 10 crores, give me balance 30 crores. Ajit, being MD of the Kerala JV here, he can vouch for these things. So I must congratulate and compliment the state of the Kerala for this wonderful initiative of the state. So it is, be it anything, you have to have a team spirit. And that team spirit has been created in this model, in which the state government and the central government have come together to implement a project which I represent, Haryana Orbital Rail Corridor project. Those who are aware about the topography of the Delhi area, there is already a Eastern Peripheral Expressway and the Western Peripheral Expressway. The road network is already existing to bypass the railway traffic, Delhi traffic. So along the Western Peripheral Expressway, which is properly known as Kundli Manesar Parvat, KMP Expressway, there is also a railway line coming, which is called Haryana Orbital Rail Corporation. Haryana Orbital Rail being executed by Haryana Orbital Rail Corporation Limited. And in this project, let me tell you, the participation is not only from the government, that is government of Haryana and Ministry of Railways, there is a participation from the private equity investors, the Maruti Suzuki India Limited, the All Cargo Logistics Limited. They have also given the equity because they are also the beneficiary of the project. So far, people were not able to think how to participate in a railway project. So this is innovative, where even people can contribute, and that money in the form of equity can be leveraged in the debt form to give you a good amount of resource. So whenever you are thinking any project here, try to bring other stakeholders in, which was also the theme in the morning when we say that in Kerala, it is the bottom pressure, it is the people centric, but how to make use of their energy. So our model represents that, in which people, industry, NGOs, institutions, investors, anybody, whosoever is interested and get benefited from this project, they can contribute their little bit, and then that can be leveraged through the debt and other source of funding. Similarly, in this project, we are also trying to put resource through property development, through transit-oriented development. Kerala is highly potential area, sir, for the TOD, because you are a linear state, and once you provide a 500-kilometer long linear railway line, the mobility problem is solved. The PSPDT of the railway line is much higher than any amount of the highway. You can go up to 80,000 PSPDT in any railway system, which cannot exceed 30,000 PSPDT in any highway system. So that way, TOD potential in Kerala is highest. So we can think of from those point of view. Similarly, going into the other project details will take a little long time. Coming to the electric vehicle, since we are providing a 126-kilometer long double railway line, we have gone the most upgraded technology. That is 2 into 25 kV electrical system, which is yet to be implemented in the Indian Railways, and we are providing that facility. Similarly, there are restrictions for double stack container movement, but in our project, double stack container can move very easily. We are building the tunnels in the Aravalli range, which is fit for double stack container as well as 160 km Vande Bharat Express train, which is the biggest in size as far as Indian Railways as on date is concerned. Only DFC is constructing, but DFC is only for freight traffic. I am constructing fit for passenger as well as freight both. So that way, it is a different thing. So there is no level crossings in the entire alignment, and all the stations are well integrated. We are also getting connected with the RRTS. We are also getting connected with the national highways, and wherever such things are there, a kind of a station-bound transport system is there, which we prefer electrified. We are already electrified, as I have said. We are not running on diesel traction. And the project's primary aim is to decongest Delhi, to transfer the polluting industries, the goods shed, etc., from Delhi to the peripheral zone. So we are providing a much bigger landscape where all these sustainable development objectives, energy efficient objectives, intermodal transportation objectives, and most importantly, the teamwork, the synthesis of the efforts by the state government and other stakeholders, forest department, everything is being done in a very, very amicable manner. And as a result, I am really happy to share that within a period of 1 year, almost 100% land acquisition for the project has been completed, which is a very, very great bone of contention in the state of Kerala, land acquisition. So that way, Haryana is very modern, and the bureaucracy is very, very forthcoming. They take it head on and then resolve the issues. And now we are in the process of fixing the contracts. We have already achieved the financial closures, and we hope to give part by part commissioning beginning this year and complete the project by 2027. So, sir, that is about the project. And electric vehicle, I have told that already we have planned a lot of solar energy utilization. We are having a high embankment. We have got a lot of high embankment slopes. So instead of turfing, which is the conventional way, we intend to put the solar panels so that all our embankment slopes will give us the electrical energy back to the system. So these are the new innovations which we are trying, and we are hopeful that we will do it, and similar more projects will come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rajesh. Actually, it is very interesting because geography of a place also determines many things. And the more the flip side, more innovations come. So all these Aravallis being cut to make the tunnels, and that also double deckers. It's a very, very challenging thing. It's an engineering challenge. I'm sure they have all gone through that using the most modern technology. Anyway, I know those people many of the people here are from IT background. I know that. And some of the students are there. They are from civil engineering from the Cochin University. they must be wondering what will be our friend from Chris or Mr. Sahai, here Mr. Mathur will speak about the modernization of the IT infrastructure in the railways. Some years back, in the 2010-11, when we were telling that why there is no charging facility of the mobile phones in the trains. Now, even in passenger trains, it is there. Now, you can actually use the net connectivity also in a moving train. All these things have improved, but now what I say is that everything in railways, you don't have to carry your ticket these days, because the ticket collector comes with a tablet and he says only name, then he gets everything. And you don't have to go to the railway station to buy a ticket. And you pay through the Paytm. All these new things have come over the period of time. But again, I say that we should not be complacent. Miles to go. We should bring more and more facilities, ease of travel to the people. So I request Mathur Saab, who is actually from the CRIS, he is an engineer of repute, and he should speak what is there in store for all of us. CRIS is called the Center of our Railway Information System.
Thank you very much, Bera Saab. It's really a privilege. And actually, I had been in Cochin last month also. And this was the first time in my life I came to Cochin last month. Then this time again I came because Bera Saab was there and I really wanted to meet him, and I respect him a lot because I had seen him, we worked together in the CCTNS technical committee, and it was really a privilege at that time to be with him, and now today it's really a privilege, and I thank you all to listen to me, have me here. So, where does modernization, where does IT come in? As Bera Saab said, and we have been listening, the Honorable Minister and all the participants have been talking about integration, and that is really the driver, the energizer of the country in the future. This is what I see. A lot of integrated efforts are being made in all areas. The Cochin mobility is one part of it. Gati Shakti is another. Gati Shakti, we have all heard. A lot of talk has happened, have been made about Gati Shakti. What exactly is Gati Shakti? Gati Shakti is creation of an integrated logistics ecosystem in the country. Similarly, there is an integrated travel ecosystem in the country that is being created. All of these, the oil that moves them is information. Actually, when we are integrating, what are we doing? We are communicating amongst each other. And how do you communicate? Information moves. We can move it. Traditionally, we used to move information on paper. We used to write letters. Now we write emails. Now we use IT systems for moving information across. But railways, as you know, we have started a long time back. We were one of the first major IT implementations in the country when we started with the passenger reservation. And that was in '85. And slowly we expanded passenger reservation system, and it moved to across the country. And then next generation came up. Along with that, we were also computerizing other parts of the railways, which are not visible to us. I mean, we as passengers, as customers of the railways, we are only talking about, we are interested in our tickets, we should get tickets, we should be able to buy tickets on our mobile phones, we should be able to buy tickets through our browsers. But there's a lot of freight movement also. And freight, also we have computerized a lot of the freight operations. That is freight invoicing now, entire thing is online. Payments, these are big payments, bulk payments. They used to be done through bank drafts, and it was difficult to do them electronically. But now more than 90% of the payments are online through various gateways. But what had happened was that all of these IT systems had come up in silos. They had come up over the years, and those who are familiar with IT, most of us are, know that different technology stacks were being used because they had come up at different times. And these were difficult to integrate. They were not talking to each other. And that is what I wanted to tell you about, is the initiative that we are taking, is to integrate the IT systems of railways together, but not only the IT systems of railways, but also provide a IT-enabled system for integrating with our partners. So Gati Shakti will be the base on which we will integrate the applications of all our partner organizations. For example, now the logistics ecosystem is not just railways, it is also road transporters, it is ports, it is customs for export and import traffic. There are warehouse operators, and all of them have to track the goods as they move across the whole system. And for that, we are now started to integrate. Initially, what we used to do was that we used to give, initially we started with just allowing people to log in and see on a website the movement of their different consignments. This is what we constituted. We thought, okay, fine, we've given them information electronically. Now everybody can see where is consignment going. I'm moving a rake full of, say, bananas, because that is something that moves and is perishable. And my customer can see it on the web. But now that is not enough. So now through APIs, through application programming interfaces, we have an API gateway, and through that IT systems, different IT systems can talk to each other. So that API ecosystem is being developed. That is one of the important initiatives that is happening. And the second part is the development of the enterprise architecture for Indian Railways. Now, enterprise architecture is a visualization of all the information as it moves across the organization. That is very difficult to do because railways being a very large scale, huge enterprise, we manufacture also, we maintain also, we provide passenger services, we provide freight services. And now we also are part of the larger logistics ecosystem so that we can bring down the logistics costs in the country. So it is very difficult to do one integration at a time. But if you follow a structured methodology, that is using structured methods of providing enterprise architecture. There is India Enterprise Architecture Framework that has been now developed by the Government of India. So if you follow that, then you can do a lot of visualization of what the system should be today. And not only today, you also look at the future. What is it that you will do in the future? And what are the IT systems that you need to support that? For example, there is a lot of automation possible. HCL had talked about that. That is, they were talking about automating the maintenance of rolling stock. So that is through IoT systems. So that is one of the major thrust areas that has emerged now from our enterprise architecture study, is that we have to use IoT, cyber physical systems in a big way. And we are already using them, but desperately. But now we have to create an integrated ecosystem for that. So also we have said that we will do infrastructure-led development for the country. The country, we are going to do huge investments in infrastructure. But how do we do that investment unless we manage our projects effectively? So one of the systems that has been identified is a unified project portfolio management system for all the logistics projects, all the Indian Railways construction projects, all the large projects that we'll take up. So one integrated project management system. So like that, a number of initiatives have been identified, and now they are being taken up on a large scale. Another area that is identified is learning management, because when you say that there is going to be a lot of change and we will change in a large scale the organization, then how do you do that unless all your personnel are trained, they are motivated and they are ready for the change? So you need to undertake training in a big way. So training also, now it is possible to have IT system driven training, so that a person doesn't have to go for a training program. People don't have to waste their time going to training schools and going for formal training programs, and you can just give them the content that they need on their mobile devices. So if you follow a structured process, then you are able to future proof to a big extent your organization and the IT systems that you'll put in the organization. So that is basically what we are doing in this. That is what we call Project Vistar. Project Vistar is the enterprise architecture project for the entire railways. So basically, that is my side, and I think next speaker can. So that was from my side. I just talked about the enterprise architecture initiative that we are taking.
No, actually, always we look upon the Indian Railways as a service provider to everything. I mean, just think of it as a thing, without the railways, what would have happened? See, there is a seminar in which I was told, which actually is the main institution which integrated India. The two things were told. One is Doordarshan, another was Indian Railways. So we people in Kerala also started eating chapati because of it. So that is how we have gone through, and India in that way their contribution is there. So more technology, I mean more actually integration will be easier. I'm sure, I mean, Chris will do that. Anyway, because we are running short of time, I would actually now put a real, actually different thought altogether by inviting Mr. Thomas Philip, who is actually working with Dassault. I don't know exactly what is the correct pronunciation, so I asked him if it is, then it's a French company based out of Shanghai and Paris, and having also India office in Bangalore. They have a very peculiar, actually, a software, a system called Dena, that they use for thinking or doing innovatively the planning and execution of the projects, including the railway project. So, Philip sir, you can tell the audience relating to the programming Delmia and how it actually works, whether metro system can also adapt to that.
Thank you so much, sir. Delighted and honored to share the dais with such eminent speakers from the industry and, of course, Bera Sehya. So, good afternoon. I know we are all eating into your lunchtime rather than eating lunch ourselves now. So, I'll not take much time. My name is Thomas Philip. I drive logistics business for Dassault Systems in India. A quick introduction of Dassault Systems. We are a global R&D and technology company, which is into developing out-of-the-box solutions for industry. So, many of you who are in the crowd today would have worked on products like CATIA, Abacus, Xflow, PowerFlow. I'm very sure there are a lot of engineers in the crowd today. These are all our products. So, a lot has been spoken about integration. What we do presently for our customers is to provide out-of-the-box solutions in 4 quadrants of engineering, that is 3D design, simulation, data analytics, and collaborative working, which is generally known as product lifecycle management. So what happens today is that while you must be using certain product for design, certain product for simulation, certain products for other activities, Dassault Systems gets to you a product called a 3D experience platform, which provides digital continuity across your whole processes. So what we do is, what they all have been talking about is about integration. So what we integrate is people, process, and your product, right? Now, this whole session is all about railways. So I have to again, while Sir spoke about only Delmia is one of our products in the process simulation space. We have many other products like that. But since we are in today talking about railways, there are 4 quadrants that again we work with in railways. One is of course on the loco and wagon design to make it safer, structural simulation and integration of systems. The second aspect is of course on infrastructure simulation. So today we have people from RLDA here. What we do for companies like them is to create a infrastructure twin of a complete area, or we can go up to district like Singapore as a city is on our platform. We are now doing it something similar for Jaipur now, where the city is coming on. We're creating a virtual twin of Jaipur city now. So once you have the virtual twin, of course, you can play around with the model, simulate scenarios and conditions, and of course, the whole concept of prototyping is bust today because you can actually run scenarios which allow you to probably foresee the risk or the disruptions that are going to happen. So in terms of infrastructure or process, we have products that allow you to simulate and see the what if scenarios. We are working very closely with railways, both in terms of design and simulation. RDSO is a big client. Integral Coach Factory is using our products. So the third aspect that we work with in railways globally is in the field of optimization. So now we all know that today any infrastructure augmentation is costly, and we are living in a world where sustainable operations is very important. So what is the core of whole operations is to extract the maximum out of your resources, whether it is fixed, movable, or your human resource capital. And at the core of everything lies is the optimization engine. So the product that Sir talked about is Delmia. Of course, has holds some of the almost 100+ world records in the field of optimization. We're happy to share that with Chris. Now we are doing a very niche project on timetabling of goods trains, which is started as a pilot project for almost 10,000 kilometers. It's like one of the most complex puzzles that we are doing now in this space. But the good thing is that our product under the brand of Delmia has been used globally by a lot of railways, which is in the North America, or Europe, Australia, New Zealand, who are our product users to sort of optimize operations. So in optimization itself, we have route optimization products. Then we also have crew optimization, and we have products which sort of integrates all these stakeholders who are responsible for a final product or an operation. So what Mathur sir was telling is about integrating the siloed operation. Now, Indian Railways is very unique in its structure, that you are also a landowner, you create your own infrastructure, you are also you are also building your own wagons, you are building your own trains, and then you are also operating it. Now, all of them are working in certain type of silos, and integrating all these people across the board to come across this common platform is something that people like us do. So our products today are being used not only by Indian Railways but also globally to achieve their goals on sustainability by managing their bottom, by managing their costs, which affect their bottom lines, and of course has a direct reflection on the revenues. So our products allow you to cut the slack in the organization, and of course extract the maximum out of the resources. So that is our I finished my part. So I think we can go to the next.
now I actually put it this way, because we'll not stand on the way between the Kerala lunch and this talk. Kerala lunch, after I just warn you a little bit. If you take the Kerala lunch, you will feel sleepy. So be careful what you are going to eat. And then some of the things are really sleep inducing. And it is so beautiful, and so the cuisine is super. Anyway, I just wanted to tell that each of my panelists, whom probably we will not get at a time. So if you have 1 minute each to say anything you wanted to say but could not say, kindly say that, and so that it will be a takeaway for everybody here.
The government of India has really visualized the stations to become city centers. So that's what I wanted to convey. Because as of now, these stations are the dividing line between two parts of the city, and over a period of time, cities developed on both sides and stations became the dividing line between the two parts. Now we are integrating both sides of the station and trying to develop these stations as city centers, where people, even not only the passengers, even the people of the city, they can cross the stations, they can do some retail shopping over the station, and it will really become a city center for the people of the city. So it will give something to the city in terms of infrastructure as well as a city center.
I think I have already spoken, but if I have to summarize in one line, I can only say that entire government, entire population, entire country is now focusing on the delivery and not on the processes. So we all have to concentrate and find out ways and means, whatever may be, every process is correct. But if delivery is not there, the entire process gets limited. So we have to focus only on delivery. That is what is my message to the young generation, that when you go to the field, you do the job, always focus on the delivery. What is your outcome? If you can achieve the outcome, every process followed by you will be welcome. Thank you so much.
Listening to both my predecessors and whatever has been said in the morning, the need is to synergize the efforts. And efforts can be synergized if we are able to coordinate effectively amongst different agencies. And information is the oil that provides that coordination. Coordination, as I said before, it just means an efficient and effective exchange of information across organizations. So if we are able to build up good IT systems, if we are able to build up integrated IT systems, and we are able to communicate across IT systems, then we'll have an efficient flow of information that will allow us to effectively coordinate. And that will really, I think, drive the next level of efficiencies within the whole country.
Thank you, sir. I will not take much time. Of course, it's all about one line. So the one line, or rather the one word that I want to probably, or the message that I want to give is all about innovation. So the world today is all about innovation, and we is such a rich country with so much of talent, and I'm happy to share that outside France, India is the largest R&D center for Dassault Systems, and we have 4,000 plus employees who work out of India today. So in that sense, for all that we are looking for modernization, for making our lives easier, will probably stem from the innovative ideas and the innovative products that we get to the market today. That is what I wanted to say.
So thank you for actually being with us and with the panelists. They have spoken, they are experts in their respective fields, but they have a little broader knowledge because of their experience, and then which goes beyond their skill and qualification, etc. So you can just imagine. One thing is that integration, coordination, assistance, cooperations are the words. You can't do anything alone, and we have to actually work together. And as I say that, we don't know what left hand is doing when what right hand is doing. That is the whole issue. It is not only told by me; it is also told by Honorable Prime Minister,
My chief minister said that everybody should work in coordination. Because ultimately, as Rajesh put it, what is the delivery? What is the outcome we are giving to the people? One thing in our democracy, the most important is only the people. What they desire, they should get. And we have to actually, because in the government or in the public sector or private sector, we are supposed to deliver that. Through innovation, technology, or social engineering, whatever you say, it has to be done. And I see many good things have happened, and it will keep on happening. Now the stations are so beautiful. Now he says that, like years back when I used to go to the to European countries, the post offices are like malls. You buy everything also there. Now it is also happening in the railway station. Now you want to get the best food, you go to New Delhi railway station, go to the food court and eat. So good. So these kind of things are happening. Let technology also come. Let everything go well. I thank all my panelists, and I request the Technomedia people to come forward so that they will be giving the speakers memento, and then we break for lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Loknath Behera, for conducting this session so well, and all the speakers here, we got very interesting insights. And I must say, truly exciting times we are now going to enter in, as far as railways are concerned, whether from technology point of view. Sarath Mathur laid a perspective of how things are undergoing in terms of technological innovations. Then we heard from Mr. Dudeja how all the railway stations and rail land in particular are going for a complete revamp. And then we went to Mr. Rajesh Agarwal, who threw a spotlight on Haryana's own plans to decongest Delhi in its own way. And from industry side, we had Thomas Philip from Dassault, who gave a technological perspective to the entire discussion. Very indeed well-moderated discussion by Mr. Loknath Behera. So with this, we conclude this session. And before we actually conclude, I would request the Transport Commissioner, Government of Jammu and Kashmir, to please come on the dais and hand over the speaker mementos to the speakers on the dais. Shri Rahul Sharma, Transport Commissioner. The first memento for our program chair, Mr. Behera, Mr. Loknath Behera. Thank you, sir, for conducting the session. Next, I would request one speaker memento for Mr. Dudeja, Mr. Ved Prakash Dudeja, Vice Chairman of Rail Land Development Authority. I request Mr. Sharma to hand over one memento to Mr. Rajesh Agarwal, Managing Director of Haryana Research Orbital, Haryana Rail Infrastructure Development Company. Then Mr. Sharath Sai Mathur, Group General Manager, CRIS, Center for Railway Information Systems. Last and not least, Thomas Philip from Dassault, India Manufacturing Logistics Strategy Account Manager. Thomas Philip being felicitated by Rahul Sharma, Transport Commissioner, Government of Jammu. So with this, we conclude this first panel discussion, modernizing railways and transport trends, challenges and opportunities. We break for lunch here. We break for a lunch because we are running out of time, and in the evening we have scheduled some program also. So if we can reassemble here in next 40 minutes, it's 10 to 2. By 2:30, let us reassemble here. 2:30 बजे मिलते हैं वापस. So welcome back once again, all of you. In this post-lunch session, we'll be having, in the post-lunch, we'll be having 3 panel discussions. And because we are running very short of time, I would request each of the session chairs, moderators to try to wrap up their discussion in the fastest possible manner. So we'll be having one discussion on public-private collaboration for railway projects. This would be conducted by Dr. M.P. Ramnavas. He is Director of Projects in Kochi Metro. So I request Dr. M.P. Ramnavas to please kindly come on the dais. Director of Projects, Kochi Metro. Joining Dr. Ramnavas would be V. Ajit Kumar, MD of Kerala Rail Development Corporation. A round of applause for both of these gentlemen. H.K. Raghu, Senior Professor, Rolling Stock, Indian Railway Institute of Transport Management, Lucknow. And S.K. Mishra from Canara Bank. Is he there? S.K. Mishra, Deputy GM, Canara Bank. Yeah, he's there. Hi, Mr. Mishra. A very warm welcome. So, ladies and gentlemen, the topic of this discussion is public-private collaboration opportunities in railways projects. Session would be conducted by Dr. R.P. Ramnavas, Director of Projects, KMRCL. Over to you, Mr. Ramnavas. I request you to please conclude by 3:15.
Good afternoon to everyone, to the eminent panelists here, to the August gathering comprising technocrats and technologists, other delegates, colleagues, friends. So the topic we are discussing here is the public-private collaboration for railway projects. Historically, this starts from giving contract work to private sectors, and now it is reaching the public-private partnership with investment also coming from the private sector. In these things, the strength of the public sector setup and the investment capability of and agility of the private sector is synergized to deliver better services, cost-effective services, and faster execution of projects for the benefit of the society. So we are having few subtopics: transformative mobility solutions for all, best practices, challenges, and the way forward. So as told in the introduction, we'll be running short of time, and we'll be giving 6-7 minutes for each of the speakers, and to have a concluding round finally. So just to have the opening note, reinventing transport and mobility, shaping the public transport with the digitalization of public transport system, integrated ticket booking system, integrated transport system with all the transport system serving complementary to each other. That is the aim, and how far we are successful, then that will be beneficial to the society, even for the long distance trains operated by Indian Railways, for the metro trains operated by Metro Rail corporations, and the feeder buses or auto rickshaw services operated by local auto rickshaw owners. Everything put together is coming as an integrated system. And if we can integrate, now it is already being done by many places by integration of ticketing, identification or locating the trains or cabs. These things are going on, further improving. And let's hope it will reach a faster way in a much better situation. And we are having transformative mobility solution or best practices, basically to have an integrated transport system. And public-private partnership for railway projects, the investment opportunities from the private sectors, their efficiency of the private sector, all these things will get synergized to the public sector's legacy knowledge and the administrative setup available. Now, another thing with regard to the modernization of the railways. Railway modernization has, Indian Railways, it is having a legacy of 170 years. It is modernizing right from the beginning. Those who have worked in railways knows that what is the kind of sleepers we have used for the track, what is the kind of rails we have used. Now, at least in the 70s or 80s, we started making the long welded rails and getting rid of the rail joints every 13 meters. So it's not that Indian Railways were not modernizing, it was modernizing. It got rid of the wooden sleepers to prevent the deforestation, and it started welding the rails, and the coaches and trains are also improved. Now it is happening in a faster pace with induction of Vande Bharat Express, and now starting the high-speed rail system, which is under implementation. And the infrastructure in railway system also, like bridges, are also of improved type. Old steel, traditionally railways were having all steel bridges. Now it has become mostly concrete bridges. So modernization is happening. Now we are keeping pace with the other industrial progress or technological progress, and our pace is further increasing. And India to lead the world in advanced mobility services. India, with its expertise, whether at the governmental level or in the private sector, we are having a good competent professionals either in the private sector or in the government sector, and the leadership and the entrepreneurial culture which we are having in the public and private sector. With that, we can go a long way in leading the world in the transport and advanced mobility solutions. Now, with this opening note, I'll request our eminent speakers to give their views and on the topic, and I will start with Sri Ajit Kumar sir, the MD of KRDCL, and I will have a few opening questions with him that I request him to discuss the very company which he is having, that is 50-50 partnership of Indian Railways and the Kerala government, that already one of the speakers in the forum session has told, and what are the projects and what are the technological advancements they are incorporating into projects, the funding patterns. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon to all of you. Currently, Indian Railways is transporting about 1.3 billion, and we are supposed to move around 3 billion by around 2030. That is a challenge for the Indian Railways. And our Honorable Union Finance Minister, I think in the 2019 budget, she has stated that Indian Railways or Government of India will be investing around 50 lakh crores by year 2030. The amount of investment what we are doing right now for this year is 2.4 lakh crores, which is one of the highest, whereas we are aiming at around 50 lakh crore by year 2030, another 7 years in the line. So these are the challenges in front of the Indian Railways. It is the challenges in front of the industry and the challenges in front of all the rail experts and the related experts. It is not rail alone, there are so many other fields. So that is the scenario in which we are standing today. And we are seeing a lot of, I want to make a comparison, that is why we are seeing a lot of developments in the national highway front. The national highway across the country has been already developed, and still developments are going on, especially in Kerala. We are a little late. Now our national highway NH66, which connects the north to south of Kerala, has been getting widened to 6 lines. And we are also going for many greenfield lines like from Angamali to Trivandrum, a new line is greenfield line is coming. There is a Koilon to Shangota greenfield is coming. Palghat to Calicut, a greenfield alignment is coming. So there are a lot of developments happening in the national highway front. It has its own advantages. Everybody would like to have a better road and we can travel faster. There will be a lot of other incidental developments coming across the state, but is it advantages or is there any disadvantages? Yes, there are a lot of disadvantages. The carbon footprint will increase. In fact, Kerala, we have around 1.5 crore vehicles for a population of around 3.3 crores. It is almost around 440 vehicles for 1,000 people, which is almost nearer to that of the USA standards. USA, I think, around 530 vehicles for 1,000 people. So we are almost nearer to that. So with the national highways coming better, the number of vehicle population is going to increase. We are going to burn more diesel and petrol. So is there any alternative? This is what we should look. Yes, roads are great, but is there any better alternatives? Yes. That is what we have to see. You see the total emissions of the total, around 24% they come from the transport sector. Out of that 24%, the road sector is bringing around 74% of the carbon emission is from the road sector. And the rail industry brings less than 1% carbon emission. So shall we look at rail industry? It's almost near, and Indian Railways is going to become net zero by in another 2 years. The full electrification, but there are some by 2030 there will be net zero, far ahead of the government of India's commitment of 2070. So we should look at rail projects which can bring down the carbon emission. So, rail, yes, the resources required for a rail project will be half, natural resources required for a rail project will be almost half of that of a road project. Road, you require bigger width, more land, you require more earth, you require all resources at double, whereas rail industry, you require half, you need to have more carrying capacity. In the morning, it was being told that the PSPD is around 70,000 people we can carry it during peak hours, and it is having one of the highest safety compared with all other forms of transport. Rail have the highest safety and is faster also. Okay, right now maybe in some sections it may not be faster, but we have technology to make rail faster. So in this context, let me talk about the project which Kerala Rail Development Corporation, as a joint venture company between the Ministry of Railways and Government of Kerala, has been formed. We have identified a project, a Silver Line project. It is a semi-high-speed rail project connecting north of Kerala and south of Kerala, that is Trivandrum and Kasaragod, connecting all these districts on the north-south direction. It's a 530-kilometer double line system planned for with a design speed of around 220 kmph per hour, and that will take you from Trivandrum to Kasaragod in less than 4 hours compared with the current timings of around 10 to 12 hours in the rail or road. So compared with the 10 to 12 hours, it will get reduced to 4 hours, and it was projected at a cost of around 64,000 crores. This project, we were supposed to run around 37 trains on the north-south directions, which will shift around, which will have a ridership of around 79,000 people on a basis. It is supposed to shift around 12,000 to pull out 12,000 cars from the roads, and it is supposed to reduce the carbon footprint by around 2.3 lakh tons per year. So this is the model of the project. And as far as the PPP model is concerned, out of the 64,000 crores, the investment from the Government of India side is only around 2,150 crore. Balance money comes from the state government, it comes from the industry, it comes from the public, and some loan from multinational organization, multinational banks. So that is the model which I want to talk about. I leave it. Any questions are there? We can answer. Can I answer now or leave it to the last?
Maybe
we can leave it to the last.
request the next speaker, Mr. H.K. Raghu.
नमस्कार। अभी आपने KRDC के बारे में सुना है, कितने प्रोजेक्ट हैं, कितने प्रोजेक्ट नहीं हैं। I will be just elaborating what has already been told to us. So when we say railway project, how you perceive the railway project and how they are different than any other project. So railway project are basically combination of transport project, environment project, energy project, and health project. So it has already been told to you that roadways are not preferred alternative for any kind of thing if we are looking for environment. And it was told that roadways are creating about 70% of carbon footprint if we see on the transportation sector. So when we see only the carbon footprint, then also you see the railway is much better than the roadways, but much worse than the carbon footprint is what you cannot see and what is being induced in your lungs indirectly by running a roadway project. Because as per the study done by Scotland in 2017, they have given the details of tire wear. There is a concept of tire wear. When roadways is there, road will be either of asphalt or it will be for cement. And then you will be running a tire over it, tired vehicle, and which is creating microplastics. And microplastics in the range of 2.5 ppm, which are not being seen, but they are suspended into environment. And you might have seen the जो पहले आप नजारा देखते थे ना दूर तक का, वो आपको दिखता नहीं, because lot of pollution is there in the area. So these microplastics are very, very dangerous for the health of human being. So once we introduce the railway project, we are not introducing only the railway project, a transportation project, but it is indirectly helping us in developing the conserving our environment, and also the less energy. The energy consumed in any railway transportation is much lesser than, it is almost 6 times more efficient than the roadways. And when we come for the say this dust particle of tire dust particle and road dust particle, if you see the total pollution which we create in the environment is, say if we take it as 100, then only 14% of it is basically carbon emission, which is coming out of the engine. But if we see the remaining pollution which is created in the air and the water, that is the tire dust and the road dust. So that we have to see how much we are going to create. Regarding the public-private participation, railway projects are always dealing with the public, and public is always participating in the railway project. Now comes only how the funding is to be done. So if we think about funding by a private partner in the field of, say, transportation, so he will be looking for the return. So if we see only the return out of fare, then it will not be possible that he will be getting the return which he is looking for. So he has to look for the transport as well as environment and the energy and health. So our stakeholders are those companies who are working in these. So the major portion of what is the advantage of government funding it, government is working in all the fields. They are in all the fields. So in that field, government will invest basically in the transport, and by putting in the transport field, the fund in the transport field, they will be saving money on environment, energy, and the health. So that way we need not to put more fund in the energy project, more fund in the health project, because health will be directly affected by this. So this is what I want to say. Before we going for any kind of project, we should see whether it is sustainable or not. We are saying sustainable means we are just seeing whether the ROR is coming back or not. It may not be coming as the ROR back if we are doing a railway project. But if we consider all the things, the amount of fund we are investing in the health and environment, then the ROR is much better than, because whatever we are investing, more than that we are saving indirectly by not spending in environment, energy and health. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I'll request Mr. S.K. Misra, DGM CEO from Canara Bank, and I would be expecting him to throw much light on the financing part of the PPP projects also.
Sir, first of all, thank you for making us your partner and giving us the opportunity to express our views on financing under PPP model. This model, actually, this is not new model, but nowadays, from bank perspective, we are getting a lot of such proposals on PPP model only, and so far our experience is really satisfactory. And we have funded metro projects, we have funded road projects, we have funded even air projects. Even you may be knowing that KMRL we funded, and here also Kannur International Airport also we funded. In Hyderabad also we funded metro. In Mumbai also we participated. So wherever we see the opportunity, we are going forward to fund it. Being a bank, third largest PSB, we see our higher role in funding these projects. But of course, sometimes we see some sort of risk also, because we all know that majority of our resources, that will be the short term, and the gestation period of these projects little higher, a longer term will be there. So whenever we fund that time, certainly we see it should not create any ALM mismatch. Regarding other risk, what we see that sometime there will be cash mismatch, cash flow mismatch. Whatever the projections have been made and what we see actually, there will be some difference will be there. In that case, if government is coming forward and they are providing this viability gap, so that will give us comfort to bankers. Not only I am asking about Canara Bank, it will give comfort to bankers. It will give comfort to bank. So that only we see little bit risk. Other than that, sometimes there will be some delay due to that delayed equity by the government, or sometimes there will be delayed approvals and all these things. But majority we see that now the PPP model is doing well only, and we are doing good number of projects. We are doing good number of projects, especially in construction and road sector. We are doing, and that's why our loan book is also nearly more than 1,20,000 crore in infra projects. Here in Kerala also, as our relationship with this state is almost 100 years old. 100 years old. So whenever we see any opportunity in Kerala, we are funding, whether it's a rail, whether it's an airport, or the road transport. And other than that, regarding that, in the morning, our CMD of Cochin Metro Rail, he was speaking about that connect. Yes, connect is very much required among all the stakeholders for the successful completion of the project on time. That is very much needed. And he was just talking about how we can make the life better. Yes, certainly. When we are talking about our smart cities, we are talking about ease of living, ease of doing business. In that area also, being a big bank, we are moving quickly, and we are just working on how we can make this ticketing better. And being a SLBC convener in Kerala, and we have declared recently, our Chief Minister declared that this state is fully digital. So now we in the morning session, we discussed digitalization is very much required for making our city smart, or for making our life comfortable, for making to do our business with ease. So in that direction also we are working, sir. And this regarding funding, any opportunity comes, we take it in a very positive note. And being a big bank, whenever in recently also government of Kerala has given us that you appraise some projects, that consultancy service, and that also we are providing. We are moving in a unison with the local government, and this PPP model, my experience is that it is doing well. Some lacuna is there, so nothing will be, so no system, no procedure will be perfect. There will be some sort of shortcomings here and there, and this is the only scheme now, PPP, which will push. In the morning we discussed that 100 metro road will be made, because recently RBI has flagged regarding finances of some government, so they do not have money, not have much money to invest in these projects. So private participation is very much needed, and whenever such participation will come and projects will be viable, Canara Bank will not lag behind. Canara Bank will not lag behind, and we will be forthcoming in approving the projects, in taking lead, in even some sort of arranging the funds with other banks also. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eskimo. Taking only the allotted time up to 3:15, I have one short question to all these panelists, starting with Ajit Kumar, sir. Sir, could you kindly, just for 1 minute or 1.5 minute answer, like, what is the technological advancements which are being proposed for the Silver Line project?
In fact, your answer will have to extend for 10 minutes. But there are so many technological advancement in the Silver Line project what we have planned. Basically, we are going for a standard gauge, other than the conventional broad gauge. The standard gauge is the one which has been on which the high-speed rails are running around the world, where for the last 30-40 years, trains at a speed of 300 plus is running. So that is a technological advance. As far as signaling is concerned, we are going for ETCS, European Train Control System, level 2, where it can take speeds up to 300 kmph. As far as telecom is concerned, we are going for LTE or the latest technologies. Then we are using structural health monitoring, where the health of the bridges, viaducts, retaining walls will be monitored 24/7 on the entire life cycle of that structure. Then for the operation and maintenance, the track structures are being monitored either through fiber systems or through onboard equipment. When the train runs itself, it will capture the track and all other track parameters through cameras and then analyze it. Then rolling stock, yes, we are planning for the EMU type, like similar to Vande Bharat type of trains. And the traction power is 2x25 systems. And the power for the traction is 100% green, either solar or wind or other renewable power. So these are some of the items which I thought I can take.
Also, thank you, sir. I know it's a long list and more elaboration will be required, but due to paucity of time, we'll go to Sri H.K. Raghu, sir. So I would like to know, you being in the rolling stock or specialized in rolling stock, what are the trains which are, status of the trains which are given on PPP, on Indian Railways? You have an idea which you can share.
Going for train operation in PPP mode, it is already on card, and there were some contract advertised, notified. However, what I already told, that whoever is going to invest in these kind of project, he is looking for a better return, which will not be possible for train operation if he is controlling only train operation. But if he is controlling other things also, like vending on stations or any other work, then it will be fruitful. So first attempt which we made in Lucknow itself, that was Tejas which was run by IRCTC, and then other private players also came. But finally, it was not very successful because train operation itself is not very lucrative.
Yes, sir. Excuse me, sir. We have heard you and we got an insight of aspects which Canara Bank is doing. So, do you have anything more to say?
This right now, I told at that time, we see that this PPP model is doing well. So far is doing well. Only concern is regarding the gestation period. The longer period for that we will be raising funds, and even this PPP model, this should also scout for some new avenues from where that funding can be made. Funding instead of depending fully on banks, we can see that how other resources also can be harnessed for this metro rail or other big and higher gestation period.
I've got just a small idea to give it to you.
Yeah.
Say you are funding for roadways,
Yeah.
and you are funding for railways also,
Yeah.
for metros also,
Yeah.
and knowing well that roadways are not health conscious. So what I am telling that if you go for some health bond,
Yeah.
and whatever money is coming from the health bond, if you invest in metros and railways, that will be more fruitful because your number of people who are going to be getting the advantage of health bond will be, they will be lesser and you will getting more money. In the same way, you can go for power bond and environment bond. So if you can launch such kind of bond, it will be not only beneficial for you and it will be working more beneficially, but also for the country itself and the board itself.
Yeah, there is a continuous review process in our bank also, how we can generate the resources like that. And we continuously monitor our cost of, because nowadays banks are operating in a very thin margin. And in coming days, the way competition is happening, this NIM will go down. We will go down only. So we are monitoring our cost of funds continuously, and appropriate decisions are taken at our office. So we will take your whatever opinion on your suggestions you have given. We will take it. But certainly that management continuously monitor, and we had this idea that whether we should raise the bond or not. Now, so far we have not raised. So far we have not raised. But we do give thought of these things, that whether we should raise a specific bond for a specific projects, or just we go and source the deposits or CASA from the market. So we do continuously review our resources.
See, rail projects is like a question. Rail projects, especially passenger rail projects, the IRR is very low. Metro projects will be around 2 to 3%. But when the DPR is prepared, they will make it better, make it 7 to 8% so that it will get sanctioned. Or economic IRR, they will boost it. Okay, economic IRR is there for rail projects, and it will be around 14 to 30%. So the project will get sanctioned. Now, since the IRR, the physical money coming is delayed, so naturally the Indian banks has to extend loans or a long period. It has to be minimum of 20 years, which I think the Indian banks are not attractive, or they don't like that type of gestation period. But what the industry does is we go to multinationals, either JICA or ADB, because they have the models which can take up to 15 years plus. So whether the Indian bank industry can look into giving loans of that long gestation, that too when the IRR is less than around 8%, 6%. I know there has to be, like what Mr. Raghu had told, that some green bonds or health bonds. With that, you have to cross-subsidize and bring it. It should be attractive to the rail industry so that the environment will improve. There will be a lot of infrastructure. Thank you.
With regard to railway systems, basically it has got a lot of indirect benefits. And mechanically, it is coming from the steel wheel and rail interaction, which is friction is very less, and also there is no tire wear dust, which Professor Raghu was telling. So railway railway system has got a lot of indirect benefits, environmental and otherwise, like energy consumption, etc. Anyway, we have heard all three eminent speakers, and we got an insight of what KRDSC is doing for the Silver Line project, which is about 530 kilometers and 63,000 crore, and which is having only government investment of less than 10%, both central government and state government together. So most of the other funding will be coming from other banks or private sector. So that aspect is already given, and the technological advancement which they are utilizing compared to the present railway system in place. And we also heard Professor H.K. Raghu with regard to benefits of the railway system, and also some suggestions with regard to the funding for some incentives to be given to the borrowers. And we also got an insight of the funding system being given by the Canara Bank and bank in general, and Canara Bank specifically what they are contributing to the infrastructure projects in India. Now I request the organizers, do we have any time left for taking any questions from audience, or?
You can have one or two questions.
So with the paucity of time, we'll limit the number of questions to two, as told by the organizers. If any question is there, kindly tell us. Yes, sir.
The KRI, has that been finalized, the rolling stock that you will use and the alignment and all, is it final state or is it still there's some decisions to be taken?
As far as the project is concerned, we have already prepared DPR. Before that, we have already finished the feasibility report, submitted to the Railway Ministry. We have got in principle approval from the Railway Ministry. We have already tied up with almost all the banks for 33,000 crores. We have got the commitment from the Union Finance Minister that he can go ahead with the land acquisition. So once the DPR is prepared, then the alignment is finalized, your type of rolling stock is finalized, almost everything is except the final sanction which we have.
Will you be then going in for global tenders for rolling stock, or are you looking for indigenous rolling stock?
See, right now our funding, 33,000 crore funding is from the JICA, ADB and other things. So we may have to follow some routes based on the funding agencies requirements also. Because some of the loans are tied loans.
I think one more question was that probably we'll make it as the last question.
We have seen Vande Bharat, it's really happening to see. But it's equally true that Vande Bharat, it is not running to the speed what it is expected because of our track conditions. Currently, most of the terrains what we are using are very curvy, wherein we are not able to negotiate the speed. So we see that in Europe, there are a lot many other train sets, like pendulum and other kind of train sets, wherein they are able to negotiate the speed. So do we, in India, we are planning such, and how we are going to improvise the speeds and improve the network.
Mr. H.K.
Currently, we are not planning, but earlier we have planned, and we did a lot of experiment also between Delhi to Agra, and it was successful. But the cost which is coming, that is much higher than the Vande Bharat Express. So main thing comes the funding. So if you are having funding and whatever speed you are going to achieve, one study has been done with the Russian Railway on the existing track. Even we make our tracks say having less curve, then it will not be possible because the amount of work which is given by the train while it is running, that total the foundation of the track has to be improved. So that is not possible in the current, but that is again very costly. If we do a greenfield project, it will be easier. If we do a brownfield project, it will not be easier. Thank you.
One small point to be added is we are running goods train also in the same tracks where now Indian Railways is operating. So goods trains usually run at 45 kilometers per hour. So the curvature, curvature is less, it is okay. If curvature is more, we have to give super elevation according to the faster trains. Otherwise, canned access will be there. There is a limitation for that also. So operational problems will be there. So the only solution is to have more corridors with flatter curves and so lesser slope gradients, etc. I think we can conclude.
So thank you, Mr. MP Ranavas, Director of Projects, Kochi Metro, for conducting this session so well. I know we are running behind the time, and this discussion could have gone forward. It was quite an interesting topic, but because of the constraint of time, we have to conclude it here. Kochi Police Commissioner K. Sethuraman is here with us. So I would request the Police Commissioner to come on the dais and hand over the speaker mementos to the speakers of this just concluded panel. The panel topic was public-private collaboration opportunities for railway projects. So the first speaker memento to be given by Mr. K. Sethuraman to the session moderator, Mr. Dr. MP Ranavas. Next memento for V. Ajit Kumar, Managing Director, Kerala Rail Development Corporation. H. Raghu, Senior Professor, Rolling Stock, Indian Railways Institute of Transport. And S.K. Mishra, Deputy General Manager, Canara Bank. So thank you all the panelists on the dais. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a special address by the Kochi Police Commissioner. We are told that he has an important meeting, so he would be giving this special address of around 10 minutes. Thereafter, we will proceed into the panel number 3 of today's discussions. Railways and Transport Innovation, Conducive Framework for Cybersecurity and Data Privacy. This panel will follow after the Commissioner's address. Over to you, sir.
Respected dignitaries, participants, innovators, and bankers. Actually, apart from being a police officer, I wanted to sit throughout the day and listen to you all. Because this city, as police commissioner, I can say that this city survives on transport, and biggest problems we face are related to traffic issues and urbanization. So I have always felt that the future of any urban metropolis, megalopolis, or cities lies on the public transportation. And it is primarily, especially in Kerala, it is very important that we should have a very efficient and extensive network of railway network, especially metro. So I am talking about this in many perspectives. From the point of a crime, if you say, what is the biggest advantages for as a Kochiite? If you want to have a safe travel, morning if I go, as a father, if I want my son to go and come back again without any problem, I can say that he should travel in metro. We have 29 police stations, including the metro police station. You will be surprised to say that lowest crime is occurred at the metro police station, because there is no crime as such, no accidents, no pollution. Hardly, and last week I got a letter from
Bairasa saying that 5,000 rupees has been stolen and registered a case. Apart from that, we have not seen many cases at all, because this is feature for everything. Moreover, it is not only from the point of the crime perspective, but also from the point of development perspective as well. Because in India, we are facing a huge issue of incredible increase in the urbanization. Before 2 months back, I went to Mumbai and I felt so, so overwhelming. Because now the population of Maharashtra is around 12 crores by 2011 population by census. I'm sure that in another few years, half of the Maharashtrian population will live in Mumbai itself. Now itself is already 4 or 5, 2 or 3 crores. But I'm sure that it's another 5 years, half of the population likely to have it. And most worst state of affairs is that they may not have any playgrounds to go, no swimming pools, no clubs, only concrete vertical structures without any provision for public amenities. So if you go through the roads of Mumbai, I feel that I'm in an entirely different concrete jungle. And fortunately, when I come back to Kerala, I feel that this is one of the God's own country, because we don't know such. We have a lot of trees. We are living in a scattered settlement pattern. We all have toilets and we grow trees. I want this life to sustain, because it is possible only through public networks of great and speedy train, especially. Because what I'm saying is that urbanization is inevitable. In 1951, 90% of the population was living in rural areas. By 2011, it has become only half. But I'm sure that by 2022, now census has not even taken place, more than half of the population would have been living in urban areas. Similarly, in Kerala itself, we take, by the last 2011 census, number of metropolis has increased phenomenally. Less than 10% of the total GDP actually contributed by agriculture. And less than 20% of the people are now depending on farming and other related activities. 80% are now becoming service sector oriented. So in this particular era, we have a great innovation taking place in urbanization. And we want to sustain, we want to keep our villages, we want to keep the greenery. It is possible only when I am able to travel at a very high speed. For example, I am from Munnar in Kerala. It's around, it's a hill station. It's a beautiful place. I have been living there. I was born and brought up there. And I can almost every day I dream of only greenery, only in dreams, not in real life, because I want to go from here. It's only 75 kilometers away. If there is a good road network or train network, and if I reach there half an hour, I think there's no need for me to travel, live in Kochi. I can very well live in Munnar, 75 kilometers away, and daily I can commute here. And similarly, why should people from Nagpur come to Nashik, comes to Mumbai, or villages throughout the area has to come to Mumbai? Because they have no other way. Similarly, people from UP and Bihar are migrating massively to the Delhi, because they have to go. There's no network, because they have to live near to the cities. It's very difficult to come into the workplace. So one way to reduce the poverty, one way to improve the rural livelihood, one way to improve the life, maintain the families, all possible only through a good public network system. It is an area where there is a great innovation taking place, not only in terms of network, because if you take the network, Mumbai Metro, we should always see that this particular network involves a huge infrastructure investments. As you know, all infrastructure investments have increasing returns. There will be huge fixed costs and very less current costs. That means that to lay down the metro rail network, we have a huge cost is being involved. But to operate the network, operate the train may not be so much of cost. So initially, public investment is essential for improving the network. But later, I think it's always possible to have a more competition whereby all private, public, or public PP, whatever case, there should be proper competition whereby there's increased travel, commutation, and opportunities for us to thrive. And similarly, in future, I'm sure that we are going to have a great revolutionary changes in terms of the energy. Now we're all going by diesel and petrol. And now I've taken a car, an electrical car has taken, because I know that after 5 years, the petrol diesel is not going to be there. Or if price is going to go down like anything. Electrical car is better. Similarly, in future, after 10 years, it may be seen that there is driverless car, self-driving cars may be there. Same case may be there in terms of train network also. Artificial intelligence is going to revolutionize. Now, it is a very exciting field. I'm happy to be here. I'm also very happy to take 1 or 2 questions to you. Fortunately, I'll cut short my speech. So I see a lot of youngsters and the energetic people. So nice of you. Thank you so much. Thank you for Kochi Metro for inviting me to do this special function. Thank you so much.
Any questions for the commissioner? So thank you, Mr. K. Sethuraman, for your warm insight. And I could actually, I was feeling envious when you said that you are from a very green and clean and serene surrounding, and you stressed upon the importance of network, particularly sustainable network. And you also stressed upon the requirement of a mass rapid transit system, so that there is no necessity for people to migrate from rural and semi-urban cities to urban conglomerates. And yes, urbanization is inevitable, as you rightly mentioned, but we have to figure out ways, how do we create a system where people can move seamlessly from one place to another place. So thank you once again, Mr. Sethuraman, Commissioner of Police, Kochi. And let me invite on stage Mr. S.S. Mathur from CRIS to hand over the speaker memento to our Commissioner of Police, Kochi. To be presented by Mr. S.S. Mathur. He is Group General Manager in CRIS, Center for Railway Information System. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed. Panel number 3, Railway and Transport Innovation, Conducive Framework for Cybersecurity and Data Privacy. This is a technical discussion. Let me invite on the stage General Manager, Kochi Metro Rail Limited, Mani Venkat Kumar. Mani Venkat Kumar, GM, KMRCL. He will be conducting this session, and joining Mani Venkat Kumar would be Rahul Sharma, Transport Commissioner from Jammu and Kashmir. Sanjay Kumar, Chairman of Railway Recruitment Board, Thiruvananthapuram. Sanjay Kumar. And Vijay Devnath, Group General Manager, Infra and Security, and CISO, Chief Information Security Officer, CRIS. So we have got 2 speakers from CRIS today, Mr. Mathur and Mr. Vijay Devnath. So I hand over the proceedings to Mr. Mani Venkat Kumar, and with the caveat that if Mani can conclude this session by maximum 4 or 4:05, because as I mentioned, we have scheduled, our MD of Kochi Metro has scheduled a visit to Kochi Water Metro, which all of us are excited to go. So we would request you to, now the ball is rather in your court.
Thank you. The problem is the topic is very interesting, cyber security. So the connected world, if you see, there is an enhanced use of transportation. Transportation need to be efficient to meet the need. The efficiency comes with the digitalization. Digitalization, that means you will see less mechanical systems, more computers. You know, there is a saying, every computer can be hacked. Every system is a computer. That means everything can be hacked. Just grab your attention, I told. It is not that easy. There are systems are already laid down. There is a systematic approach. And when more computer systems are there, there is a need for cyber security. Cybersecurity is achieved with three main components. One is system design, then risk assessment, and attentive people. The system design starts with design of components and safety level required. And risk assessment will tell you the procedure to be followed, the gaps in the system, so that you can close in and ensure that systems are functioning. But still, attentive people are required. There are certain assets which needs a longer life, like a rolling stock, which has a 25 years. So it is not that just you implement a secure system and system remains safe. You need to monitor your threats. You need to do risk assessment. You need to monitor the network traffic to identify the gaps in the system. Normally, these gaps are told by risk assessment and cybersecurity policy and regulations. So already there are IEC standards are already in place to ensure that systems are properly built so that less risk is passed on to the user. Many countries like Australia, Europe made it mandatory cyber security compliant system only to be produced in the future. So we need to manage these mitigation maybe few years where the new systems are going to be in place. Task appears to be very big, but I have panelists who are already implemented similar kind of solutions since they are dealing with huge amount of passengers. My question to Rahul Sharma, who is a Commissioner, Transportation, Jammu and Kashmir. Just share us the kind of transportation you are providing, and there is a huge security threat being its geographical location. How you, what are the precautions you are taking to protect the transportation? Over to you.
Thank you, organizers, for providing this platform to share our experience. Rightly said that we are located in Jammu and Kashmir. I am from Jammu and Kashmir, and it is located in that part of the country which is having a lot of geographical challenges, threats. But our transportation, the government of Jammu and Kashmir recently has taken a very good initiatives that they are now not working in isolation, which most of the states are doing. We are moving closely with government of India. That is all the platforms which are coming up, they are coming up with close coordination with NIC. That is NIC, National Informatics Center. The government of India's department is taking over all the initiatives. And I feel pleasure to tell that right from 15th of January, it has been made mandatory in Jammu and Kashmir not to provide any service without the digital platform. They said you leave that scheme, you will not, government will not implement that scheme which will not be digitized. So now we are on a platform where we are providing 100% of our services, like 512 services of government of Jammu and Kashmir are totally online, and they are being implemented under Public Service Guarantee Act, which is also in the auto appeal mode. That is, you are given 1 month's time to dispose of the files, and after that, nobody is going to ask you what have you done, what you have done or what you have not done. It's in auto appeal mode. And then you are being a government servant is under penalty. Penalty is imposed for 20 rupees per day delay on the file. To this extent, we have proceeded in the last 2 years. Though we were very late in entering the digital setup of India compared to our southern counterparts, but I think we are moving at a Vande Bharat speed. To be very frankly, I'll be telling that we are moving at a Vande Bharat speed. So towards now coming over to the topic that how we are protecting our information of our commuters and etc. So I told you that in the information that our whole platform is moving through NIC, which is having a central emergency response team. The central emergency response team of NIC is very, very strong, very dedicated, and working 24/7 on this security of the data. It is working with very close coordination with all the stakeholders. In transportation sector, we are having three stakeholders. That is, we are having one garages department. Then we are having our public sector, that is JK, Roadside Transport Corporation. And then there is a motor vehicles department, which is maintaining the whole data. So the responsibility for maintaining and strengthening the security system lies totally with the CERT. It analyzes, monitors, and responds to each and every security incident. And the foremost important thing in that is that it is disseminating the information to the other ministries also, that this thing has happened in that ministry, and this was the solution and how we have proceeded. Not only this, they are maintaining a close login when a system has been logged, when a system was put to use, who have assessed the system, total login credentials with 2 steps of security. Now we are coming that recently we are having OTP based identification, but now we are coming with the biometrics also. So this thing, I think this is happening across India. The NIC is looking after the most of the ministries of union government also. So our role is very limited to that extent because we feel that we are secure in their hands. So I hope though the challenge is that now we are having a thief who is very, very, very intelligent. He's not going to break the law. He is a highly educated. The thief will be a very highly educated person because now the data is a wealth. A data of any country is a wealth. It's more than gold mine. I say it's a gold mine because the taste, preferences, what person likes, how to influence his brain. The AI is influencing our brains in that way. So the NIC is doing a wonderful job. They are proactively securing our networks. That I already told you. Now they are publishing the notes also. The sharing of information in cyber security is very, very essential because whenever this thing is happening, they are not only doing this, they are doing the audits also. Cyber security audits are also continuously going on. A clear instructions from the government has flown to each and every ministry in J&K that 100% certificates are being given by the head of departments that our systems are totally security audited. So these steps we are taking in a wonderful way. I won't have other things to add to that thing. So we are very, very doing extremely well.
Yeah. Let me share my personal experience. I had been to Kashmir. I was using a prepaid telephone number. So getting a telephone connection in Kashmir is very difficult. So what I mean to say is your identity will be verified to that an extent. Getting a telephone connection is very difficult. And second thing is cyber security is not a one-step process. It's a continuous process. Today you safe doesn't mean that you are safe forever. Continuous risk assessment is required. Continuous closing of the identified risks are to be required, and continuous monitoring of your traffic data on your network is required. Now, recently you must have listened, ChatGPT, that advanced AI-based search engine, is being blocked. So it is writing exams, so people are unable to find out whether a student is writing or machine is writing. So such is the scenario. Now we have with us our Sanjay Kumar, Chairman Railway Recruitment Board, what exactly the precautions being taken in railway recruitment? Go to center.
Thank you, Mr. Mani. Actually, Railway Recruitment Board is kind of a system. Basically, we are using is CMMI 3 or 2, CMMI 5 level of certification. It's got nothing but a capability model integration level. Basically, it's a like ISO we are doing, like ISO 27001. That is basically the system is well protected. Otherwise, also like if you open our all our website, what we have done, we have converted from HTTP to HTTPS, and all the auditing is from NIC. We have already done that. And as far as that, what my colleague asked about the cyber security, that there is CERT means CERT. It is a Computer Emergency Response Team. It is from Railways also. So Railways is monitoring. And in the Railways, I think my two colleagues from CRIS will be agreed, more than 100 different applications, in fact, built up by CRIS itself. And there are other organizations who are parallelly building up. And definitely there is as the technology is going on, digitization is going on, the threat is also going on at its own pace. So we have to be all the time, we have to be ready. As my colleague has rightly said, that any system which is not a cyber protected will not be utilized. So there are certain guidelines issued by the Ministry of Information Technology. Some of them are like the password protection. We have to keep a strong password. And password normally not should be your name or date of birth or your father, mother name or something like that. It should be a combination of your like capital letter, small letter, number, symbols. Like sometimes we have replaced D with the and with like B with 6 kind of, or put the hash. Start your password with the hash. Some I have secret I'm sharing with the audience, so they can change their password after going back. Start their password with the hash, and then try to have some kind of algorithm. Like say I like some song in any language, and then you use that particular word first, rather than going first capital, go for the second or third capital. But the logic which you have is you only know. This particular logic I have used, and then accordingly it will be really very difficult to crack the password, and it should be more like 13 to 15 digits. And in fact, what I have used, in fact, I should not say, but publicly I'm saying that I have kept one 10,000 rupee challenge to one of my colleagues. Okay, if you crack this, 10,000 rupees is yours, because that was a very small song. I have created my own password. And of course, there are brute force, and there are many methods are there. But they normally go with a dictionary and other ways of cracking your password. But if you use the combination of symbols, more of a symbol, less of a word, then it is difficult to crack the password. Now, even see, difficult is not impossible. People are cracking also. Then there is something called this the two-factor, multi-factor authentication. Like my colleague has told in the Jammu that they are going to go for this biometric. Biometric may be your facial or thumb locking kind of thing. In railways, many places we have already introduced this. Even on computer logging, we have to use this biometric. In fact, 10 years ago, it was already implemented in Metro Railway, Kolkata. And then the OTP is also one of the multi-factor authentication protection. Then going further is your security audit. The regular security audit has to be done so that your system is protected or not. And then employee has to be trained. And like our partners like TCS, what they do, the working laptop, they disable their USB ports. It is not allowed. So likewise, we should also basically restrict the external devices to get connected. We should use the strong passwords. So I think by using these kinds of these measures, we'll be able to somewhat control the cyber threats. That's all.
Yeah, as I told you, it's a continuous process. I think now earlier it was only 1-point authentication. Now it became 2-point authentication. I don't know. Every time a hacker comes with an idea, we comes with a solution. This Tom and Jerry goes endless. So now Center for Railway Information System, which provides various applications to the railway. So at the source, being a given scenario, like recently AIMS website has been hacked. Everybody was aghast. Suddenly how it can happen in India. So being a developer, of various applications to railway, what precautions you do take to ensure that applications are not cyber attack prone?
Good afternoon. I think majority of you are awake after lunch, etc. So what I'm going to talk about is not very tech, because I do not know how many of you are from that background or not. We are holding you may be aware, there is another seminar going on in the same city in Crown Plaza, which is dedicated to my kind of people only. Is the TCSO conference. So there we talk. We are going to talk a lot of tech. But as my co-panelists and other dignitaries have already explained, everything what you need to do in your life depends on people, process, and technology. And when it comes to IT, it is no different. But somehow people take it differently, and they just jump into the technology part of it, which is not good, which is not correct. As Mr. Sanjay Kumar has pointed out, starts with people. So whether your people are properly educated about that part of the technology, whether they are computer literate, whether they know what is a login and what is an OTP and what not to click, and etc. etc. There are a lot of precautions he has told. But whether these things are being taught in the schools, in the colleges, I don't know. Then it comes to the job in our railway, or government and private also. Are we giving the people the proper training how to handle the IT systems, which they sometimes find new in the organization, and they have to work from the day one itself. Coming to railways security, cyber security, or whatever you call it, I look at it in a different way. It is again a combination of people, process, technology, and a lot of my railwaymen, there are 13 lakh plus of railwaymen, they are not all cyber savvy. So that job is left to maybe the institutes or the colleges or the in-service training institutes. We are trying to give them content to train our people. Because if a person is not safe while he is using his application, then no safety technology can save him or the organization. If somebody leaks the data by ignorance or by by some lure or some greed, then ultimately organization suffers. He may suffer or may not suffer. So there has to be a process of also identifying how the people are being trained and how deviation from the standard process are being handled. We call it a D and AR process, disciplinary and appeal rules, whether we are handling the digital processes there or not. Then comes the technology. I will not speak about technology because it becomes sometimes very complex, and there are tools, there are OEMs, there are system integrators. It's a very complex ecosystem of cybersecurity. Everybody is saying, "Whoa, he is below me. I am better," and all that. That we will keep on hearing. That is marketing. What you should do, I will not. I will say talk small about. My colleague referred to the AIMS hack, which is very recent and very fresh in our mind. It was not a hack of a traditional kind. Nobody took the data anywhere. The data remained where it was, and it was encrypted with a key which was with the, I will say, kidnapper hacker. So he kidnapped the data, and strangely, which is possible only in digital world, the data remained where it was, but it was kidnapped. Somebody came in your house and locked up your family member in the bathroom. It's something like that, and took away the key. The ransomware, not of the traditional kind. And surprisingly, AIIMS had a backup and off-site backup in another AIIMS Raipur. But when they went to access it, they found that that was encrypted even before the main, the Delhi AIIMS thing was encrypted. So whatever they did, I do not know the intricacy, how they got the key and how they unlocked it. One thing you have to notice here is that nothing of AIIMS data was on cloud. It was all on premise in two places. So if somebody tells you that putting data on cloud becomes unsafe, keeping in your own house becomes very safe, please take it with a lot of salt, not pinch. Second thing is that you are supposed to do a risk analysis of your data, which was not done there. Everything of everyone has been put on there. The main reason why they were afraid was there was a lot of data of very VVIPs, medical data, which was very sensitive in nature. So they were concerned mostly about it. The other normal public and normal treatments, not much of botheration is there if that data is copied or whatever. So you have to do a risk analysis, and you should keep only minimum of data with you, which you need to protect. People, copying credit card data, copying Aadhaar data, copying everything, trying to keep inside, it's a bad practice. Please don't keep all that referential data which is there with others with yourself. Keep it with you, only the data which you generate and you need to keep. Rest can all be connected and referenced. Then comes to the main part is that after you have done this risk analysis, you should try to do a BCP analysis as well. Simply taking backup, a lot of organizations, everybody takes backup. Ek tape mein liya. Oh, sorry, I'm going in my native language. So you take a backup in a tape or in a hard disk, keep it away. This is not the practice to be followed now. You are supposed to keep the data in such a place and in such a state where you can read it in case of emergency, which means it has to be on online backup of the data which is required to run your business immediately. Not every transaction of 1 year back or 2 year back is important for you to run the business. So you need to keep all the masters, your own masters, own employee masters or business masters or supplier masters, all those things in a place where you can access them quickly. You should replicate to that place, and read back also should be possible. And what you can't see, you can't protect or measure. They say it in management. So it should be kept in some place where you have a continuous visibility. Another jargon is visibility, monitoring, and control.
Control comes afterwards, but you should have visibility and monitoring continuously of the place where you are keeping your backup data. We focus on the primary data, but we do not focus on the, or do not check the health of the backup data. Only it is checked when your already primary is gone. At that time, it is not readable, it is not accessible, etc. etc. And it does not matter that you keep that data anywhere outside. It may be a colleague organization, it may be another PSU which you have relations with continuously, or ultimately a cloud. A lot of cloud providers also provide this facility that where you can keep your data safe. All organizations, cybersecurity is measured by how fast they can bring the organization back to its feet after an incident. Incidents will happen. AIMS or any other incidents will keep on happening because, as somebody said, hacker is always 1-2 steps ahead of you. So they will keep on, they have that much of motivation. They will be always ahead of you. So don't bother about, securing each and everything and going too much deep into one technology or other technology. You should see what your business runs on, what minimum data your business needs in the time of crisis, and to bring back that data as early as possible. That is, of course, another jargon word is Cyber Crisis Management Plan, CCMP bolte hain. So that is also made in some organization. But I wanted to bring you to these terms only through the risk part of it. That's all, I think. Right.
Yeah, I think so. One good point to be noted is ensuring the data backup, what is exactly required. And this has a con also. If you store an enormous amount of data, you need to pay for it. The other thing on lighter note is, we were thinking that banks is only having all the wealth. I think that is not correct. Digital clouds only having all the wealth. So latest, presently you are seeing in the newspaper, there is a huge paper leakage in Telangana. So obviously a thought comes into our mind that if similar thing can happen in RRB, getting railway jobs is easy. So just obviously there is a inquisitiveness how foolproof it is. So we would like to listen from Sanjay.
When RRB comes, this one question, as Mr. Mani rightly said, that paper leakage and then a lot of this forgery, frauds, so many things are happening actually all around. Even when I was in RR, I was not in RRB, I was also thinking like that. But see, like recently what he is saying that the case has happened in Telangana, some paper leakage. I would like to just say what is about this paper management, this question paper management. It takes only 1 or 2 minutes. Basically, human involvement is not at all there. The question papers are normally, the questions banks are being prepared and then being taken from the different subject matter experts, and it is fed into the system across various computers, and then based on the algorithm and its hardness level, the question papers are designed. That too also it's done by the algorithm and the software. And then after that, this the question sets are prepared. For each shift, there is only one question. Now the question bank and question is ready. Question paper is ready. Now it has to be transmitted to the candidate desk. Now I'll talk about the transmission, because everywhere the leakage goes there only the transmission. Earlier when physical modes were there, that get stolen in between or something, some wrong thing has happened. But now the system is so strong and then error proof that it's almost impossible. Like how do we do that? Before the exam starts, that 2 hours ago, before 2 hours, that there is a called bundle password. Through that password, we get that particular data. Data is being fetched from the central server to the server located at the exam centers. and then no one can see that. It's just the data. It is in encrypted format and is kept in the local server of the exam centers. Now, after that, then again he will get the further password, that the person who is there, further password to get the files again, like, because it will be a big bundle, like a big box, and that he will open it and he will get the packets. Here also he cannot open it, and then from there it will be directly distributed to the consoles of each candidates. Candidate also cannot see when the time comes, and then they will have to give a 2 login systems with their credentials. One login, that okay, their authentication will be verified to the servers, and then second login. After doing the second login only, they can see the question paper. So this is how these are the measures provided in that, and moreover the adjacent candidates are front, back, means all the directions. These questions will be different. Of course, there are chances that there could be 100 questions or 120 questions, maybe the same, but the order in which it is the questions are arranged, it will be totally different. The options which are there, it will be totally different. So I think by this way, because since human intervention is not there, we can protect this paper leakage. Where I think the paper leakage case where he is talking is a kind of a manual interventions, or paper has been prepared and during the transit and with the I think mingling of some of the management staff or college staff, this has been done. But let me tell you, railway is not at all possible, because even the notes which are given to the candidates are dynamically allocated by the system. Even if I want to sit on that corner where the window is there, no, that's not possible, because it is not the person, it is the system who is deciding that, okay, who is going to sit where. So with that also, they cannot come before and they can manage something like that. And before that, a lot of other frisking, biometric, and our impersonation, and then Aadhaar verification. So many other things are done to ensure that the candidate who is sitting is the right candidate for this right job. Thank you.
So basic problem is we want more number of transportation modes to be integrated. Integration where one network gets exposed to the other network. So we need to make this risk assessment is like your annual health checkup. You need to do it continuously and need to plug the gaps identified. I think my panelists are so good. I'm only triggering it because information is flowing. So they are still ready, but I want to ask the forum, any questions are there? They would love to answer. A lovely crowd must be sleeping. Thank you.
I think
Thank you, Mani Venkat, for that lively discussion. All the speakers, whether it was Rahul Sharma or Sanjay Kumar or Vijay Devnath, all of them gave quite interesting perspective on this topic. Innovations and way forward in cybersecurity and data privacy from transport point of view. So let me invite on the stage this time Mr. S. P. Raghu, professor in the Indian Railways Traffic Institute, senior professor. Please come on the dais and hand over the speaker mementos to the esteemed panelists on my left, starting from the session chair, Mani Venkat Kumar, General Manager, Kochi Metro Rail. Rahul Sharma, Transport Commissioner, Jammu and Kashmir Transport Department. Sanjay Kumar, Chairman, Railway Recruitment Board, Trivandrum. And finally, our speaker conference, Vijay Devnath, Group General Manager, Infrastructure and Security, and Chief Information Security Officer. Huge round of applause. Mani, Ramanji, Sanjay, and Vijay. Now, there is slight change in program. As per the program agenda, we were supposed to have a tea break after one panel was to be over. But what we have decided, we will continue with the flow. We'll be having the last panel discussion of this today's conference on rail and transport innovation. And thereafter, we conclude and we also break for tea. The last panel discussion topic, India moving towards green and sustainable transport and technology shaping the future of the transport sector. We have three panelists here, one more here to be kept on the dais. Let me invite on the dais Sergeant P. John, Chief Operating Officer, Kochi Metro. Sergeant P. John. Joining Sergeant John would be Dr. Satish Babu, PK, Associate Professor in QSET, Cochin University for department. He is in fact heading the Department of Ship Technology in QSET, Cochin University for Science and Technology. Then let me check. Hari Kumar is there from Bangalore North. From Bharat Electronics Limited, we are supposed to have Hari Kumar R, General Manager Technology Planning. Fine, so he's not there. So what we'll have a fireside chat discussion with these two gentlemen. And I'll be conducting this fireside chat. I'm Krishna Mishra, Product Head Special Projects, Elite Technomedia. So I'm hoping that this last session will not be boring. Plus, I'm also hoping that Mr. Hari Kumar from Bharat Electronics turns up in the meantime. Yes, I can see him. Mr. Bharat, are you there now? Yes, he's there. So one more chair to be brought into the dais. So this topic of this last discussion, India towards sustainable transport and how technology will be shaping the future of transport. Very interesting topic. Basically, what we're trying to figure out here is that what is the current status of the mobility in the country? What type of challenges are you facing? And what is the future from here in terms of particularly green transportation, sustainable transportation? We hear a lot about smart transport, smart mobility. We have heard about EV. The Commissioner of Police was also mentioning how EVs are gearing up and scaling up with each passing day, with each passing year. And in fact, if I'm not wrong, by 2030, most of the traditional fuel-based vehicles might be phased out. It has already started in bits and parts from Delhi. So the future truly lies in EV, electric vehicles. Then the future also mentions about, in the future there is also a role about the role of artificial intelligence in shaping the public transport, how technology, new and emerging technologies can influence and can shape the future of mobility in times to come. So let me hear the perspective of Sergeant John first. He is the Chief Operating Officer of Kochi Metro. Sergeant, your views on this topic, India towards green and sustainable transport.
Good evening. Let us look into the history. I think an international summit happened on climate change, basically on pollution and other aspects. That happened in 1972 at Stockholm Conference. Maybe that time the majority of the people might be thinking that climate change or its effects, this is something of maybe next century or 2 centuries later or something like that. But down the line, now each and everyone is aware that climate change is a reality and it is going to extinct the human race if it is not taken up to task immediately. There is no time left. I think in 1987, a Brundtland report that studied on the aspects of climate change, that only coined the word sustainable development in the forefront. Since then, it started, all discussion started around that sustainable development. So now we are here. Earlier sessions we have heard that say 26% of world CO2 emissions, GHG emissions are happening from transport. Out of this, more than 70% is from road transport. I would talk about the shipping side. Actually, world's more than 80% of world trade is happening through shipping. But the contribution of GHG emissions is less than 3%. But is it okay that shipping can be left out of these challenges and need not change? That is not correct. Because if you see the absolute figures in 2019, 8.9 gigatons of CO2 equivalent is the emissions. This is huge. So what about future urban transport? Actually, you don't have any choice. You have to convert to sustainable transport. There is no choice left. And if you see the public behavior in the last few years, maybe the tendency is towards private transport. Everybody looks for his own convenience. Vehicles are increasing, private vehicles are increasing like anything. In Kerala, it has crossed 1.7 crores of vehicles for a population of 3.4 crores. The vehicle population is more than 1.7 crores. This is alarming actually. So we have to go back to public transport. There is no question about it. And if it is to be regulated, it has to be regulated. It has to be forced. That is the only way out, that if you have to save the planet. So the policies have to be made that way. That is the need of the hour. So we were talking about comparing railway and road transport. Majority of people think maybe high-speed rails or even that Silver Line and all becoming very expensive. Maybe that may be a reason why people will not change. But if you see last week, Mysore Bangalore highway is open, expressway is open. For a length of 55 kilometers, the toll is rupees 135. That means 2.5 rupees per kilometer. What is the projected ticket charge of, say, Silver Line? It's only 2.25 rupees. So 2 rupees? 75 paise. So maybe marginally higher than the toll. Toll is not your expense. Toll is only a part of the expense, and you have to spend on the fuel, you have to spend on the vehicle, and all this climate change, whatever. If you put a figure into that, then it will be alarming. So we have to move to mass transport systems. Urban transport has to be mass transport system. And in Kochi, we have a very peculiar experiment, a very interesting experiment about water metro. We have moved completely to electric mobility This is first time in the world we are taking the lead, and I feel this can be replicated in many cities in India. Urban transport concept will change. So basically,
Finally, Sajan was rightly mentioning about the crisis of climate change. And climate change is a very harsh reality which all of us are facing. And as rightly mentioned by him, sustainable and green transportation is no more a luxury or a unique innovation. It is rather a necessity now warranted out of the situation. Your views on this topic, let me bring in here Dr. Satish Babu, Associate Professor from QSET. Your views.
We are discussing about the sustainable development of various modes of transportation. I'm a naval architect, and I'll speak only about inland water transportation. But there are a lot of experts have been talking about railways, waterways, and airways. I can see one more naval architect in the audience, my classmate. So, a naval architect basically an expert who's designed boats, ships, and as a professional in ship design, we are also thinking about bringing in various features into the design, which makes the ships more eco-friendly, and it doesn't cause much damage to our environment. So the ships, the ocean-going ships, so far all the big ships are using the crude oil as fuel, but we are moving towards LNG fueled vessels. We are going. If you look at small boats, the technology has proven to go for solar powered vessels. We are going for electric vehicles. Like Mr. Sajana just mentioned that Water Metro is operating on electric powered vessels. So the technology is proven, and there is a phase shift that is happening from fossil powered boats to electric boats, solar boats. Even we are thinking about the next generation fuel, that is hydrogen. So there are a lot of research and development activities going on to see how we can have boats powered with hydrogen fuel cells. I don't know how many of you read that recently one French vessel came to Cochin, and they are running 100% with hydrogen fuels. So the technology is going. Only thing is there is a problem. Like if you want to go for big ships, it is not possible. So even sail-powered ships are being looked at now. Now the inland water transportation has got a lot of advantages. If you look at any parameter, cost per ton per kilometer, or emissions, or very other field, the inland water transportation scores much more than any other mode of transportation. Still in India, unfortunately, we are not able to shift the movement of cargo to inland waters as much as we would like to. I was just checking, and in India, the percentage of cargo moved through inland waters is just 0.5%. Whereas in some countries, it is as high as like US and Canada, and only it's 10%. And countries like in Europe, there are countries which has more than 50%. So we have a very large network of rivers, canals, backwaters. In spite of that, somehow we are not able to leverage these to our advantages. Some of the problems could be the poor connectivity to these waterways from the nearby railways or roadways. And there is a perception that the boat design is very simple. But I can tell you, design a boat or a vessel, electric vessel, for a shallow water in a river is more challenging. I know Water Metro will vouch for that. It's more challenging than making probably a ocean-going vessels. And also in India, the percentage of navigable waters is also quite less. Kerala, it is around only 30% of the rivers we can have boats running. There are a lot of restrictions. There we have restriction on water depth. In many places, if you want to run boats, you will see some bridges going around. So there are a lot of problems. So we need massive investments, both from the government and private sector, so that we can shift other modes of transport to waterways. So before I conclude, I also want to say a couple of things which, as a university, Cochin University, which we are doing. We are developing a transportation model using operation research principles, and we are making a forecast how much in next 10 years, how much cargo can be shifted from roadways and even railways to through waterways. And also we are coming out with some optimum vessel designs, so that we, considering the restrictions which we are expecting in Kerala waters, we propose some optimum designs which the industry can easily adopt to. And we are also working on a river information systems, so that the network of canals and waters and rivers which are available in Kerala can be made available to the public, so that it can be made use of by the industry. And there is also one project which we are working on, converting the existing diesel-powered boats to solar-powered vehicles. Some sponsored project we are working on. So we hope that we will be able to provide some good thrust to sustainable development of inland water transportation in India. Thank you very much.
So Satish basically stressed upon the importance of inland waterways, and in fact, you are rightly mentioning that inland waterways have never been a focus area in India, but of late, Government of India has made a renewed focus on development of inland waterways. If I'm not wrong, National Waterways number 1 just inaugurated by Prime Minister from Varanasi to Silchar, and I think a couple of more networks are in work in progress. Miles to go, yeah, of course. As you rightly mentioned, that in India we have just 0.5%. If you compare that with some developed European countries, where the share of logistical movements through inland waterways is as huge as 50%. So a lot of scope, and one of the most efficient, seamless, and pollution-free modes of transport inland. And India is blessed to have a lot of waterways. We talk of large and mighty rivers like Brahmaputra is there, Ganga is there, Kerala. A lot of backwaters, canals, etc. So enough scope is there. Anyway, moving on, let me bring in here my fellow panelist from Bharat Electronics Limited, P. Harikumar. Although he is heading the technology planning division there, his first views on this, or his perspective on the topic, moving towards a green and sustainable transport. Your views.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think this is a three-pronged thing which has to be looked at. One is in terms of technology. What are you going to do to reduce the emissions from a vehicle, the vehicles which you choose? So whether you go for electric or go for hydrogen. So that's a technological solution that you look at, and also that particular technology does not create back. Suppose electricity is generated somewhere else, then that is generating. So if it is solar, then it's better. So that way we need to look at it. That is the one part. The logistics, like Sir brought out, the last mile connectivity has to be ensured. Otherwise, there won't be any great takers for. And this is where Kochi, the water metro is successful, because even for disabled people, the making it friendly. Even I think going ahead, we should look at material movement also through that. So that's the third would be on policy. For example, countries like Singapore, what they have done is to dissuade use of private vehicles. If you buy a car there, you would pay 2 times the cost of the car as taxes. So there is a strong disincentive not to I mean, against buying used public transport. In fact, they keep improving their public transport. The transport minister, like today, Loknath Behra sir was saying, to bring down the waiting time at each bus stop. That is the thought that the transport ministers there have. They keep targeting every year reduction in time for waiting at a bus stop. Here we never think on that, but now at least that thought is coming up. So it is in three ways that we have to look at it. Technology has to be used appropriately, which doesn't cause future damage, current damage or future damage. Then the logistics so that it is easy to use. And third, that give strong disincentive for the modes which are not preferred. That is, for example, private transport unnecessarily being used can be avoided. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhimanyu. Sajid Pijon, Mr. Hari Kumar was mentioning about the policy being one of the enablers for sustainable transportation. So, as per you, what is being done on the policy level to promote green transport and what needs to be done?
In fact, India was very much committed from right from the 1972 International Conference. India is committed to climate change action. We have set 2070 as net zero target, 2047 energy independent. That green national green hydrogen mission has been announced. Government is moving very fast, but whether we are catching up, that is a question. Earlier it used to be the other way. Now government is moving very fast. Policies are being in place, getting in place. Well, targets are getting fixed. Whether the industry is ready to take, that is another question. But maybe on the level of subsidizing or something that more governmental support might be required. But otherwise, I think policy level, India is moving very fast.
Well said, and a very valid point that government of India is quite serious about net zero emissions, and as rightly mentioned by him, possibly for the first time, policies are being rolled out faster than whether the industry is ready to adopt or adapt to those policies. So here comes the question of capacity building. So let me put my next question to Professor Satish. Professor Satish, what type of enablers are we requiring to build a capacity in the sector so that we are able to absorb quite conducive policies in place? Do we have the capacity, and if not, then what is to be done?
Again, let me restrict you.
From naval point of view.
Because I don't want to touch something which. So, you see, I said the investment needed in inland water sector, like, which is still not there. Okay. So, around 15,000 kilometers of rivers and things we have, but what is navigable is just around 5,000 kilometers only. Now, who will make them navigable, and who will make the last mile connectivity, and who will take a container to a near jetty, load into a vessel, take it to a place, and if he has to unload it somewhere. So it's once the potential is there, that now so far the private investment is very, very less. So once the private industry feels that it is worth investing, and then it comes, because government alone cannot do. So the ships are to be made, it has to be operated, there has to be cargo loading service, unloading service. So the question what you're saying is capacity building. It needs a tremendous push. Then once it is there, then once it is, because investment from private will come once it is cost effective. Because there are a lot of shipping companies running, like Shipping Corporation of India, and there are big businessmen who got hundreds of ships doing business in the ocean, but they have not come to the inland water transportation. They will come once we are ready to take them. So the capacity building requires a lot of thinking, a lot of more discussions are needed about it.
Exactly. In fact, it has to be two-way traffic. Business will only come in if they see a value in it, whether they are able to generate enough ROI on the investments, and government, of course, will come up with this. Let me bring in here Hari Kumar, our General Manager of Technology. Well, Hari Kumar ji, please tell us something about the initiatives of Bharat Electronics Limited as far as promotion of mobility, green mobility is concerned, or mobility at large is concerned.
At Bharat Electronics, we are primarily a defense ministry owned public sector. So about 85% of our business comes from defense, but we are also strongly into commercial area where we support the DMRC, the Delhi Metro is being supported. So there we try out, or in fact we've indigenized most of the modules like CBTC, the communication based. So that way we do work on that. Now coming to the green energy part, we have also realized that this is a problem because all our defense vehicles need the same problem they face. So we have now started work on lithium and based cells being made in India, because right now they are all imported and just put together. So the core is coming from outside. So that we have started manufacturing in India. So we expect to convert a lot of Indian, and now with Kashmir showing signs of lithium deposits. So that's another positive sign. The other angle we are looking at is also looking at hydrogen as well. So that commercially as well as for military use, we use hydrogen fuel cells. So this is something we are strongly working for and putting our R&D.
Great. Hydrogen as a fuel was mentioned by Hari Kumar, and earlier it was mentioned by Professor Satish also. Sir, as far as promoting energy efficiency is concerned, let me bring in here Sergeant from Kochi Water Metro. What specific steps is Kochi Water Metro taking or initiating to promote and conserve energy efficiency?
If you talk about water metro boards, maybe everybody has seen the presentation in the morning. So according to our preliminary calculations, when we design for, we are designing for the boards, the preliminary calculation showed around 64 kilowatt of energy for that particular speed for the kind of boat what we wanted. But we put a target of 38 kilowatt, almost half a target. And in the end, we achieved 34 kilowatt. These boats are one of the most efficient hulls maybe we can claim, because the fine tuning was done in Netherlands. So it is an international involvement was there. Product was there, so this might be one of the most efficient boats ever made in the world, of similar sizes maybe. And energy efficiency automatically comes into forefront when we are thinking about an electric solution, because you have to run the boat on batteries. If your power requirement is more, naturally more batteries are required, more volume, more weight, then your boat will be still bigger. This was a much bigger challenge than making something just like that. So if you consider a whole day's electric energy, then it is just not possible to make a boat like that. So finally we arrived on a solution that we will go for a opportunity charging type of philosophy. So that the power requirement we kept it only for 1 hour. So after 1 hour, then we will recharge it. then naturally the other questions came because if you are charging in between your service hours, then you cannot take more time. Then it has to be fast charging. So we went for supercharging. That way, that design has evolved. So I could say the present boards are one of the most efficient boards. And then this thinking was there in each and every component of water metro, how to reduce the energy requirement, that kind of things were there. Then coming into shipping side, actually, international monitoring or International Maritime Organization (IMO), in line with UN targets, they have kept 2030. They want to decarbonize the entire shipping by around 40%, and by 2050 around 70%. So they were looking into different models, different kind of thinking was gone, like improving efficiencies of the ships in design, in operations, other things. So they were looking for different models, and a team of IMO has visited Kochi Water Metro. They were all in appreciation of the model, and they were trying to propagate that this kind of model, whether this can be, of course, with limited applications, because for an ocean going ship, an electric solution may not be easy, because you are going to sail for days together, 30 days or 40 days together. So you cannot have only electric solution. Then they are also thinking about hydrogen, bringing hydrogen fuels or hydrogen solutions, or ammonia, or alternate fuels, basically. And they want to do some pilot projects in India. They have got different from different stakeholders, different ideas, and they have selected 5 projects as pilot projects. And out of that, one proposal is from us, Kochi Water Metro, and we are looking for a hydrogen fuel. So this is going on. So far, nothing has happened. We are working out on that, and hopefully, we will move ahead with that.
Great. Dr. Satish, you are heading the shipping technology department in QSEC. For the sake of the benefit of the audience, could you just take us through how well placed we are globally in terms of shipping technologies?
The Department of Ship Technology was established in 1974. So it is. So I am from the 13th batch. So it is, I think, 47th year or something. So I think we are, if you look at any major ship design firms, so we are at par. So we have our problems, like, till few years back, India was importing most of the component for the ships. Like now, sir, as mentioned in BEL, I'm sure you must be making something, especially even the steel. What we're making the hull, it was indigenized, I think, 10 years back only. Even all the weapons, sensors, you name it, even the propulsion of engines. Like, I was, in my younger years, I was in the Navy, we were making specification for importing only. So we used to make a list of equipment, we used to buy who will supply from which country and write specifications. But now the scenario has changed. Like, I can say around 70 to 80% the technology is being developed here, and very soon, and even the small vessels and all, we have started exporting also. Like in warships, some few ships we are giving to our friendly countries. So in terms of technology, a question what you asked is now with all that government initiatives that it has to be made in India, that is really coming helpful. It has become very, it has actually enforced. But we have to develop here. We can't take the easy route. So in technology, I think we are more or less not 100%, but we are on the way to become self-reliant.
Great. We are rightly moving towards the path of self-reliance. Before I come to the concluding questions to all three of us, one quick question to Hari Kumar. Hari Kumar comes from the technology background. And he was also mentioning that technology is one of the three enablers, with the two others being logistics and policy. So, Hari Kumar ji, what policies are you forcing for promotion of green and sustainable transport?
One would be incentives in terms of encouraging users to choose that. But like it was brought out, I feel it should be done on a mass scale that is safer than, because even individual vehicles coming on the road is not going to, I mean, pollution would still be lower compared to internal combustion engines. But in net, like it was brought out, the rubber rubbing off on the road, the particulate material, all that would be. So encouraging mass transport is the primary. Make it so good, so convenient that people have that as the first choice. Singapore does that very well, sir. He has only three choices. He gives you a bus which comes in within minutes of your reaching there, or he gives you a mass rapid transport, or a like one of the three options. You buy a car, you will suffer because within 5 years you have to replace it. So that is the sort of, and you pay 2 times the cost of the car as tax. So not many can afford it. So it makes it, and it's a small country, so easier to probably implement. This government has shown that you can implement across such a big country, bring out vaccines, bring out ventilators, could do in short time. So it's possible. So I feel the other should be to encourage more and more of it. Otherwise, Kerala already reaching 1 per 2 people, 1 vehicle per 2 people. There's no end to it if you make the roads better. That's what I
see. Example is of Delhi. In Delhi, we have got one of the finest roads in the country. They are quite wide. In front of my own apartment, we have a 14-lane expressway. But despite having doubled, tripled, or even quadrupled the length and width of the roads the past couple of years, there is no end to the congestion. There's no end to the congestion. We have got lots of flyovers. They are used. There wasn't any flyover. Rather, 1 or 2 odd flyovers must have been there 20 years back. And today, full cities are full of flyovers. But still, there is no end to the congestion. So, as rightly pointed out by Pardon?
In spite of having the best metro.
Yes. Yes. So private vehicles actually are not the solutions, and unless we move towards MRTs or we move towards more efficient ways of mobility, the solution is not coming forward. So, last concluding, quick 1 minute of concluding notes from all the three of you from the industry. My first question, let me move from left to right this time. We move to the head of the department, shipping technology, Dr. Satish this time. Quick 1 minute concluding notes. Green and sustainable transport solutions.
Yeah, you can have different parameters. Like what is the fuel, how much emission for burning for transporting 1 ton of cargo for 1 kilometer, or you take any parameters. The most greener mode of transportation is in water. The cost of transportation is also cheaper. So with moving from fossil fuels to electric to solar and to hydrogen, that technology is getting matured, and with the right connectivity from other modes of transportation, and whether we connect it to the logistics and the factories and the production centers, you integrate it properly. I'm seeing a big future for the waterway transportation in our country. Thank you.
Concluding note from you, Mr. Zali.
There is no single solution. Metro is not the only solution, or water metro is the only solution, or buses only solution. Integration is the key. Integration is the key because when we talk about mass transport, it has its own limitations. Everything has its own limitations. So proper integration of all transport and ultimately, the convenience, everybody will go by the convenience. So we have to provide the convenience to the commuters. That is the only way we can succeed.
Providing convenience to the user. Last concluding note from Mr. Hari Kumar.
And now stay away from policy. We'll come to technology also. Technology implementers also need to now choose technologies that are much more, for example, electric chargers. EV chargers there are various kinds. Very inefficient chargers are there. There are medium efficiency ones. There are very high efficiency ones. So that is the area we need to go to. There are technologies like silicon carbide, gallium nitride. These are much highly efficient, so that because the chargers also heat up the environment. There's a lot of it. So I feel the technology should focus on bringing that also high amount of efficiency to the that side also. Then only the usage will. Otherwise, we may see the vehicle not polluting, but in the back end we would be spoiling it. So that is what I feel we should build up. Technology also should be leveraged strongly to make use of the latest in the field.
So technology to be leveraged to make best use of the evolving things. Any questions from the audience here? Yes, mics to be given to the audience.
Good afternoon, sir. So you were telling about the back-end energy pollution which may happen in the manufacturing sector or in the transport sector. Say, for example, we are having an EV, but which is used for charging the vehicle, or the process which we are manufacturing that car or some particular vehicle. It may cause pollution, or it may cause this carbon emissions. So I would like to have an insight on, is there any process changes which we are following or which we are going to implement in our manufacturing sector, or is there any policy changes which is being made in our country to for reducing this back-end pollution?
Anyone? You like to answer?
Policy part, I'm not fully sure, but as a on the technology side, like I think Kochi Water Metro has done that. You've already implemented a solar to generate the electricity. So that sort of should be mandated. That what is in front is not just to be green. The back also has to be green. Then only the whole. So even it is not like putting a screensaver in front and cheating there. That cannot happen. So that is one part. And the other part would be to keep on improving on it, because technologies are evolving. It is not the whole world. The particular technologies I refer to, silicon carbide and gallium nitride, used to be very expensive earlier. Now they are very low cost, so we can actually change over to that. But we are not doing. If you see, most of the chargers are still using older, inefficient technology. So that is something in fact, at our company, we are trying to bring those back into the other, because we are aiming at that mainly for military, because we are not a commercial organization for that side, but we can have spin-offs there also. Commercial companies can take out. So it has to be done, and probably my government mandate also has to come in that there is in production also you have to adhere to green norms.
Thank you, Mr. Hari Kumar. We conclude this session on promotion of green and sustainable transportation. And the good part is that there is a lot of excitement and there is a lot of awareness also as far as SDGs are concerned, as far as climate change mitigation is concerned. And there is a unanimous views of all the policymakers as well as industry that we need to tackle the situation head on. And Government of India is already quite serious about it. By 2070, we are targeting net zero emission. And if we were to attain that, we have to develop those technologies, we have to develop those competencies, we have to develop those capacities right at this moment of time. So with this, we conclude this session. All the panelists here, Hari Kumar on my right from Bharat Electronics Limited, to Dr. Satish Kumar on the left from QSAT, and in the middle, Mr. Sajan from Kochi Water Metro. So thank you all of you.
ਸਾਡੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਟਰਾਂਸਪੋਰਟ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ ਜਾਂ ਆਰਗੂਮੈਂਟਰੀ ਦੀ ਹੋਣ
So I will do multitasking, no problem.
ਸਿਰਫ ਹੋ ਆ 15 ਸਾਲ
So,
ਇਹ ਬੜੀ urgent ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਬੜੀ urgent ਹੈ।
ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to a conclusion of this day-long conference. It has been a truly exciting event. Lot of ideas generated, lot of thought-stimulating ideas were discussed. We were honored with the gracious presence of the Union Minister of State for Housing and Urban Affairs, Kaushal Kishore, in the morning. We were blessed to have with us the MD of Kochi Metro, Shri Loknath ji, with us, and we also had the Vice Chancellor of QCET, Professor Dr. K.N. Madhusudan, with us in the inaugural session, who basically laid the context of today's conference. The objective was to create a platform wherein experts like these and audience like you and stakeholders from different parts of the country, we can come together, we can discuss on the issues in this sector. Mobility and transport is one such sector which affects each and every one of us, whether we live in the rural areas or we live in the urban areas. How, in case we are living in a rural setup, there might not be a congestion there, but we do need to have which reaches us or which takes us faster to the cities. And how, as a citizen, as an urban citizen, we are impacted. We are impacted by the, of course, the everyday congestion, everyday pollution. So, what policy measures need to be initiated? What type of technologies need to be developed, and what type of capacities and competencies have to be built up? That has been the objective of this conference, and I am quite satisfied that with the support and with the wisdom and insight of experts from different sectors, we have been able to generate some exciting ideas. I must thank Kochi Metro for being the host partner of this program, ILETS National Railway Transport Innovation Summit. I must also thank the joint organizer, QCET, Cochin University of Science and Technology. In fact, QCET and ILETS have jointly organized this conference under the overall guidance and mentoring of Kochi Metro. I must also thank all the industry partners, starting from Canara Bank, Godrej, Dassault, HCL Tech, Lingshan, Cochin Shipyard, Axis Bank, and KHB. Without their support, it would not have been possible to deliver this conference. And before we conclude this session, I would request the Editor-in-Chief of ILETS Technomedia, Dr. Ravi Gupta, to kindly come on the stage and hand over the speaker mementos to all the three esteemed panelists on the dais, and also declare the conference closed. So starting with Mr. Hari Kumar. Mr. Hari Kumar on the esteemed left. He is General Manager, Technology Policy Planning in Bharat Electronics Limited. Next memento for Dr. Satish Babu, PK, Associate Professor and Head of Department, QCET. And finally, the Chief Operating Officer of Kochi Water Metro, Sergeant P. George. So group photography. Let me also request Mr. Raghu to join us, Mr. Bhutia. All the speakers to remain here on the dais. A group photograph ho jaye, and our guests from Jammu and Kashmir, Rahul Sharma ji and Samji, both of you please come. So our program chair, Mr. Loknath Behra, has also arrived. We are just lucky that he has just come on time to deliver the concluding note. I request for a group photograph we are having, then we are done with the session, today's session, sir. So one group photograph with you and other esteemed speakers. Yes. So Rahul Sharma is there with us. He is the Transport Commissioner in Jammu and Kashmir government. Then Mr. Bhutia is there from Sikkim. He's the Transport Secretary there, Additional Secretary to the government. I also request the industry team from Canara Bank, Godrej, Dassault, SCL Tech, Ericsson, Cochin Shipyard, Axis to come on the dais for a group photograph. HK Raghu sahab, please join us for the group photo. Chief E. Rangarao, Deputy Chief General Manager, Andhra Pradesh Metro Rail. Ajit sir, you please be on the dais. These are moments which always relish in times to come. So please come on the dais. Yes.
May I request Loknath Behra to deliver the directive remarks? Yes.
So very distinguished persons and friends. So I must say that because most of you who have come single or with the family from outside Kerala, they are very keen to travel in water metro boat than actually sitting here and listening to people like me. So it is, I would suggest that we should do it very quickly so that you can go. The best part is that when during the daytime, going in water metro boat and coming back during the evening by sunset, it is a very thrilling experience. So I will not come on that way, because when we did this UMI conference, so the managing directors of all the metro companies, they wanted a meeting to be held inside the water metro boat, and so that they could enjoy. So they were putting so many questions so that it gets delayed, so that you can travel more. But unfortunately, this time we are not going to do that. But you can actually enjoy, and Sajan will has made all the arrangements. You and your family, you can come and travel in the metro, water metro, and Mr. Sajan, Mr. Saji, and Director Project, they will all help you in understanding the various aspects of water metro, notwithstanding what has been told here. That is the first part. Second part is that in the afternoon, I actually missed these 3 sessions. So I do not know what has transpired, what Ajit had spoken, etc. But knowing from the subjects, I told to Doordarshan just now outside the venue that they asked how this type of meeting can help you or the state of Kerala. So my answer is that some of the subjects which are being discussed today or spoken about are very relevant to me as a metro, company. More than that, many issues which sometimes are not easy to resolve with the best possible solution gets a little bit of boost, saying that if we do like this, we can achieve like this. As I said in the morning, after I was impressed with the things which the HCL technology stated. And the question is that will give a thought to all of us, to me, to you, that whether we can bring this kind of things. So the idea exchange is very crucial, and enough ideas have been generated. Some of them can be implemented, some of them will not be implemented because of cost implications or for other reasons. But by doing nothing, we are not doing justice work. By doing something, it is always better. Even if it is wrong, we actually learn from that. That is actually little philosophically putting it across. So whether it is railways, which is the mother of all transportation today, or whether it is metro rail, which is actually a bacha, and the grandchild is water metro. It doesn't know how to walk. So what happens is that the grandchild has to grow up to become like the grandfather, which is Indian Railways. Of course, the Indian grandfather has also some deformities. Nobody can be perfect. Therefore, the grandfather, a lot of people are working to make it little stronger, better, safer, smarter, and it will keep on going. So, a lot of innovations will come. Only one thing I wanted to tell you, because I thought many of the policymakers are here. I wanted to tell you one thing. Believe in your youngsters. I have done all throughout my life. Whether it is in police or in NIA or in the CBI, wherever I worked, I found that the younger people are better in many ways because they have that particular rush of blood, which they let them commit mistakes. The mistakes teach us. So what happens, it is much better than actually stymieing them, making them not to speak. There is one way of doing the work. You get the work and put it to a junior and tell him that you do it. The other way is that you tell the junior how this work can be done. The example is just in our pavilion. All the 7 posters which have been put about the metro stations, these are done by whom? Youngsters. Nobody actually knows director project, no director systems, or no general manager is involved. That has been done by those people who are less than 30 years age. And I have accepted it. It has evoked so much of things. It was told by the MOA minister, cabinet minister, now today also the state minister. So believe in them, because they are going to shoulder the burden of nation building much more than us. So I'm not talking about age, it's only a number for me. But if that be also the case, believe in your grandson or son or granddaughter or daughter. They will bring better things. Whenever I actually repose faith in the youngsters, I find a lot of good ideas coming up. They think that this will be done in this particular manner. Our biggest problem is that we are stereotyped. So a particular experiment which has been done in a railways, they will say that that is only correct. That cannot be improved upon. Then we are stuck. So you talked about new things, out-of-box ideas, innovations, all these things were spoken from here. But if you want to do that, then believe in the strength of the youngsters. This is one of myself, because I'm more experienced age-wise than all of you. So I'm telling you, this is a fact. And it will give you good dividends. Coming to the present day, today's summit, I will not actually put any value addition or any value question to this what happened. Only time will say how much successful we are. Normally, what happens after a particular, it was successful. How do you know that it is successful? Because you had a good lunch. If it will be only successful if a particular idea generated here, see all the things, I'll tell you what eGov magazine does or their website does. They will actually put all the ideas. It will be there permanently to all of us to see. Out of these 100 ideas, 2 ideas were implemented by J&K, 1 idea by Sikkim, another idea by Uttar Pradesh, another by Kerala. Then there is success. Otherwise, we generate so many tons of papers. So this is what I wanted to say. I don't want to actually prolong by saying that we discussed this and this happened and we are very successful, etc., etc. I am not putting any conjecture to my statement here. Let us actually put it in practice if that can be done. All the things discussed may not be possible to be put into practice because of various reasons. But a particular thing can always be done. I really like a particular thing initially when I go to a particular project to work and say it is not possible. I'll give you an example which will make it very clear. In the years 1997, I was working in the CBI. That time, 66 offices were located in various parts of the country. CBI told me, how do we connect all these branches from Manipur to Sikkim, Gangtok to all these places? How do we connect? I said, it's a very difficult question. That time, that kind of optic fibers and other things were not there. So you can have a VPN or something. Then I went to the IT minister. That time, Mr. Pramod Mahajan was the minister. I told him, sir, I was very young. I asked him, sir, can you give me some money? He said, what for? He said that, sir, I want to have a connectivity. He asked me, tell me what type of connectivity you want amongst the CBI officers. You know what I told? Whatever in my little mind, I said that I want to put a VSAT DAMA. The DAMA was that time the new technology. He said, okay, how much money you want? I said, sir, it may be around 2 crores. Okay. You go, it will be given to you. And in 2 months' time, HCL Comnet established DAMA. So data transfer were very easy. What I wanted to tell you is that little unconventional things also give that. And today also, the DAMAs have not been actually dismantled, though CBI has a VPN, which we already established it in 2004. So What I say is that technology is very dynamic. You have to actually keep on changing. And for that, you should have a mindset that I will change. If I change, then how do you manage the change? Managing the change is also very crucial. There is a very famous speech by Azim Premji, Managing the Change. You might have somebody might have read it. So this is what I wanted to say. The last thing which I wanted to tell my youngsters, which I told so many times, you want to live happily, and there are two ways. Don't do anything. You will be very happy. So there will be no problems. You get your salary and go home and see Netflix, enjoy your time with the family. Nothing happens. Other thing is that I do something innovative, proactively, and I enjoy to say, I did this thing for KMRL or for Sikkim government. I'm very happy. The choice is yours. If you want to do that, then I only quote one thing. That what in 2005, in Stanford University, in the convocation, Steve Jobs said, stay hungry, stay foolish. And that speech inspires me every time. It talks about death. It talks about the melancholy. It talks about innovation. And it talks about the fight. He's the only person probably, when he was 20 years old, he dropped from the college because he could not bear the cost. And he opened his workshop with one of his friends, Steve Woj, in a garage. In 30 years, in 10 years' time, it became a $4 billion company, Apple Inc., because they made Macintosh, which challenged the existence of. And in 10 years, the board of directors of Apple Inc. threw him out. So he's our new district collector. He joined 1 week. And he and his wife both are in the Indian Administrative Service, very dynamic officers. So when I was DG, they were staying very near to my office. So we used to interact very intently. Anyway, welcome to you. I'll just take 2 minutes to then you will better speak. And what I say is that then he was thrown out of the board. And he went into depression for 3 months because he never knew that what is to be done. Then he floated 2 companies. One is called Nest, the other one is called Pixar. As God is kind to him, he is the biggest innovator I consider in this world after the God. Now Pixar, because of Pixar, you are seeing the movies. Today, the Pixar technology is giving you this particular idea of 4K, 8K, 5K. Now what happened is that Apple purchased that company. And when it purchased, he is automatically back. When he is back, I'll give this story for my youngsters. Then he is very nostalgic. He established such a big company. He was going from one room to the other. And he enters a particular room where a very young boy, a young person, was doing something on the table. And when he enters, the boy tells, Steve, are you back? They don't call sir and other things, though he was the chairman and all. He said, yeah, I'm back. Then Steve asks, What are you doing? He said, I'm developing a music system. Ah, good, do it. And he was about to leave. That time, the boy asked, Steve, I have a question. Where do I keep the speakers? Then he said, inside. And you got the iPod. That is innovation. So what I wanted to say, a small thing changes the entire existence of us. You take MP3, how it is developed. How you take MP4, how it was developed. So these things have changed the entire concept of living in this planet. So why I can't be like Steve Jobs? Why I can't think in an outer way? Oh, okay, something is God given. Therefore, what I wanted to say to all of you, elders who are above say 50, encourage those people below. I always tell, actually, when Umesh and his wife, lady wife, used to meet, always think differently, because the nation building rests on his shoulder. Now, next 30 years, he has to work as an Indian administrative officer and hold very important responsibilities on nation building. If he thinks that only one file comes, I will clear it. Then that is one way of living. I'm not saying that is good, bad. But he said that I will generate the file and do this. That's a different thing. So I don't want to now take more time. I request Umesh to speak to this gathering. Umesh, these people, all some of the people have left because of, Cochin always attracts people to go around and think. So they are there actually. Then I told some of the officers are from KMRL. Now Rahul he's the transport commissioner of J&K, and he's the additional secretary from Sikkim. There are people from different parts of the country, and district collector and district magistrate of Ernakulam is a very prestigious district here. I was long back, I was the police commissioner here. So that time, it was a little different than this city, what you are seeing today. It has become bigger, more populous, more advanced, lot of activities. Metro has come, water metro is coming. All these things are there. So he has to take very onerous responsibility to do a lot of developmental work in this district, and people are very receptive. That's one. I'll forget in my duties to thank the Vice Chancellor of Cochin University and the Cochin University itself, because they helped us in actually sharing various thoughts and knowledge, and some of the professors who are also here, to that, including Ajit actually spent the whole day, because I consider him as an extremely knowledgeable person. Many a time we used to talk. Because he's from the railway engineering service, and he knows the job very well. Whatever his knowledge relating to that, I have interacted with him quite some time. Good that some of the people who have come and have done, Sanjay is also here. He's also a person who was associated with Calcutta Metro long back. So kind of things, and I hope that you will enjoy this particular, you will keep it as a memory. And as I told you, let us see the takeaways, how we are going to implement. Thank you very much, Jai Hind.
Loknath Behra sir, dignitaries on and off the dais, participants in the National Railway and Transport Innovation Summit 2023. Such a pleasure to be here. I joined last week as the District Collector of Ernakulam. District Collector of Ernakulam is always considered as a hot seat in government circles. It was literally hot when I joined, with smoke and all. And I was pushed into the fire. and the fire has just got extinguished. And it's good that I could meet Behra sir today. And Behra sir, first I want to talk about Behra sir and then get to the summit. It is apt that a summit like this, a national railway and transport, an innovation summit like this, is conducted by someone like Behra sir. Behra sir is the epicenter of all innovations and all important developments happening with respect to transport sector in Kerala and Kochi, especially, be it Kochi Metro, Kochi Water Metro, and all important, even the Kochi Urban Development and Water Transport, all priority projects. By the way, to tell about myself, the district collector at Ernakulam, I was working for 2 years in the office of the chief secretary as his staff officer. So that opportunity gave me to understand the important priorities of the government. And what I have seen is that every Wednesday, the chief minister reviews priority projects, and the priority projects are always assigned to the best man, of course. And every Wednesday, the top 4 or 5 projects are with this man only. That is the trust. Of course, he was the boss of all police in Kerala. So since the time I joined the cadre, he was the only DGP I knew. I thought, okay, there is one permanent DGP always, because he was there for 4.5 years till he retired. 2016 when I joined the cadre, till retired, till sir retired, so was the DGP. And I thought, how will this man relax? And he was given an even more daunting task. Because police, of course, is daunting, but at least Kerala people are very law-abiding, actually. But transport, bringing innovations in transport, Kochi Metro, Water Metro, these are, I don't know, sir might beg to differ, but I think these are challenging tasks than policing itself, considering the constraints in terms of land, in terms of resources or whatever you have in Kerala. And my duty, actually, I was supposed to meet him, I was supposed to brief him that as district collector, I will do all these works for you, sir. That was how I was supposed to meet him. And I'm standing on this dais, be it Metro, the phase 1 extension and phase 2, or the Water Metro, or all the projects. At this, in this summit, I am not an expert to speak on the different aspects of transport or the innovations. But my duty, sir told me to think differently. My duty as the district collector is to ensure that all the priority projects, Kochi is becoming the hub of, the future of transportation in Kerala, be it open mobility in many ways, or the Vaitala mobility hub. Kochi is a pioneer. And as the district collector and as the head of, land, or the custodian of land and the revenue department in Kochi, in Ernakulam district, it is my duty to work, sir, and ensure that whatever he asks, I have to give. I have to do it. So that will be my relation with sir over the next how many ever months or time I'm here as the district collector. So this is one of my first events here in Ernakulam, because I was always in that fire. And so my sincere thanks to Behra sir for giving me an opportunity on this stage. And I sincerely look forward to see the way Kochi is going to attain glory under the different projects, be it Water Metro or the Metro expansion, or even Quill is also there. Quill is also doing the West Coast Canal development, and lots of opportunities, lots of dreams, and we have the right persons at helm. As the district collector, I'll also try to be a minor cog in the wheel to ensure that the wheel keeps running. Thank you so much to all.
Thank you. Now, may I request some of our important delegates who are sitting in this hall. We have our faculty from QSAT here. So, and QSAT is a partner in organizing this event. So, may I invite Professor Jacob and other professors who are here. Any other professor is also here, or you are here. If I may invite you on the stage. In fact, they have put up a stall at the expo area. So I will request Professor Jacob from CUSAT, who is the head of the civil engineering department, to give his closing remarks here and his experience at the summit. Briefly speak, please. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Today we had a very expertise sessions on various aspects of innovation and various aspects of mobility in railway engineering. And actually, when Dr. Ravi Gupta met me for having association for this with the Cochin University, we thought our students and our faculty members will get benefited out of this. And moreover, we are upgrading the syllabus in every 4 years, and this 2023 again we are upgrading our syllabus. So in this upgradation, probably we get more innovative ideas that could be incorporated in the syllabus and later could be taught in the class, so that our students will be demanding that aspect we should make out of this group. So anyway, we have noted down many points which are discussed in this long day discussions on various panel discussions. And we have been associating with Kochi Metro Rail for many other aspects in developing this AI model for many aspects. So our IT department is into that. Similarly, so many other associations are going on, and we will be planning for an MOU in the upcoming days. And this all will be benefited for the future engineers. We will dedicate these engineers, our students, to the nation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Jacob, for all your guidance and support for making this conference successful. May I request our eminent delegates who have joined from other states, Mr. G.P. Rangarao, who is the Deputy Chief General Manager of Andhra Pradesh Metro Corporation Limited, Andhra Pradesh, to join on the stage. You are not invited to speak at all. I'm just giving you a moment. And requesting Mr. M.D. Bhutia, who is the Special Secretary for Government of Sikkim Transport Department, to join on the stage. We are there, our eminent delegates from outside the state, and I just want to felicitate them. Thank you. think, sir, we can conclude this event here. Logan, sir? So I think without much ado, we will conclude the summit here, and I wish to thank Logan Beraji for providing all the guidance and support, and QSET for being the mentor of this organization at this event, and all our esteemed speakers who are joined from outside the state and from inside the state, and all the esteemed delegates who have been with us for the whole day. We will conclude here, and we will go to the water metro, and we will have we will return from here there, and we will have dinner here. So you are all invited for the dinner at this event. Thank you so much. And let me thank my colleague Nisha, Vikas, Casey, Mano, Vishal, Anuj, Saurabh, all for this great event. May I request who are in the hall to please join on the stage to have a picture with our program chair. Jacob Jiabi, please. Just invite all of our team here on the stage. We can have a picture. All others who are interested to go to the water metro, please join the lobby. We are like just reaching there in 5 minutes, and we will proceed for water metro. We will have a bus there. Thank you.
Yeah.
So the subject of the domain.
The only thing is that whether it was pertaining to real estate like city or not, that was the only question.
You know, geographical constraints, situations also, but we don't have such that those kind of assumptions in your too much. Yeah, no, you can get a great view from that project. Because it's almost on the big basin.
The railway is also
All the eminent speakers, all are requested to join at the lobby ASAP. We are moving to the water metro. Join us, please.
Okay, thank you so much.
There is a dinner arranged for all these speakers here at 8 o'clock. So all after visiting the Kochi water metro should be there.